breaking news coming out of the club this morning in the last hour. And as you already must be aware of, Thomas Frank has been sacked from Tottenham Hotspur. We've had the club announcement. David Ornstein broke it first, saying that Thomas Frank sacked as Tottenham head coach. Tottenham working through various possible contingency plans to replace the 52-year-old Dane, as the club sits 16th in the Premier League, 5 points above the relegation zone after 2 wins in the last 17 games. And the club statement, the club has taken the decision to make a change in the men's head coach position, as Thomas Frank will leave today. Frank appointed in June 2025, and we have been determined to give him the time and support needed to build for the future together. However, results and performances have led the board to conclude that a change at this point in the season is necessary. Throughout his time at the club, Thomas has conducted himself with unwavering commitment, giving everyone in his efforts to the club forward, to move the club forward. We would like to thank him for his contribution and wish him every success in the future. So, well. Judging by what it was like at the stadium, I think it was. It had to come today, to be honest. It had to come a lot earlier than today. It should have come a lot earlier. It should have come after the West Ham game. That's the reality. And we've been dipping lower and lower and lower, as close to what at some point yesterday was 3 points above the relegation zone. Lucky that obviously Manchester United scored in the last minute, and that gives us a tiny bit of more breathing space to 5 points. But to be in this situation, he had to go. He had to go, and don't like to see it, because Thomas Frank is obviously a nice guy, and I don't wish him, there's no bad faith there or anything like that. It's not like I hate him and and all that kind of stuff. Like, I genuinely wanted it to work, and I genuinely was a big supporter of him coming in through the club, but it's just been the wrong fit from the get-go is the reality. And what can I say? I think this had to happen.
Yeah, it's been an absolute disaster. It's been an absolute disaster of an appointment. It's been a disaster of a tenure. This has been a long time coming. I think they should have been planning for this early November, I would say, when we showed performances, when we had players available, when we were playing the likes of Arsenal and Chelsea, and how we were playing in those games and the performances we're having in those games. The alarm bells should have been ringing then. They decided, to stick with it. They're going to back their man. There's absolutely no talk of him leaving. Come January, we had to go big in January. We had an injury crisis. We were, fears of relegation were maybe not at the forefront of everyone's mind, but they were still, becoming more and more real as the week goes on. We needed help. We needed support. You either, back Frank in that January and you send a message, look, this is our guy, we're going to give him the tools needed to get out of this situation. Or you sack him and bring someone else in and get some of the players in who are more suited to his way of playing. They did neither. They didn't sign him the appropriate amount of players, and they didn't they didn't sack him, and they kind of just basically said, look, you've made your bed, you're going to have to ride out this situation, we've given you a lot of money in the summer, and this is what you're going to have to contend with. So they did neither. They didn't back him or sack him. I don't know whether the manager situation contributed to the lack of activity in January, but that needed to happen. Johan Langer at the end of the window is saying, patting himself on the back, we didn't do any stress signings, we're always planning for the future, all this kind of bollocks. And now we're in a situation with another injury. The injury crisis deepens, and you're asking Thomas Frank to get even more out of this squad, which he couldn't even get more out of a squad which was injury ravaged. So getting even more out of the squad that is now down to the bare bones was always going to be a tough ask. But the bare-faced reality is the performances have been abject, to say the least. That is being kind. The football has been hard, making my eyes bleed. It is so bad. The performances have just been inexcusable. Thomas Frank blaming the injuries for the lack of attacking patterns, to me, says all that you need to know. We've had managers before, even last season, we were down to the bare bones, yet we were still able to show attacking patterns and how we want to play. We were still able to play the ball forward and with intent, and still able Yes, performances suffered, but if there's no excuse for how we play our football, regardless of the injuries. And it was stale, it was old-fashioned, it was predictable, long ball forward into the channels, chase the second balls, and try and win a corner or put a cross in the box. And that was our only way of attacking. And that is no way to be managing a Big Six team. I'm sorry, it was inexcusable. And the results were there for all to see. 2 wins in 17 games, our worst manager in our history. As you said, yesterday, it became all too real that this relegation battle was nothing to be taken lightly, and we are absolutely in the thick of a relegation battle. And once we went within 3 points of West Ham, I don't care if it was for 30 seconds or for 10 minutes or for 1 week or how long. Once you're in 3 points at any point of the relegation battle, that should be alarm bells absolutely going off all over the place. It should be panic stations at the Tottenham Hotspur training ground or wherever it is yesterday, because of where the situation we let ourselves in. That first half, if that is the players playing for the manager, when I'm watching that first half, I'm sorry, then his tactics are even worse than I thought. I think I'll give him the credit to say he's lost the dressing room, because if he hasn't lost the dressing room, then he absolutely has no clue what he's doing on the pitch. But I believe that yesterday the players just weren't playing for him, and I think it's been like that for a while. We have had abject first halves for many, many weeks now. Yesterday was just another added to the collection of those absolute dreadful, hard to watch, disgusting first half performances where we were lucky we weren't 3 or 4-0 down. I think he's been lucky that the situation hasn't been worse, to be honest, because we've gotten some lucky wins when we shouldn't have. Even the last when we got Palace, we shouldn't have won that game. Earlier in the season, we got a bunch of wins where we weren't playing well. We were just getting over the line with some set pieces and winning games. We are fortunate that we are not in the relegation zone, given how we've played. The stats suggest, all season, the stats have been suggesting we should be in the relegation zone. The lowest amount of XG from open play in the league. The biggest gap between XG difference in terms of XG conceded and XG created, we have the biggest gap. The underlying numbers, more often than not, they do catch up with you, and people want to overlook them. And just because we're scoring goals at a higher rate than our XG suggests we should be, people want to say, yeah, XG's bollocks and all this kind of stuff. Underlying data, more often than not, it catches up with you, and it has caught up with us this season with this manager. It's been a long time coming. It should have 100% happened after West Ham. West Ham should have been an nadir for this football club. It should have been rock bottom. That should have been the kind of message that we are in this relegation battle. They didn't take it. We all thought, all the reports were saying, even if we beat Dortmund, he's not going to last. We did win, and he's been in the job ever since. And now in my opinion, in a sense, the timing is correct, because we do have a 12-day gap now between the Arsenal and this and the Arsenal game. So if you're going to do it between now and the end of the season, at this point, now is 100% the time, because it gives you a bit of a break to find a solution and get someone in who can implement some sort of plan before that game. But as well, you're kind of giving an interim on a hiding to nothing on the first game, because it is Arsenal, who are absolutely rampant this season, and that's going to be
That's what Manchester United said, first 2 games against Man City and Arsenal.
No, you're right, but they've got better players. They're not injury ravaged. Let's be honest, that Arsenal game...
It's still what they said, though. They said, an interim coming into Manchester United, their first 2 games after the form that they were showing and the football that they were showing, they got Manchester City and Arsenal. It's a game of football. It's 11v11. Anything can happen on a day of football.
Obviously, anything can happen, but the likely situation is we could absolutely be on the edge of hiding in that game. That's the reality, given the players we have available. So giving an interim that as his first game, and if he does get on the end of a hiding in that first game, which is entirely possible, all of a sudden he's off to a bad note, and the negative feeling continues. We'll park the interim conversation to one side just for a moment. Just sticking with Thomas Frank. This had to happen. We were sliding further and further into trouble. This manager is been out of his depth ever since the first bloody press conference, when he came out and his opening message to the Tottenham fans was categorically, all I can say is we will lose games. That is he always said is the only thing he can guarantee. He didn't say he can guarantee we can win games. He didn't say and guarantee that he's the right, that we will get us playing good football. The only thing he can categorically say with a 100% certainty is he will lose games. Well, guess what, Thomas Frank? You fulfilled your bloody promise, and now you are out the door. He's going to be remembered for holding an Arsenal Cup before a game. That is going to be his everlasting message. I think he's a nice guy. I think he's a good coach. I think in certain scenarios and certain situations he can thrive. But at Tottenham Hotspur, a Big Six club, with his mentality, it was on a hiding to nothing. This was a disaster of an appointment. Every process that we went through to hire this manager has to be under immediate, instant review, and has to be looked right now. Anyone who was at the forefront of making this decision to hire Thomas Frank has to be under unbelievable scrutiny, and their jobs should be on the line, and they should be having to justify themselves as why they should remain at Tottenham Hotspur. And that is the bottom line when it comes to this sacking, because I don't think this sacking could have gone, this managerial appointment could have gone much worse than it did. And they went through 30 candidates, a 10-point process. They made a big song and dance about how Thomas Frank was ticked all the boxes that they were looking for. He was the outstanding candidate. This was the guy that they put all their eggs in the basket for, and it's been a disaster. It's been an absolute disaster. So anyone who was at the forefront of making that decision and stood by him for this long, their job has to be under immediate review. And for me, they have to be sacked as well. And we need better people with better processes making better decisions, because this has been a disaster of an appointment. Absolute disaster. Nuno was sacked after 3 months, and he has more home wins than Thomas Frank has.
That's mad. That is mad. Is that true?
That's true.
Oh my God. And you know what?
Thomas Frank hasn't beaten Nuno for home wins.
You're talking about you're talking about how inspiring he was in the first press conference, or uninspiring he was in the first press conference. I was more inspired by Nuno's press conference, and that was laughed about for ever since till the present day. You know, we'll make you proud is what he said, and Frank says we will lose games. It's just, you just can't write it. The whole thing is absolutely laughable. But like I said, I don't hold anything against Thomas Frank. I really don't. He just wasn't the right fit for the football club. He's a really nice guy, and I want to see him work, and I want to see him thrive. But it just wasn't possible at this football club. That's the reality. So I'm not going to sit here and start kicking a man while he's down. Thomas Frank, you know, he's deserved the sack. It's been a long time coming. It should have come a while ago. And now we got to contest with the rest of the season and hope we can save ourselves. Because let's be honest, as much as we can sit here and say sacking Thomas Frank's a good decision, and I agree with that, what do we do now? Because we got to bring in an interim from now to the end of the season, or do we get in a Zerbi or something like that? If we do bring in that interim, let's say it's Johnny Heitinga or Ryan Mason or whoever it may be, can we hand on heart say that, you know, they're definitely going to save us from the drop? Because I can't sit here and say that. We are 5 points above the relegation zone. Like we mentioned before, at some point we were 3 points. If it wasn't for a last-minute Manchester United goal, we were sitting here today 3 points above the relegation zone. We play Arsenal next game. West Ham play Bournemouth at home. It's very likely by the end of the next game week, we could be 2 points above the drop. Mm-hmm. Very likely. Like, this isn't even like hyperbolic or anything. Like, this is actually a likely scenario. Mm-hmm. So whatever manager is going to be taking the job from the end of the season is probably a manager that is not good enough to be full-time manager at this football club. Probably a worse of a quality manager than Thomas Frank. Yes, he'll probably get a fresh impetus and be able to hopefully gather the troops to go and get the wins that we require for the last 12 games. But it doesn't mean we're out the woods yet. We're by far out the woods in terms of this relegation battle. We're bang in the thick of the relegation battle right now. You know, last time we sacked the manager and brought in an interim for the rest of the season, when Conte got sacked and Stellini and all that came in, it got worse. It got a lot worse. So I can't sit here and say like it's going to get better. I don't have much hope it's going to get better either. We just got to hope that we just get these wins from now to the end of the season and just save ourselves. Because you're looking at the relegation battle, we are the worst team in terms of form, in terms of wins, in terms of points, out of the candidates. Against Leeds, West Ham and Nottingham Forest, we've picked up less points than them over a long stretch of games. So I don't know a way out of this. We need to just somehow pick up these wins. How are we going to do it? Who's going to be the manager? Who's going to be the leader to say, yo, I'm going to be the one to get you out of this, guys? Who is it going to be?
Great question. And that's the one we're all wondering right now. That's probably what saved Thomas Frank up until this point, because there is no clear alternative right now as to who can come in and save us. Is there people are asking, is it a coincidence De Zerbi left his job at Marseille last night? I guess we'll wait and see. I really like De Zerbi as a manager. I think he has been revolutionary in the last 3 years.
So did he get sacked last night or he walked?
I think he resigned. I'm pretty sure he resigned. I don't know if it was mutual or whatever happened. I think he's a phenomenal manager. He has had such an influence on the game over the last few years. He is a lot of what De Zerbi created has been implemented by lots of teams in recent years, and I think he's a revolutionary manager who's changed football in recent years. So I think he's a phenomenal manager, but unless we're going to
change football,
De Zerbi,
he's changed football.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. He's changed football. The way he plays has been absolutely revolutionary in the last few years in terms of the impact it's had on football.
Who's been impacted by De Zerbi?
Everyone. The whole Premier League, the whole press baiting and the way he plays through the centre, waits for the opposition. That's all De Zerbi. De Zerbi created it pretty much. He's a genius. But his man management, he's a hothead. He blows. He's able to blow at any moment. He's a crazy guy. And if you're going to get De Zerbi in, you're going to have to give him a long contract, or you're going to have to give him a permanent deal. You can't get him in as interim unless he's willing to do that. You can't get him in as interim. So what do we do with that? Are we willing to give De Zerbi a long contract? Are we willing to trust in him, or is he too much of a hothead? Is he going to be calling out the board? Is he going to be falling out with players? Is he going to blow up at any moment? That's the question marks you've got with Roberto De Zerbi.
De Zerbi's not the right fit for Tottenham. He's not the right fit for Tottenham. How is he supposed to work with this hierarchy, man? How's anyone supposed to work with this hierarchy? Let's get it right. We can all sit here and blame Thomas Frank for the form, and he definitely takes a large chunk of the slice of the pie. But this is a culmination of terrible owners managing this football club, players that back down at the first sign of trouble. There is so much shit at this football club. And again, we go for manager after manager, and yeah, this is the worst manager that we've had in recent years for sure. And it had to change. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like he's been helped in any sort of situation. You're looking at the players as well last night. As much as you want to play for Thomas Frank, don't want to play for Thomas Frank, that's fine. But don't you think your own careers and your own livelihood and your own reputations are at risk here if you're embroiled in a relegation battle? Surely they want to play for themselves, never mind just play for the manager. I think you've got to look at every single situation. So what manager can come in here and work under these owners right now? I just don't understand it. I can't see one.
Look, that's a good question. It's a good question. Obviously, we have big problems with the hierarchy and the football processes we have in place and all this kind of stuff.
But you can't 100%. Get one of those. If you get De Zerbi in 6 months, in 18 months, in a year, we're going to be in the same situation. He's going to walk.
Probably. And that's the situation we have ourselves in. But we needed to get rid of Frank. Frank was
an
awful fit.
Totally agree.
So that's one question. Does Frank need to stay? No. Now, who do we get and who's the right guy and all this kind of stuff? I don't know.
I'm saying on the players last night, though, how abject and terrible that performance was, particularly in the first half and the majority of the second half as well. It's just the situation the club is in. You're getting paid by the club. The fans are always there to back you guys. And you put in a performance like that. It's just forget if you're backing the manager or not. Forget if you believe in the way the manager plays or not. At least show some desire and effort and work rate to get yourself out of the crap. You know what I mean? The whole thing is just poison. It really is.
I think these players have got a lot more to them than what we've seen. I think they've got We have no way platform their best abilities, in my opinion, in any way, shape, or form.
I agree with that.
They've got so much, and it's the manager's job to motivate them, to get them up for certain situations, to get more out of them. And
but they should also have a bit of personal pride as well.
Okay, whatever, but I agree with that, and they deserve criticism. But at the end of the day, it falls down the manager. If he can't get any more out of them, you need to have a different voice in there. And yeah, we can criticise them till the cow comes home, but we need them to stay up. That's it. We can't change the players. January's gone. There's no signings coming in. We're not selling anyone. We can have that conversation in the summer. But between now and the end of the season, they need to get us out the shit, because they're the ones who need to get the results on the pitch. And they need a different voice in that dressing room. 100%.
Totally agree.
So, whatever, we can talk about the players. But for me, I would have a conversation with Zerbi. I don't know if I'd make the appointment, but I'd 100% consider him. I think we should sit down and have a chat with him and see where his head's at and if it's the right fit. My gut tells me it's probably not, but I'll definitely have a conversation with him. Or we do what everyone's expecting, and interim till the end of the season, and Pochettino. One thing to say about Poch, didn't Gus Hiddink, wasn't he an international manager when he went into interim at Chelsea? I'm pretty sure he was an international manager at the time, and he was doing a double job.
I don't know. I think I've only ever seen it on Football Manager.
No, I think he was. Chat, let me know if I'm wrong. Wasn't Hiddink, because he had 2 interim spells, didn't he? I think one of the interim spells he was an international manager. And then when he took that job at Chelsea, I might be wrong on that.
Was he Russian manager or something?
Something like that, yeah. I think maybe in 2008, maybe not. Yeah, someone says yes. Russia. He was Russia coach and Chelsea coach. So could we have an agreement with USA? Because he's only got friendlies between now and the World Cup, right? As much as I understand he's got a lot of work to do with the USA between now and the World Cup, he'll only have the players for a couple of international breaks. And then once the season ends, he will.
I like the way this is going. I like the way of thinking.
Could we have an agreement with USA and Poch? Look, just allow him to come in, save us, and then once the season ends, he goes full time with USA until the World Cup, and then comes back full time with us.
The problem I have with that is that Pochettino usually gets off to bad starts. He kind of needs a pre-season, and he kind of needs that time on the training pitch, which he's not going to get. You come in now, you're in the thick of the action, aren't you?
Absolutely.
So, is that such a smart move?
You know what?
Knowing how
You talk about slow start, right? The start that he had at Tottenham, yes, it was slow, but he got enough. He'll probably got enough wins in that start to keep us up now.
Yeah, but he had a pre-season behind him to judge all his players and all that kind of stuff.
Well, he has 12 days now. It's something.
It is something, but
look how Carrick got United playing very quickly.
I know, but Carrick and Poch are different managers.
So Carrick can get a team playing straight away and Poch can't? Poch can implement something. Poch, he's a good manager. I'm sure.
But we know what Poch is like. We know he needs time. We know he usually gets off to poor starts. We can't afford poor starts. We need to get points now.
But my point is, even in his poor starts, he still gets wins. There might be the most convincing wins, but he still gets wins on the board. That's what we need. He won his first 2 games as Tottenham manager. Mm-hmm. He won his first. I know it didn't go well in the first few months, but in his first 2 games he won. So if he can do that for us, that'd be great. Even if it's not the most convincing performances, I would 100% be on the phone to USA and Pochettino if there's anything we can do there about having him come in, save us from relegation, and then go full time on the USA if it's possible. And if not, when it comes to interims, I don't know. Obviously, there's Heitinga. Obviously, there's Mason. Obviously, there's people for Harry Redknapp. All these different coaches. I don't know who the right guy as an interim. I'm not in the world of football where I know the quality of coaches to that level of degree where I can say this guy's going to be a good interim. This guy isn't. Blah blah blah. All I know is we need a new voice. We need something else.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be against it. I'm just not for sure if it's the smartest move. But look, I'll back it 100% for sure. But I am delighted that this news has come today. I really am. But it does still. I am still worried about, looking forward and to see how this season can turn around. But
look, the reality is, sacking Frank doesn't guarantee we stay up. That's the truth, 100%. But we were heading down.
Yeah.
So we had to make that change. We had to roll the dice. We had to.
I agree.
We were getting relegated, in my opinion. We won 2 wins in 17 games, and only one of those wins was convincing. So
Sim, this morning,
it's ridiculous.
This morning, Antonin Kinski has taken to Instagram.
Yeah.
And he's just put out a post of just him in a Spurs shirt and the caption saying, "Heart's desire."
Heart's desire? Does that mean he's happy?
That's what it would suggest.
Is there an emoji there?
Yeah, of a heart.
Of a heart. As in, was that just now?
2 hours ago.
Well, the news broke at 10, so maybe that's before. But maybe he knew the news?
Yeah, I'm sure they knew within the club before it got released.
Maybe, I don't know. I remember on the documentary, didn't they only find out on Sky Sports News when Poch got
They
sacked?
did, but I reckon this. I mean, I got a text last night saying he's going to get sacked in the morning. So if
You're ahead of the squad.
if I doubt that. I'm sure people within the club knew.
Maybe, probably.
And I think as well, I reckon that that Vinay and people like that would have spoken to key members of the squad regarding this decision, because they didn't want to take this decision lightly. Daniel Levy was a lot stronger, wasn't he? And he would make the decision on his own, probably without consulting members of the first team. But I don't think these guys are as strong.
No, there's a few nuggets coming out about how the sacking has played out. According to Tom Allnut, Vinay Venkatesham recommended Thomas Frank sacking to the owners last night. The owners then decided to take action. So I think obviously losing Vinay, that was the final straw. Obviously,
Mate,
he was the biggest.
Vinay is so bloody incompetent. It's a joke. Like, how is it only last night? Oh, you know what? I think we should sack this guy.
Know, it's
only
madness.
last night. It's
Madness.
ridiculous. You wait till we get to the pits at the bottom of the Premier League. 3 points. He's probably only when West Ham scored. He's probably thinking, you know what? Maybe we should make a change here. Like, so incompetent. He's waited till we're going down and down and down. If we would have made a change after the West Ham game, there is actually a possibility you go on a good run of form. We could get European football for next season. That's all gone now. You know what I mean? So how incompetent can you be? Get Vinay out of this club. Get Johan Lang out of this club. These guys are clueless. They are clueless. Johan Lang, look at him. Ever since he's left Villa, they've gone on the up and up and up. He's clueless. He can't get a deal over the line. Vinay, what is he? It's an Arsenal troll in the backroom staff at Spurs, making the shots and calling the decisions. I'm just sick of it. That is who I'm angry at. I'm not angry at Thomas Frank. I'm angry at Vinay. I'm angry at Lange. I'm angry at the decision makers at this football club. They're the ones that have put us in this situation. They're the ones that need to be berated on a week-to-week basis. They're the ones that need to shape up or get out this football club. They're the ones.
Absolutely. Someone says, read Sky Sports Live. What's he said? Because there's a few other nuggets I want to get through as well, but what's people saying? Sky Sports Live says, as it stands, early indications are that an interim appointment until the end of the season is the most likely route Tottenham will go down. There are a number of reasons for this, but I think high among them is that there is expected to be a lot of change in the head coach market in the summer and more available. Yeah, I understand that as well. I think unless you're going to go for Xavi Hernandez or Zerbi, unless you're convinced by one of those, you're going to have to wait in the summer until more.
I guarantee you that I reckon my prediction now for the direction of travel: Johnny Heitinga till the end of the season, and then Poch in the summer. That's the way I think it's going to go.
Yeah, I think that's you're probably right about that. Unless we do what United did, an interim of the interim.
Oh, Jao Polinia on Instagram. Thank you for everything, coach. So,
That's it?
yeah.
No long message, just thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. I mean, look, I think it's pretty standard, isn't
One
it?
of his lackeys. No, I'm joking. Ali Gold says, Thomas Frank lost the confidence of the dressing room. He put his faith in the small core leadership group of players. Some of those outside the main group would go days without getting barely a word from him on an individual basis, and few knew where they stood with him.
Look, the reality is the warning signs were there from really early on for Thomas Frank, all the way starting after that Chelsea game when he got ignored by Mickey van der Ven, when he got ignored by Jed Spence walking off the pitch. It's just been on a fast downward spiral since then. And you know what? We all talk about his tactics, and his tactics obviously weren't good enough. But I think the main problem with Thomas Frank was his man management style and the way to get players on board, because you can get better results playing his style of football if you have the players on board and if the players fight tooth and nail and actually believe in what he's trying to do. But no player actually, I don't think they believed in what he was trying to do. That was the biggest issue.
There's some real interesting stuff coming out from Matt Law about it. One source, this is from Matt Law, one source said Thomas Frank was constantly going on to the Spurs players about Arsenal, and they quickly got sick of it. Before and after the game at the Emirates, he was telling them how good Arsenal were. The feeling among some were very much just shut up about Arsenal. This guy is a gooner, man. Him and Vinay, get the rot out of our club. These gooners in disguise. Unbelievable.
What's he going on about Arsenal for?
Constantly, apparently. He was going on so much about Arsenal, the players had to tell him to shut up about Arsenal. Stop going on about Arsenal. What is going on at this football club?
I don't understand how we've got to this stage with such a major gooner infiltration at this football club.
Incredible.
How have we got to this stage? Seriously, how?
So the Arsenal Cup, he took it from home, I'm telling you. He took the Arsenal Cup from home. It wasn't placed. More from Matt Law, he says, almost from day one, there was a feeling within the squad that Thomas Frank placed too much emphasis on the opposition in training and preparation. A source has said most of the work was on what to do out of possession and how to nullify the opposition rather than work on how they could hurt opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that one's obvious, isn't it?
You can see that on the pitch.
That one's obvious, and I think that we've heard nuggets in that sort of similar vein as well. Like, you're Tottenham Hotspur at the end of the day. You know, we just won the Europa League last year. 5, 6, 7, however many years ago we're in the Champions League final. We should trust our own abilities and be able to focus on our own game, to take the game to the opposition. That's the reality.
More coming out from this Matt Law article. He says, social media pictures poking fun at Thomas Frank and portraying him as an obsessive Arsenal fan were not just shared amongst Spurs fans, but also members of staff and players.
Mate.
Well, that obviously undermines him, doesn't he? When how are you going to respect someone when those things are getting shared? It's like when the Potter stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As soon as that came out, they sacked him, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like a week later.
Yeah. And there was also, I think, a Leeds one with Brad, was the American Leeds manager.
Calling him Ted Lasso.
Yeah, and all that. You know, they got rid of him quite quickly. But after going on about Arsenal obsessively and then picking up the Arsenal Cup and then all these memes coming out, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? Let's be real.
Absolutely.
It was always going to happen.
Yeah. God, it's been a disaster, man. It's been such a disaster. And when you've got players making fun of you behind your back, sharing these posts around, you can see we said it from day one. These guys, not day one, but these guys don't respect him. It's been clear. We saw it after the Chelsea game. They showed a lack of respect. That was the first clear alarm bell where Van de Ven and Spence walked past him without even interacting with him. It's only gotten worse since then. He hasn't ever had the respect of these players. And yeah, I think it's clear to see this has just been the wrong fit. He doesn't have the charisma and the mentality to be a manager of a club of this size.
And there you go, Heitinga taking training from the Times.
Yeah, 8 months taking training today. So whether that's indication that he's going to be interim, I guess interim of training today. Johnny Heitinga.
What do you reckon the mood is like in the camp now that Frank is gone?
I think there's probably a lift. I think they probably look. I think they understand we're in the shit. I don't think it's party time. Put it that way. You know, sometimes if you're like, let's say, mid-table, and you're struggling to get Europe, and he's holding us back right now, you know, he could give the whole place a lift, and maybe it's time to let the shackles off and maybe make a late charge for Europe. Right now, we are in a relegation battle.
We need someone to come in and going, have your ketchup back,
yeah,
mate.
get the ketchup. But like the players should realise that as much as, you know, Thomas Frank failed massively, we are not out of the woods yet. We are in massive trouble. So we need them all to pull together. I don't know if it's like, it must be a relief and it takes the pressure off a bit maybe. When now, hopefully the shackles will come off some of these players and we can start playing with lots more freedom. But there has to be a lot of concern still about the position we're in. So I can't have smiles until we're out this relegation battle.
Absolutely. It's one guy that needed to go, but the dominoes need to fall now. The dominoes need to fall. and that includes Lange, Vinay. You're looking at the whole backroom staff that have come in. Literally, only a few days ago, we brought someone in from Brentford, a physio. So what happens with these guys now? Every single Brentford backroom staff, I don't even know if any of them have done a good job. The only one that seems like he's done a good job is Jorgensen, and he's the only one that didn't come from Brentford, which is crazy. But I hope Jorgensen keeps his job. Maybe we should just give it to Jorgensen for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it worked for Brentford, didn't it? Giving it to a set-piece coach. So he's the only one who seems to be doing his job at the moment.
That's what I said,
Jorgensen. So why not? Why not? I don't know. The whole thing has been an absolute mess from start to finish. It's just been absolutely diabolical how this club has been run.
It's a good step. That's what I'm saying. It's a good step right now, but we've got a lot of work to do from now to the end of the season just to stay clear of relegation. How mad is it that we're sitting here as Tottenham Hotspur fans in 2026? How many years in the new stadium? 5 or 6 years in the new stadium. Had a Champions League final back then on the back of winning the Europa League, and we're sitting here about genuine concerns about getting relegated. When we're sitting here, not only about genuine concerns about relegation, but showing the worst form out of all the teams that we're going up against for relegation. It is just mind-boggling. It is terrible. And the feeling inside the stadium, I've never felt that way inside a stadium before, with everyone around me had a genuine fear that Spurs could go down. Everyone was checking on their phones about the West Ham Manchester United result. When West Ham scored last night, oh my God, I've never felt something like that before, and I don't ever wish to feel like that again, man. It was a scary, scary moment. It really was.
Yeah, I'm just reading through some of the article here from Matt Law, see if there's any more nuggets from him about, a source said most of the work done, and that's what I said. There's going to be more stuff breaking, isn't there? An exclusive reported by the Telegraph thought players discussed their relationship with fans in a meeting after the defeat Chelsea. It can now be revealed that players who had arrived in the summer were shocked to hear long-serving players articulate their strong feelings on what they believed was a long-standing disconnect. That disconnect quickly widened, with fans turning on goalkeeper Vicario and Van der Ven, and you're singing "You're Getting Sacked in the Morning." The vehemence of the chanting against Frank and the defeat to West Ham forced Tottenham and the Lewis family to consider their options. The Dane was given a quick stay of execution after the Dortmund game. It was the Champions League that ultimately stopped Frank from being sacked sooner. But there was no shaking the trouble feeling he had inherited an unbalanced squad that was incapable of competing domestically and in Europe, and that he was badly short of leaders. Any other sources? Some believe Romero has been granted special privileges, blah, blah, blah. We heard that. Any other nuggets? It's not just Romero's discipline that has been questionable, as timekeeping was an issue for the player, for players young and old. The Dane tried to draw a line in the sand by leaving Basuma out of his first squad following repeated incidents, and Basuma apologised. But then called upon, and then he was called upon against West Ham. It was just the latest and listed examples of Frank undermining his own authority. He had a no dickheads policy, but implementing that in North London was not easy, as he might have anticipated or liked.
Was that a lot of dickheads in North London?
Apparently, the cultural problems he encountered were not confined to his players, with issues existing and presenting themselves in other areas of the club. They will not be magically cured by another change of head coach, and at Christmas Frank had candidly warned club chiefs that the second half of the season would remain bumpy with tough moments. But even after the embarrassing West Ham defeat, the former Brentford manager believed he could turn around the Spurs as quote-unquote super tanker. There were encouraging signs in Champions League victories and a draw against City, but an 11th league defeat against Newcastle, during which supporters again chanted "Getting Sacked in the Morning" and for Poch, proved fatal. Frank claimed he was convinced he retained the backing of the Tottenham board after the loss, but that belief proved to be another rookie error to add to the list for the 52-year-old. A message for his successor is clear: don't mention the A word.
I tell you what, like, looking at his demeanour in all his interviews and his press conferences last night, I think he knew it was coming.
He looked a beaten man, especially that one with TNT. he was giving evils to that reporter, but he looked a completely.
He
beaten
knew.
man.
I think he knew he was sacked. I think he knew what was coming that night or the following morning for sure, because I think his demeanour completely changed from previous games. He was much more defiant about his job in previous games. This time, I think he knew. I really do.
According to Polymarket, Tottenham currently stand a 17% chance of relegation.
Which is mad. 17% chance. Crazy. But look, that is the news today. Thomas Frank has been sacked from Tottenham Hotspur. Obviously, we'll keep you in the loop of how this situation does move forward and does manoeuvre. But Johnny Heitinga is taking training. Is he going to be the interim? We've got a long wait now to the North London derby. But they need to make a change. They need to make a decision quickly, so we can imprint some ideas for that game.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think they've made the decision now because they've got 12 days, and they didn't. And I think maybe beforehand
they got more time as if it was coming in a few days' time on the weekend for sure.
So don't make any rash decisions, but we don't leave it too long because we got a very important game coming up. We need points. Even if it's Arsenal, we need points just to stave us from relegation. We are in the thick of a massive dogfight. So make the right decision. Take a few days if you need, but we need to get the ball rolling on a new manager as soon as we can, for sure.
All right, you want to go through some super chats?
Yep. Sam Kang. Clearly, they saw Zerbi and pulled the trigger. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see whether the Zerbi thing is linked. I like Zerbi as a manager. I think he's a really, really good manager. And he's done really good jobs where he's been in recent years. Whether he's a good fit for Tottenham, I don't know. Whether he could put up with what we throw at him at the board, I don't know. There's a lot of question marks about Zerbi. But I like him. I love the football he plays. I think he plays brilliant football, and he will definitely keep us up. I'm pretty certain of that, but I don't know. F3T Poch makes Sundelli. He can make a new era with Poch. Yeah, I think we got a lot of talent in this squad. A lot of people will completely go in on the squad, and they'll go in on how bad they are and all this kind of stuff. Some people saying worst squad we ever had, and the results are there for all to see. From that point of view, it is. But I think there's a lot of untapped potential in the squad. There's a lot of good players here, and I think a different manager, can get a lot more out of these players. I'm certain of it. I think the current manager was failing woefully to get what he should have from these players. F3T again this season with Ryan Mason, new era with Poch. Yeah, I don't know. Another Mason season, third time lucky. I don't know if I want Mason again, but then again, who do I want as interim? That's obviously the big
Mason's
question.
got a better win percentage than Frank.
Yeah, you're right about that. Malware, and they said it became untenable after this Newcastle defeat. It's been untenable for months ago. Overdue sacking. So much emotional damage has been done. Yeah, and that's another question. Have we left it too late? We should have done this earlier, but now we're kind of scrambling. It's a big problem.
Left it too late for what?
To save ourselves. That we've put ourselves in this position.
Well, we can still save ourselves. We haven't left it too late to save ourselves.
Yeah, but could we have done this when we were 10 points clear instead of 5 points clear?
100%.
So in the sense that, have we left it too late to stop ourselves being in a proper relegation battle? Then that we could have avoided this situation altogether if we would have sacked him a few weeks ago or months ago and got those wins required.
Yeah.
Because could have another manager got more wins than fucking 2 in 17?
I think we all know that this should have come weeks and weeks ago.
So that's his point. Have we left it too late in a sense that we're now embroiled in this relegation battle? And that could have been avoided.
I think that, there's a chance for it to be avoided. There's no guarantees that it would have been avoided. However, we had winnable games, didn't we?
Absolutely.
We had the Burnley. If we would have won that Burnley game alone, the situation would look a lot better. Just like one game. So we've left it too late for sure, but it's not salvageable. But yeah,
it's not fatal. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, after the West Ham game, what have we had in the league? We've had Burnley, Man City, Man United. That's the only 3 games we've had, right?
Since the sorry?
West Ham game.
Yeah.
The 3 games.
And then obviously a couple of Champions League games.
And he's picked up. I'm talking about just the Premier League. So he's picked up 2 points in that game. I think best case scenario, we probably win the Burnley game.
4 games. Yeah, he's had Burnley
and Newcastle.
Yeah.
And Newcastle. Yeah.
2 points from 4 games.
So the Burnley game and the Newcastle game really should have been wins. Really should have been wins. And if we win those 2 games, then I don't think anyone's really that worried about relegation. So yeah, he's probably right, to be honest.
Look, when he says leave it too late, I mean in the sense that it's now like no guarantees we stay up, whereas we could have avoided that situation where we're not drawn into this. And now it's like whatever we do at this point, it could be too late in a sense that we could go down. What? It's not too late as in there's 12 games left, so obviously there's a chance to save ourselves, but it's now kind of in the balance where it didn't have to be like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What were you going to say?
Let's look at Johnny Heitinga's interim time at Ajax, because everyone looks at Johnny Heitinga's full-time job at Ajax beginning of the season. It's obviously it went terribly, but how did it go as him for an interim role at Ajax?
Well, Jerome says Johnny Heitinga, the man that got Ajax to lose 6-0 to Alkmaar. Okay, then we are going down. I actually think he was gone by then. I might be wrong, but so Johnny Heitinga. Let's take a look at you. So his interim was 22 games, 14 wins, 4 draws and 4 losses. 63%.
So his interim role was actually pretty good.
Yep, seemed like that. Obviously, what's John Ajax? Is that under 21s or something?
Yeah, that's their youth. That's their reserve team.
Didn't have a great record there. 59 games, 23 wins, 19 losses. His full-time role at Ajax was 15 games, 5 wins, 5 draws, 5 losses. Very similar to like Nuno, I guess. He was only in charge for 3 months, so yeah, pretty much Nuno. He got Nuno'd, essentially, after a really poor run of form. But yeah, he was interim for 6 months, essentially, and did all right, didn't he? That was before going to Liverpool. So I don't know. Do we look at his interim job or how we did full time and make the judgments there? It's hard to know. What is the real Heitinga?
You probably have to just look at both and make a decision. But I think we're going to go for Johnny Heitinga. I think that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, because the thing is, he's just been appointed, hasn't he? So he's not going to get sacked, is he? He's not going to leave. I think you're right. I think Heitinga probably does come in as interim.
Just looking, was he the manager of that 6-0 defeat? He was not.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he'd already gone by then.
The manager of Ajax at that time, his name is Grim.
Grim. Absolutely grim.
Just get some water. Go, carry on with that.
F3T again says Spurs won't like strong personalities like Zerbi. Spurs must use Xavi or Xavi Alonso or Harry Redknapp or Poch. I mean, the Redknapp's a name that just keeps coming up with fans. He's not going to come back. It's just not going to happen.
He's too focused on his horse racing, Harry Redknapp.
His time's been and gone. He's I don't know if he's up to it anymore. Jake Donnelly, do you think Kane comes back if Poch does?
I think there's more of a chance of it, but I think that there's a lot of work to do at this football club, even if Poch comes before Kane even considers.
We need to be in the Premier League first before we can talk about Harry Kane. Huh?
Champions League.
No, Premier League.
Oh.
F3T says, this season, Redknapp, next season, Alonso or Poch. F3T again, this season with Harry Redknapp, next season with Xavi. You keep changing your mind, F3T. Malware says, and they sacked Ange for this stinky cheese Danish mug. Worst manager ever for Spurs. I don't even want to chew gum again. It's going to remind me of Frank. Yeah, that's another element to it.
That you don't want to chew gum again.
No, not that. But they obviously, a lot of people who wanted Anche they sacked him for this ultimate disaster, and that obviously makes it even worse that this has played out the way it has played out. It's crazy to think we somehow have less points at this stage of the season than we did at this stage last season. I don't know how we managed it, but it got even worse. And I don't know. And last season we never got as low as 16th until game week 33. That's when we fell at that point. This season somehow, obviously you got to say the teams down the bottom are better than they were last season, but still it's ridiculous how we've managed to.
Up until I think 2 weeks ago we had actually got more points than at this stage last season. I don't know if it's changed over the last week or so. I think we were 2 points.
Well, I think it was around this time we got 3 wins in a row, isn't it? And
right.
That's probably
that's what's changed it.
Yeah. Steve Nichols, it's got to be Allardyce or Warnock or even Hodgson. LOL. Robbie Keane is the man. I would take Robbie Keane as interim if he's willing to come, but don't know if that's going to be the case.
Robbie Keane won't come as interim. The only way Robbie Keane comes is in a full-time capacity. He's not going to leave his job that he's doing very well in just to come here for a few months. It's just not going to happen.
Clifton, Zia, as bad as Frank was, he was not backed really. Well, I think in the summer he was given players, probably better window than most managers. He wasn't
because he got good players in the summer, and obviously he didn't do a good job up until the point of the January transfer window. But in the January transfer window, we were in desperate need, desperate measures. And not only did he not get the players that he needed with the injuries that we did have, but we also sold Brennan Johnson, brought Manuel Solomon back, loaned him out, and then we were just down on numbers. We started the window weak, we ended it even weaker. So in that sense, in the January transfer window sense, then yeah, there's definitely a point to be had there.
Yeah, he wasn't backed in the January window, that's for sure. I think we left ourselves woefully short. And look, as we said, we played with fire. We gambled. We gambled not signing anyone. We could have done with a few stress purchases, as Yang likes to call them. We could have done with panicking a bit, because right now we're in the shit. And we just got another injury. It could be a serious one. Vodabay yesterday. So our now third choice right winger is injured. So I don't know what we do. Moani's going to have to probably play right wing from now on.
I'll play Tell there.
Well, Tell has to start on the left.
Well, Javi.
Who's going to start on the 10?
Conor Gallagher.
God. I think Moani
Well, it depends. That's
play.
what Frank would have done. Let's see what the new manager does.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in big trouble. But I agree, Frank didn't get backed. But at the end of the day, we were woeful well before January. It had nothing to do with his backing or why he failed. Obviously it had something to do with it. It contributed, but he was not showing anything. We were awful going forward. We weren't good defensively, and it's been like that for most of the season. There was a period, maybe in the first 5-6 games of the season, where defensively we were fairly solid. I'll give him that. Yeah, but we were on the ball. Our in possession play has been up there, or down there I should say, with some of the relegation standard teams. But how bad we've been on the ball.
But at least before January, in December, in November, in October, at least we were picking up wins here and there. The Crystal Palace win, the Brentford win. I know
I stopped in October.
Well, the Crystal Palace win was in December, wasn't it?
When you say here and there, it's 2 in 17.
Yeah, I get that. Look, I'm not saying it's good enough. I'm saying he deserved to be sacked. But what I'm saying is that before January, we were picking up the odd win.
Not
here
from
and
October.
There. Huh?
From October, it stopped.
What do you mean?
The wins pretty much dried up after October.
I'm just saying we beat Palace in December.
Yeah.
We beat Brentford in November.
Okay, but that's not here and there. That's literally 1 in whatever. 10.
That is here and there.
That's not really a winning here and there.
Yeah, it is. That's literally what it is.
That's like saying Wolves won 1 game, so they're winning here and there. They won 1 game in whatever.
We were winning like 1 game a month or something in those months.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sitting here and trying to back up Thomas Frank saying, yeah, he deserves to stay in the job. I'm saying he won a few games here and there. That stopped after December, at the end of December, after the Crystal Palace game. We haven't won a game since, right? How do they look at that and seeing the run that you go in January and not panic by a few signings, knowing that we're dropping deeper and deeper in the table?
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. But look, maybe it was part of it that they just didn't want to. They didn't feel confident in him and didn't want to give him a bunch of money. Maybe that was part of it as well. I mean, which is a ridiculous way of looking at it. So if that's the case, you sack him. You don't keep him in place and hope he turns it around. Like you get him gone.
Exactly. So the whole thing is just absolutely ridiculous, man. The whole thing is ridiculous.
The missing texture says, I think Mason till the end of the season is probably what will happen.
And the whole thing as well is like, even if you don't want to back Thomas Frank, you know that the squad is in dire straits. No matter who the manager is, they need players. They need players through the door.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who the manager is.
I agree. Yeah, and as you say, any manager's going to have to contend with having 12 fit players right now.
That's the thing.
So whoever it is we're in big trouble. And yeah, Mason to the end of the season. Yeah, a lot of people say that. I think we're probably going to give Heitinga maybe a few games. If he can't do anything, maybe we'll change again and get a different interim like we did last time with Stellini. Gave a few games. It failed miserably. We put Mason in charge.
You know what? You know how close Ryan Mason is with Pochettino? Mm-hmm. Just get Pochettino managing from afar through Ryan Mason.
Through walkie-talkie.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just get Ryan Mason in now. Let him hold the fort until Poch is ready till after the World Cup. But under the stewardship of Maurizio Pochettino.
Could have done with Matt Wells. Could have done Matt Wells in charge.
Yeah.
More super chats. Thomas Vagotis. Reality is the owners haven't bought the players we need. Doesn't matter who the manager is. Same thing will happen if it doesn't change at the top.
Yeah,
that's true. That's the reality. It all filters down from the top. Look, at the end of the day, as much as I'm critical of Frank and he had to go, they put him in charge. They're the ones who made the decision, and they were very, they sacked Ange, and they're the ones who went through this big 30-point plan or 30 candidates and whatever. So it was their decision making. So 100%. They have to take ultimate responsibility of what's happened here, and it's a horrific look on the hierarchy. And Levy has left in September, and they made a whole big song and dance about how things are going to change, all this kind of stuff, and it's ended in disaster in this way early on.
I guess things have changed in the sense that they actually stuck with a terrible manager. At least if Levy was here, this guy would have been gone months ago. Months ago, I'm telling you, he probably would have been gone before the West Ham game. As much as I didn't like Levy, at least he had a bit of conviction himself to make a decision. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
When things are not going right.
Mr. Graham Cooper. We can't go sideways with a manager like Frank again. We need a big name to appease the fans. Then we need to back him with money. Yeah, I mean, Poch is going to be the guy, isn't it?
If Poch does come in, where do you think this leaves the likes of like Van de Ven and Romero and people like that?
I think I don't know. I think right now they're looking at this club saying this is an absolute mess. This is all over the shop. They've been sold projects, by Ange, by Frank, by this club, and it just doesn't seem to change. Now, Poch is a guy who can motivate. I think everyone appreciates Poch is a great manager. So it's about whether those conversations go well and he can get them back on side. But there's sometimes, as Ange saw when he first came in, Kane had made up his mind. Like, there's nothing he could have said to get Kane back on side. And whether Romero and Van der Ven are at that point, we don't know until it happens, do we?
There's been an Instagram story from Pedro Porro saying, "Thank you very much and the best for your career, boss. A pleasure."
All right, fair enough.
Don't know if a pleasure is the way I would...
A pleasure?
I would call it, but fair play to Pedro Porro. I thought this morning when I saw the news, I thought no player is going to come out and say anything.
Yeah, but the one thing is the message they're putting out now, and look at the message Ange was getting, like the long paragraphs he was getting.
Yeah, I think Ange got paragraphs from some players, but he also got a few liners from a couple of players as well.
Yeah, but let's see if Frank gets any.
No chance he's going to get any paragraphs.
Um,
You've got to remember, these guys won a trophy with Ange as well.
Jacob James was so easy to get both Lookman and Duran in January. Yep, that's obviously in hindsight looking absolutely silly, isn't it? We didn't push forward on that.
I'll take Oscar Bob right now.
Yep.
I'll take Manuel Solomon right now.
Wibbers, there's a certain Aussie on a Greek island. Get Ange as interim for the rest of the season.
If Ange really had anything about him, there's no chance he returns to this football club, especially not in a relegation
If
battle.
he had anything about him, he would come back and save us.
He'll probably come in and say we can still win the league.
Oh, 100%. It's who we are, mate. My mum, Judy Daniel, in the chat. Let's hope a decision is made quickly as time is not on our side. Mum speaking facts.
Yeah.
Speaking absolute facts. She's as worried as relegation as anyone else. Let's hope a decision is made quickly. Absolutely. Beyond the vanishing, Robbie Keane on a 2-year deal. His mandate is to keep up in this league. Challenge for top 4 next season. He's a very good coach and a mentor. Come on, you Spurs. I mean, would you offer Robbie Keane a full-time job? I don't know.
I think he needs a bit more time in management first, to be honest. He's had a very good start to his managerial career. But for me, all leads lead to Pochettino. We have to bring Pochettino back. I'm convinced of it. He's the only manager I want.
Alex Crook says Zerbi was a contender pre-Postecoglou, but not keen at this stage. Believed to be more open now following his Marseille exit. Mason not yet sounded out for a third Spurs caretaker. Heitinga remains on the coaching staff as it stands.
Yeah, talking about the coaching staff, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to the likes of Cochrane and Jorgensen and everyone else that came in with Thomas Frank. Justin Cochrane, 6 months ago or 8 months ago, whatever it is, they were talking about him being considered for the Brentford role full time. So does he stick around as a coach? Does he go somewhere else? What happens with these guys now?
Yeah, I don't know. We also appointed a Brentford physio not so long ago. So that's literally a guy who's just come in. So I agree. It's a big conversation to be had. Did these guys come for Frank, or are they now here and do we trust them to be part of the furniture now for the long term? Is a new guy we know Poch has a bunch of staff. He brings it with him everywhere he goes. So obviously, if he comes in, with Jesus as his assistant, what does that mean for Cochrane and Heitinga? You can't keep both of them unless one of them takes on a different role, or we have 3 assistants, which sounds a bit much. So that's going to be a lot of sorting out to do, isn't it? About who stays, who goes, who trusts. Because obviously, I think Heitinga has a good reputation as assistant. Cochrane was highly sought after, and he seemed someone who's a good assistant as well. So we wouldn't want to lose those guys, would we? In theory.
Well, Cochrane's an Arsenal fan, though. Better to get these guys out of the club.
One of these Gooner infestations.
Just get all these Gooners out of the club, man. I'm sick of it. I really am sick of it. This infiltration is too much. There's just too many Arsenal heads in our club right now.
Frank going on about Arsenal every bloody day.
You know what I mean? And that's backed up by Cochrane, who's an Arsenal fan.
Apparently, according to Alex Crook, contingency plans have been made at Tottenham ever since the turn of the year. So
where are these contingency plans then?
And they were looking at Carrick as one option, but he obviously went to United. Interim appointment likely, but not 100% decided yet. Poch would be keen on returning post-World Cup. He says, understand Zerbi unlikely to come in mid-season, more inclined to take time off to recharge.
Who needs time to recharge?
Zerbi.
Recharge the fire-spitting dragon.
His ITK.
There is no chance De Zerbi's ever going to work at this football club. No chance. It might be fun for a little bit, but it's never going to work.
Oh, fun! The fun could keep us up, hopefully.
Maybe.
Spriv and ITK says, before the new year, players were baffled by set-piece strategies in training, which led to 2 key players in the squad raising concerns, which were immediately shut down. Youth players will get called up to the squad without getting any word from the manager at all.
What do you mean from the set piece? That was our best part of our game.
Yeah, no, that was exactly the only thing that was working. I'm sure there's going to be more things coming out, isn't there? More leaks and whatever. A couple more super chats. Vinicius Carrera says, they waited for the window to close to avoid pressure to sign for the new manager. Lange's head needs to roll today before they come up with Frank 2.0.
Absolutely spot on. Johan Lang needs to get out of this football club. Seriously. What, is he going to get promoted, demoted, promoted, demoted? Like, he's not good enough. He is not good enough for the job that we need. Nowhere near. You know what I mean? Look at the job he did at Villa and look at the trajectory Villa have been on since he's left. And all the cronies that he brought with him from Aston Villa, a failing project at that point. And we decided to give him the keys at Tottenham. It's just the whole thing is pathetic.
Yeah, Lange is woefully underperformed. The squad planning ever since he's come here has been atrocious. It's been absolutely atrocious. It's not even about the quality of the player brought in. It's more about signing players where they fit in, what profile they are.
He's clueless.
It is nonsense. For 3 years, we've had no backup left back to a doggy. 3 years. How has that not been addressed? Son, we knew it's possible he was going to leave and he's on his last legs. No succession planning for Son.
There was a succession plan. We got Matty's tell.
The whole thing has been a nonsense. His squad planning has been ridiculous. No backup left centre back for 3 years since Van der Ven's come into this football club. No number 6 who can pass the ball. There's been no sort of appetite to get in players that we need in that position.
It's a good point as well. Not only did they hire Thomas Frank, which look, I said it was the right decision at the time. Obviously, I was completely wrong, and I looked like an idiot for backing him as much as I did. But Johan Lang, Vinay, and the decision maker Daniel Levy, they made him 3rd highest paid manager in the league. 3rd highest, like how? How is that even even I would have said at the time 3rd highest paid manager is a bit much.
I don't know what we were thinking. What was he done to get the 3rd highest paid job? Apparently, so it says Tottenham paid 6.7 million to bring Frank and his staff. Okay, that doesn't really matter. It's crazy. I mean, at least Conte, when we made him the highest paid manager in the league, we knew what a good manager he was.
Miguel Delaney says Tottenham consider Pochettino their ideal next manager and want to install the Argentine immediately, but they have to consider a contingency plan with an interim up until the summer due to the World Cup. I mean, let's just get the dual role going, man. Come on.
Get the dual role.
I tell you, if Paratici was still here,
yeah, he could get it done.
He would be able to get that done.
Jog 5748, bring Ange home, save us from relegation, build him a statue, and then sack him again and get Poch back. That seems like a crazy thing to do. But yeah, I guess the big question at the moment is, what do we do from now till the summer? That's going to be the big decision they've got to make. It's a difficult one because we're in the shit at the moment, and whether who can save us, who can just get us out of this situation where we're not going down. Clearly, Frank was too much for him. He couldn't even do that. But who is going to be that guy to save Tottenham from relegation? Is it even going to take much to save us from relegation? It just needs a couple of wins, really. 2 or 3 wins, and we're all right.
That is it.
Can anyone come in and get those wins at the moment?
I think Mason can do it.
Just a new voice.
I think Mason can do it. I don't think it's a hard job coming into Tottenham right now and just getting 3 wins from now to the end of the season. I really don't. Like we've got games like Leeds and Palace and Wolves. All these games, like why? I don't think it should be a hard role coming in and getting 3 wins from now to the end of the season. I really don't.
442 have retweeted a tweet they did back in 2018 in talking about his job at Bromby, Frank's job in Bromby in 2016, saying there were calls from Danish Bromby supporters to sack Thomas Frank due to his inability to integrate new players and lack of authority. That was a Bromby.
That was his first role, wasn't it?
Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. Apparently, they say there was online. He was being attacked in online forums under anonymous accounts. Apparently, one of them was the chairman.
Why didn't he just sack him then?
It was revealed to be the chairman posting about Frank as under a pseudonym.
Oh, that is ridiculous. Why didn't you just sack him then?
I don't know. That's nuts. Anyway, it's a story for another day. But Thomas Frank is actually gone. Do we look at Keith Andrews?
Oh, God.
Do we turn our attention to Keith Andrews? Do we look at him? Why do we get some callers on? I don't know. Should we do reacts? Maybe, I don't know how.
You know what?
Some stuff.
As well, like I keep talking about this ENIC playbook of sacking a manager and bringing in a club legend like they did at the start. Well, you know what? You know what they did before when they sacked George Graham and Glenn Hoddle? Who was our next game after that?
Sacked George Graham and Glenn Hoddle. Arsenal in the semi-final.
It's funny how things work out.
Oh, guys, it is absolutely a mental morning this morning. But this club is so incompetent. Aravind. Big up to Aravind.
Is that the Aravind?
Must be.
I miss Aravind, man.
Yeah, hasn't called him for a while. Tottenham Hotspur shouldn't be fighting for relegation, fighting for top four and the championship.
Yep.
Yeah, we know it's a disgrace that we're in the position that we're in. It's an absolute disgrace.
With the resources that this club has available, with the facilities at this club, for us to be where we're at it's beyond embarrassing. It is beyond everything imaginable. Like, can you imagine? Even if I told you last season, after that Europa League final, we'll be in a relegation battle next season, you'll be like, you're smoking crack here. What are you doing? And here we are, 4 points. How many? 5 points. 5 points above the relegation zone. So close to being 3. Arsenal round the corner, and they got Bournemouth at home.
The problem with installing the assistant coaches that we have is it is similar to the problem we had under Conte, in the sense that when we brought in Stellini was essentially just a worse version of Conte. He wanted to do the same thing. He obviously had an influence in the way we're playing, because he's assistant manager. They're not just voiceless, are they?
Yeah.
You can put it all down to the head coach, but it's a collective effort when they're building. They obviously have conversations. How do we want to play? How do we attack? So I'm sure Cochrane and Heitinga have been in those conversations. I doubt they're like, look, let's do this, and Frank is just overruling them. Frank seems like the kind of guy would be a collaborative approach, right? So if we're installing Heitinga or Cochrane, who's to say they're going to be much different in terms of the way they want to play?
I'd say the difference with that is that the people that Frank brought in originally, I think they're all part of the process and part of the plan. Like when we hired Ryan Mason as interim, he was already at the club before the manager came in, so he has his own ideas, right? Johnny Heitinga, he only just came in a few months ago, so he might have fresh ideas and a different way of playing, a different way of wanting to do things. I think that's true in what you're saying. Like with Stellini and Conte, they were of the same mold. They came in together and all that kind of stuff. If it was Poch getting sacked and Jesus Perez coming in, it would be the same thing. But Heitinga was brought in as a fresh voice and a fresh opinion. So I think it's completely different.
Yeah, fair enough. And obviously Heitinga as well was a big part of how Liverpool played, and Liverpool play different to us, don't they? So I think with Heitinga, you definitely have a point. So, yeah, I guess I can't see anyone else being in charge but him. I'll be come the Arsenal game. I'll be shocked if it's anyone else but Heitinga in terms of an interim, unless we do have something up our sleeve. Like,
would you take Ollie on an interim role?
Ollie Gunnar Solskjaer?
I wouldn't be against it.
I guess. Could he keep us?
He
up?
actually had a decent job at Manchester United.
But was part of it because he's a United legend. Everyone just rallied round him. Do we need a Tottenham legend for that, or could Ollie just do it? I mean, I don't know. He didn't do great with his other jobs, did he, Ollie? If I remember rightly.
What other jobs did he have?
Besiktas didn't do very well. Got sacked.
I think he started off quite well at Besiktas, and then it kind of went stale
Mulder,
after that.
I don't know how well he did a mould.
Look, put it this way: we don't need a manager to come in and I mean, it would be nice for a manager to come in and just smash it out for these 12 games, but we just need a manager to come in, get a few wins, and save us.
Mike McGrath has done an article about the potential replacements for Frank. Interim options: Ryan Mason, Johnny Heitinga, Harry Redknapp. Redknapp's not actually being considered, is he? Surely it's just a fan. We get the full article up. I think this whole Redknapp thing is just fan-led because he was our manager once and he did well. Like, no way the club actually thinking about Harry Redknapp, are they? So he says, let me get up.
Apparently, someone says in the comments, Redknapp has spoken on Sky Sports and wants the job.
Has he? I wouldn't be surprised if we got him to call in off his car window. Yeah, Heitinga, Harry Redknapp. Permanent options: De Zerbi, Pochettino, Marco Silva, Iraola, Xavi, Robbie Keane. Is he just positing? Ollie Glasner, Michael Carrick.
I don't think this is any info. This is just
him
yeah.
thing, just
potential options.
I mean, potential due to anything he's heard, or just potential just because that's what he thinks?
I think it's just the same old names, isn't it? That's always been put into the ring.
It's going to be very interesting 12 days at Tottenham Hotspur. Very interesting 12 days.
Just give me my Pochettino home, man. Just bring him home. That's all I'm going to say. Bring him home. Let me feel something again.
According to the odds, De Zerbi is now the favourite, 8-15 to be the new manager. Pochettino 9-2, Xavi 9-1.
So the odds for Thomas Frank to be sacked changed yesterday. In the morning it was 7-4, and then it turned after the game it went to 1-2 on. So the bookies all expected it last night. We all should have probably all expected it as well. What was the sentiment on the fan show last night? Did everyone think that he was going to be sacked?
Everyone was actually resigned to him staying.
Yeah, right.
Everyone was like, he has to go. He should have gone a while ago, but he's probably going to be kept on. I think I asked most fans when they called on, what is your gut telling you? Is he going to be in charge of Arsenal? And most people saying, yeah, they think he will be, but he shouldn't be. But yeah, Frank, I agree with you. Watching Frank yesterday, there definitely seemed bit of a different change in his demeanour. Before the game as well, what was it, against United? He seemed to be a bit more angry, a bit more passionate. Like, there was a different side to him coming out. So maybe he's been feeling the pressure for a few weeks. He definitely has aged, it seems, ever since from his first day at Tottenham. He seems like he's constantly got bags under his eyes and stuff. It's really ground him down, I feel, this job, and I feel for him on that sense. But
I reckon he goes to Palace in the summer.
Yeah,
I reckon that's a really good fit. And look, I think Thomas Frank's going to make a great career for himself. He's just not going to make a great career for himself at the top echelons in the Premier League. It's going to be kind of those mid-table, middle-of-the-road teams that could potentially get into Europe. You know what I mean? Like a Crystal Palace. I think it's a great fit, Thomas Frank and Crystal Palace.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I think any chance he's got at top club, I think this has gone worse than anyone could have ever imagined. Like, in terms of, everyone was saying when he was at Brentford, he needs a big job, right? He deserves it. And I agreed. I think in terms of the results he was getting, like, he deserved to get a chance at a good team, a better team with more resources. Maybe not a top six, but a better team.
Palace is a step up from Brentford.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying any now top team or team who wants to be in Champions League, I think will look at this job he's done, and I think they will never give him that second chance, I don't think. Unless he goes to another club like Palace and shows something else. Like, that chance is gone now. I think we've really seen what he's capable of when it comes to when all the focus is on him, when all the pressure is on him, when he's got asked to play in a different way, bigger egos, all this kind of stuff. He's completely sunk. He's completely drowned under the pressure. There's no doubt about it. This has been a disaster. When it comes to 10 managerial tenures in Premier League history, this is down there with the worst, I think, that you've ever seen,
Yeah.
I think. This has been a disaster of epic proportions, I think it's fair to say. So, yeah, I feel for him because I think his chance at a top team now, as much as he was highly rated, I think it's finished after this debacle. Unless people look at it and think, is it just Tottenham? Have Tottenham done this to him rather than him doing the job? There is a way of looking at that.
I think there is a bit of both. I do think there's a bit of both. It was a very hard situation for him to come into, and I feel like you always hark back to the comments that Jose Mourinho made, nice guys, they never win. And I think that's particularly the case at Tottenham, because when the situation is so bad, when there's a massive change in leadership and there seems like no direction from the top, you need someone that is going to stamp their authority in the club, in the dugout. And Frank's just not that guy. He's too nice for that.
What do we think was his ultimate downfall? Is there anything we can look at to think that was what really cost him, or is you just have to look at a multitude of things?
I think his ultimate downfall was his management style and lack of hard leadership that he could have over the squad, because I think you saw from early on that he just wasn't able to garner the full respect of the playing staff. And I think that's what's led to the biggest downfall, to be honest. And look, we all know the playing style and everything like that was a major contributing factor. But I think if he was a proper leader and if he could garner the respect of the players, we could have got more results playing this way.
Yeah, I think mentality was 100% for me the biggest thing. As much as I hated the football, and that was another big reason, I think it was essentially the mentality he came with the way he spoke to the players, the charisma. I think he was not a good figurehead for a team which has got so much attention on them, has got a global audience, have got players in there who have won big trophies, who have done big things and want to achieve big things in their career. When you're at Brentford, you're managing players who are maybe misfits at other clubs or coming down from other inferior leagues like the Danish league or whatever, and you're cobbling it together, and you're relying on good scouting and stuff, but obviously he's managing players who have come from the Championship or come from maybe Damsgaard came from like the bottom of Serie A or whatever it was, right? You've got players who, yes, they're talented, but they're misfits everywhere.
Well, I wouldn't say misfits, but he's giving...
Yeah, League Mbeumo comes from League 2, Liga, the second division in France. Maybe not misfits is the wrong word, but then some of them were misfits, but a lot of them are coming from other foreign leagues or inferior places.
The way to explain it is that he's giving players their big break and their big opportunity in the big league.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
There's that definitely, yeah, essentially, and he has to get them on side to believing, okay, if we play this way, I can get you competitive in the Premier League. I can get you playing in the way that you stand a chance of getting points. And imagine you're a player coming from those divisions, right, and those circumstances, right, and you've got a manager, right, who's getting you playing in a way where, wow, I'm actually at home in this league. We can actually play in this league. Like, we are actually competitive in every game. He's got us playing in a way where we can go to the Etihad and actually potentially get a result. We can play these big teams and be competitive. That's going to give you ultimate motivation, right? That's going to be like, wow, this guy, there's something to really buy into. When you've got the players that we've got, Romero, Van der Ven, Xavi, right? These are big players who've played at big tournaments, who have achieved a lot in their career, won big tournaments, just won a Europa League. Trying to motivate them to be competitive is not enough.
Well, he did get them to go to the Etihad and win.
Okay, whatever, but that's not the point. Just sending them the message, I can get you playing in a way that's competitive. that is not the message they want to hear. That is no way to. There's no mentality to be instilling in a group of players that have just won a European trophy. They want to hear that we're going to come into the season, we're going to be all guns blazing, we're going to be taking teams on, we're going to be dominating. We're not just to be competitive, we're going to be winning. We're going to be dominating teams. That's the message that these players want to hear, because that's the level they think they are. Whether they are that level or not, that's up for debate. But that's the level they think they're at because of where they've been in their careers and what they've done in their careers.
But you need to rise them up, not build them down. You need to make them believe that they're better than they are. That's the reality here. But if you're not doing that, then they're going to go to lower than their value.
But my point being is it's a lot easier to motivate a group of players like a Brentford when they probably like coming into this club, into Brentford, thinking, this is going to be so hard, and like they've got this manager in Frank who's got them playing in a way that can be competitive, so they're like super motivated. Wow, we're actually at home here. Tottenham, that was never going to cut it. Yeah, that was never ever going to cut it.
Going into Brentford, you lose 5 games in a row. You keep yourself safe from relegation. That's a good season. He's done his job. They're the lowest. Budgets in the Premier League. The job that he did at Brentford was sensational. Like, he overperformed at Brentford, and obviously a manager has come in and overperforming even more. But him staying them clear from relegation. If they lose 5 games in a row, they win 1 game in 2 months. Obviously, it's not great, but it's not the crisis that it is here. And he's not acting in a manner that says that. He's acting in a manner that, if we win 1 game in 2 months, it's all right, we're going to get better.
After the United game, he was like, if we wouldn't have lost this, it would have been 5 games we showed positive signs, and look what we're doing in these games. That game we had 10 minutes where we attacked well. This game we had half an hour, we attacked well. They're for me, there are positive signs. There are green shoots, where there's 2, even though it's 2 wins in 17, we've been playing a lot better in the last 10 games. We're doing this a lot better, we're doing that a lot better. At Brentford, I'm sure all those messages get taken on board. All those messages are the right messages, because you're playing with a bunch of players who you're not expecting them to be dominant. You're not expecting them to be some of the best players in the league or whatever, or to be some of the most talented players in Europe. Yes, you've got good recruitment and good scouting, but it's a miracle with the conditions you're under that you're even competitive. So when you're a Brentford manager and you have 1 game, right, where it's like, we showed good attacking, we went to the Emirates and had a few shots on target, or we played Chelsea and we were competitive for half an hour, those would be green shoots at Brentford. Those are rightfully green shoots at a team like Brentford. But at Tottenham, that is unacceptable mentality. Yeah. There's an unacceptable mentality, and that was his biggest flaw. And I think the players knew that. The players could see right through that. They're hearing these things he's saying. It's like, we just lost another game. And Thomas Frank, after the Bournemouth game, we lose 3-2 to a team that, again, will win this 11. Apparently he's saying, good job, guys, unlucky, no worries. And these players are desperate for a manager to inspire them and motivate them and demand more from them. And every game he's just like, don't worry, guys, it's all right. We played well for 5 minutes here. Don't worry that it was one of the worst first halves we've ever seen. For half an hour in that second half, you ran and you did well. Like, that message to players who've won a trophy, players who've been consistently at international tournaments and in the Champions League, players who've won World Cups, players like Van der Ven who have ambitions to be at Madrid and Barcelona, that was never going to sell, never going to fly.
It's schoolboy. It's schoolboy way of managing an institution like Tottenham Hotspur. Like, I said it to you the other day, like, just watching Thomas Frank, it just feels like he's like a PE coach or something. That's what it feels like. And it's not the demeanour that you need to have of managing a so-called top 6 team. You need to have grit about you. You need to have leadership. You need to have the mentality. And he had none of that. His mentality was always lower league mentality. That's the reality of it.
And in hindsight, just the bare-faced fact of hiring a manager who's never managed in Europe before to be in the Champions League, and then now Frank is coming out saying how much struggle we've got balancing both. Don't get me wrong, we had struggle last season as well, but hiring a manager with no experience of juggling both to juggle both has proven to be another point of a utter misstep from this hierarchy, because he clearly has really struggled to balance both competitions, and we've been dropping like a rock. And I just don't understand the thinking. I mean, I said it very early on. I didn't, maybe not after the first few months, but especially even when we were third, I'm like, I don't understand the thinking of what we've brought in here. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse.
To be honest, I think you've called the Frank situation spot on from the beginning. I really do. So credit to you for that, because I did not. I did not. I was...
To be honest, he's a lot worse than I even thought he was going to be, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Yeah. I don't think anyone, yeah.
But I didn't understand the thinking at all. But here we are. Here we are.
But, you know, it's just the same thing over and over again at Tottenham Hotspur, isn't it? It's been the same thing over and over again since Pochettino was sacked. Manager comes in, initial little bounce. The bounces are getting shorter and shorter every time, by the way. Initial little bounce, back to square one, manager gets sacked. It's kind of made up and dressed up in different ways every time. But the reality is that we keep coming back to this spot. We keep coming back to this spot every 18 months, this time 6 months, you know. It seems like the longest shelf life of a manager at Spurs is 18 months.
Yeah.
Until we can get someone serious in, that knows the club, that loves the club, that has the backing, the full backing of the support, that has the full backing of the personnel. I don't think anything's going to change. I just can't see things changing unless the hierarchy either whip themselves into gear or there's major changes, structural changes at the top.
Mm-hmm. Has this sacking increased or decreased our chances of getting a result, North London derby?
I think increased.
I think just the nature of the fact that they can't plan for what we're going to do because they don't know, that and has an element of surprise. I'm not saying that means it's going to work. I'm just saying just that alone probably increases the chances.
But it's not that as well. It's about fan mentality coming into the game as well. I think the stadium's going to be buzzing now. And look, the fans, I think, even supported the team thoroughly yesterday. But you just know, like, one back pass in midfield, one back pass back to Vicario, one time when we're going forward and the moves break down because of a back pass and all that, the moans and the groans start picking up. But now Thomas Frank's gone, and obviously it was widely accepted within the Spurs fan base that this guy needs to go, and there were chances for him to go game after game. That element has been wiped out from it now. Mm-hmm. So... yeah, I think that the fans can go into the next game with that kind of weight lifted off their shoulders now and just fully concentrate on the team and back the team to the fullest in the North London derby. And I think that's a big thing, actually.
Yeah, and I hope the players will react to that. We'll see. I don't know what kind of team. We've still got no Romero, do we? Will Porro be back, maybe? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Porro is earmarked for the North London derby.
Yeah, so he might. Hopefully Spencer's fully fit. He did not look fit yesterday.
No, he didn't, did he?
He was definitely rushed back.
Yeah.
He did not look fit, which I understand why, because we have no fullbacks. But, you know, you might as well have played Sousa yesterday and give him some chance to kind of get up to speed, because Spencer's off the pace.
I actually think he did well under the circumstances, because he did not seem fit whatsoever. And he tried so hard, but yeah, it was a poor performance.
Who's actually going to be back? Who are we earmarking to be back for that game?
Just Porro, I think.
Just Porro. Obviously, you have to wait and see how bad
Odegaard did not look good. I can't see him playing that game.
I was reading one of these accounts, you know, who predicts how long they're going to be out. One of those physio accounts. They suggested. I'll read what he said. Wilson Odell was forced off the knee injury. After the contact, his knee dropped into a valgus position. That kind of pivoting mechanism, along with a visible calf ripple, is usually quite consistent with an ACL tear.
Oh my God.
There is a small chance that he's only suffered a meniscus, isolated MCL injury, or just a bone bruise. However, this is usually unlikely. If recovery time's expected, if it is an ACL, 9 months. If it is a meniscus, 3 to 4 months. If it's just a bone bruise, then it's less than a week. Spurs medical team were also seen running through a series of special tests typically used to assess for ACL involvement. However, we will need further scans. Really bad run for Spurs fans at the moment. So he says, judging by he's a doctor, looking at the images, it could very possibly an ACL.
Jesus Christ, an ACL.
That's what he says. Well, obviously we'll have to. He doesn't know for sure, but he said that if he's looking like
this guy's usually really good, man.
He's very good. But he's given some other possibilities. He said small chances bone bruise, so maybe it's that.
Just got to pray.
He did walk off, but I don't know if that maybe there's any indication.
Mate,
but
Decky got back onto the pitch.
yeah, and he's not been seen since. Absolutely right.
Just go through a couple of super chats. Let me just run for a sec.
More super chats. Where are we? Wibbers. According to Matt Law, apparently Frank was so obsessed with Arsenal, the players were sharing memes on group chats making fun of it. Yeah, I mean, these things about him being obsessed with Arsenal. Apparently he wasn't actually obsessed. He was going on about them, apparently, Matt Law's saying. It wasn't just the jokes and the memes. Apparently the squad were actively saying this guy is obsessed with Arsenal. He keeps talking about them and how good they are. Honestly, imagine that around the training ground. Oh, terrible. Malware. So we actually now have a chance of beating Arsenal now with this new manager bounce. Let's go. Come on, you Spurs. Yeah, I hope so. I wouldn't hold your breath, but maybe increases our chances of beating Arsenal. Mike Dundee. Teddy Sheringham was in the stadium last night. Yeah, I think he was, but he's not going to be interim, is he? He ain't going to be interim. T. Craig. Zerbi has no interest. He wants time out. Matthew McCormack. But as a Brentford fan, got to say the medical team y'all took are not great. Well, that's not good to hear. We just took the physio. I know that a few years ago, Brentford did have a similar problems with their medical team. So I do know that. George Sessions says a sad but harsh truth is that lots of Spurs fans will now look forward to the North London derby. If Tottenham show intent and in possession plan, people can accept defeat versus Arsenal. Tottenham have looked lost every week, and yet Frank spoke of positives. This is what turned the fans mad. 100%. 100%.
What's that?
George Sessions, I've lost it now. He says. He said, a sad but harsh truth, but Tottenham fans will now be looking forward to the North London derby. If Tottenham show intent and an in-possession plan, Spurs can accept the defeat against Arsenal. Tottenham have looked lost every week, yet Frank spoke of positives, and that is what turned fans mad.
Well, look, let's get some reaction. The man you've all been waiting for. Ding, 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 ding. Ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
Just
How are you, brothers?
day.
How is everyone in the chat? How is everyone in the chat?
Just another day in
In
paradise.
paradise at the shit show that is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club.
Brian, were you expecting to wake up to the... What time did the second get announced? Were you expecting the news this morning?
I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, my time, which is what, 10:30 your time.
Yeah.
Do what you normally do. Check your phone to see, and let's just say my phone had been abused with the amount of messages, tags, whatever. And he's gone. Didn't work. Let's deal with it first. When he came in and appointed, I was over the moon and absolutely delighted. Absolutely thought we'd got the man to do wonderful things at Tottenham Hotspur. Very, very impressed with what he did at Brentford. Completely overachieved, and that's how you get promotions in your day jobs. It's how managers reach the top. They impress people with what they did at their previous club. Came into Tottenham, and whatever he was doing at Brentford just goes to show that he wasn't ready. It was a bad appointment. I got it horribly wrong. So did many of other fans, but I was very, very vocal in my feelings towards him in the appointment from even before. Remember, I said I wanted him before Ange.
Yeah.
He's come in, and everything that impressed me with what he did at Brentford, he kind of did a complete 180 at Tottenham Hotspur. I was going to give him time with the football. I really was going to give him time with the football, but his tactics, just where he changed things in at Brentford and adapted, he didn't at Spurs. The kind of get it to Porro to get to Kudus, hit and hope, just wasn't working. And then what really did it for me is not even his before pre-match press conference. It was his after immediate talks to Sky, BBC, to Spurs official channel, going, "Yeah, I think we played well. We're doing things right." It's like, are you crazy? Are you not looking and seeing what we see? If he'd come out and said, "You know what? This is not what we're trying to attempt. This is not what we're trying to achieve. Don't know what's happening here, but we're going to work hard to fix this. Stand with us because this isn't what we want to see." You'd kind of be like, okay, he can see what we're seeing. But he didn't, and it's the right move by Spurs. But it just goes to show, when I saw you guys outside the stadium the day after the West Ham game,
Yeah.
and when Spurs were having meetings to decide whether he should stay or not, and they couldn't come to a decision. Since then, we've lost 3 and drawn 2 in the Premier League, gone out the FA Cup, where it really matters, obviously, the Champions League with the money we've won. And now they make the move. What was the point of January? Why even have him for January? And back it, or not? The whole club's a mess. The whole club's a mess, but it's the right decision, and he has to go.
Well, we'll get into hierarchy and how he's been failed by the club in a minute. I want to talk to you, just stick on Thomas Frank for a moment.
Sure.
Do you believe, as someone who was a big fan of his, even though you're saying it's right to sack him, I'm sure you still like him as a guy and a manager, do you think after what you saw yesterday, if we continued with this, we would have got relegated?
My opinion and estimations of Thomas Frank have gone severely downhill. Severely. And obviously I can't sit here and go, yeah, he's a top manager.
Yeah.
He's going to succeed everywhere he goes. He had his opportunity. When you have this opportunity, you've got to take it. I'll get back to Frank in a second with this thing, but you look at it, and Michael Dawson was saying it earlier. At Spurs, we've had the win at everything at every club managers. Black mark when they come to Tottenham. We've had the young managers, black marks. We've had the old managers. We've had every type of manager to try and get this done. And now we went more pragmatic and and they failed to get it done. But going back to your question, Sim, I was just doing a little live on Tottenham on Tour, and I started going through the fixtures. There really are no easy fixtures.
Yeah.
I mean, after the Chelsea-West Ham game, I was going on channel saying, "Thank you, Chelsea, thank you, Chelsea." I think we owe Manchester United a massive thank you.
Massive.
Massive thank you. And it was a great goal from Sesko. But that goal could have, please God willing, have stopped that. But, mate, do you know what? You say if we stayed with Frank, if they get this appointment wrong, it's still very, very viable. But with
absolutely.
Thomas Frank,
But the question is just regarding Thomas, sticking on Frank, do you think he
I
would have
put it this way,
taken us down?
I think that, look, there's no way any Spurs fan can sit here and say Spurs are too big to go down.
Trust me, a lot of fans have been saying it. But I think I actually think yesterday was a massive wake-up call to a lot of the fan base.
No, Ben, it's not a massive... I can understand what you were saying, but will it be a massive wake-up call where it needs to be? No, it won't.
No, I'm not talking about that. I think in terms about thinking if we can possibly go down, in terms of that wake-up call.
This is what we've got to look at. I mean, the way that performance yesterday, take away injuries, take away whatever, these players need to take a lot of accountability as well. No matter what you think about the manager, you get paid extortionate amounts of money to wear that badge and represent this football club. The minimum you should give is 100% effort, dedication, commitment, and respect to the badge. And these players don't.
Yeah.
As a whole. But Sim, getting back to you with the way things were going within the dressing room, and how the land lies right now with Tottenham Hotspur, if Frank was still here, I would say yes, there's probably more chance of us getting relegated than not.
And what for you?
Just to be serious.
For you, as someone who was really wanted him, what do you think was his biggest failing? Like what led him to this point? What do you think has there been one thing? Obviously, it's a multitude of multiple factors, right, of why it's failed. But is there one thing that you think is his biggest failing for you that is ultimately cost him?
I can only go on. This is my opinion as a fan. I'm not thinking at board level. What did it for me was his immediate reactions to matches. I don't know how a manager can come out in this day and age and see what we've seen. Very low XG, really poor style of play, hardly any threat, getting over a run and going, yeah, we're doing well here. We're turning the corner. Things are getting better. Just stick with it's literally like he's watched a game from previous Spurs matches, like Pochettino's last season, where we dominated from start to finish. If Poch had said that, what Frank had said after those games, you'd be like, he's bang on the money. I don't know what football he was watching to come out and say, this is the thing that really got me. If a manager comes out and says, do you know what, this is unacceptable, this is not what we were meant to do, we were poor, fans, I apologise, or whatever, to say we're going to work hard to fix this. But the fluff he came out with, for me, that's what did it for me. I can look. I've gone through Nuno. I've gone through AVB. I can list a load of managers where the football hasn't been brilliant, but the results have been getting us over the line and papering over it, or plastering over it, should we say? And there's also been managers that have come out and said this isn't good enough. We're going to work. This isn't what we want. But to keep coming out with the stuff he kept coming out with, it was like, and then attack the fans. And then, after attacking the fans, going, we need the fans. It's like, well, if you stop bashing us, or bashing the fan base, and then ask for our help, it's mixed messaging. The football was atrocious for a majority of it. I will say this as well. I mean, I'm not going to blame injuries as in what's fucked Frank over, because obviously Ange had it and other managers have had it. Us as a football club that have had this for so long, and there's no major change in the medical department, as an organisation, if this was the sales department of Enoch or Tavistock, and these kind of repercussions kept happening, they'd fire the whole department. Bang, you're fucking up, in you come. But as it's Tottenham Hotspur, oh, it's all right, we'll just leave this with this medical team that are in it, that are absolutely woeful, and would have been wholesale changes, but no. But managers, listen, I'm not using excuses of injuries for Frank. Ange had to deal with it. Jose had to deal with it. We all saw in that documentary.
Yeah.
But still nothing changes in that medical department. This club, if they operated this football club like they did Enoch and Tavistock, we would not be in this situation.
Absolutely. But it also goes a bit further than that from what you're saying before as well, because Matt Law did an article saying how we kept telling the players how good Arsenal are, and, you know, making a lot of kind of, you know, just comments about Arsenal where the players were just like fed up of it. Obviously, there was the picture with the Arsenal Cup, which was a mistake, whatever. You got Vinay there, who had been at Arsenal for 14 years. I mean, this guy just does not understand what it meant. He just never got it, did he? He didn't get what it meant to be Tottenham manager.
I mean, one of the first things that you have to understand at any football club you get in, let alone Tottenham, whether you be in Rangers, whether it be Inter Milan, whether it be Juventus, any club, even like Crystal Palace with Brighton, one of the first things you learn within the foundations of that football club is this is public enemy number one, and despite to keep using them as the benchmark is going to rub people up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, I can understand any Spurs manager saying, look how well they're doing, this is where we want to be, end of. Not then going, this is what Arsenal do, this is what Arsenal do, this is what and keep drumming in the filth. It's ridiculous. It just do you know what? We are just a comedy. We are just a comedy of errors.
Yeah, I mean, what's the way forward from now to the end of the season? You mentioned, you know, we're still not out of the woods. We're still banging this relegation battle.
Yep.
For me, if we have the same form last 12 games that we do in the next 12 games, that's 100% down. Like, there's no even question about it. But who can come in now to save us? Is it an interim role and to bring Poch back at the end of the season? What's your thinking on how we move forward from this?
Well, this is you would hope with Spurs making this move that they have a plan in place. But this being Spurs, they probably haven't. Look, I've seen a lot of people mention Harry Redknapp, and he's going to be an overwhelming favourite. And Harry Redknapp would be great for exactly what we need. Man management, build their confidence up and everything. But on a personal note, and I mean personal for Harry, the man turns 79 next year. 79. He travels from Sandbanks, and I said this earlier. I look at my parents who are about to celebrate 50 years of marriage, and my dad worships the ground my mum walks on. And with my dad's health as it is, obviously, spending that time that they have left together is the most important thing. Do I want Harry Redknapp having to like literally let him enjoy his time with Sandra? Let him enjoy his marriage.
It's only a few months, Brian. I'm sure he can.
Mate, yeah, do you know what I mean by that, Ben, is if he's going to come in and be the face and not have to commute to Tottenham 5 days a week, take training, blah, 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 and speak to the players, whatever, and come down 2 or 3 times a week and be there on match days, I'm fine with that. Fine. But this guy's about to turn 70. This is what we do. You look at Pedro Porro. Ben, how long have you and I said this guy's an injury waiting to happen?
Yeah.
And how much he's overplayed. Well, this guy now, what can he do?
Yeah.
He can do what he needs to do.
Oh, boy.
What?
Oh, go on.
Will Snowderbear has suffered a left ACL tear.
Oh, my
Ding,
God.
ding, 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 ding. Mate, again, like I said before, this medical team hang themselves in shame.
Another ACL, man. Unbelievable.
There'll be no repercussions for him, for Lange, for Vinay, for the people at the top. It's deflection tactics. It's deflection. We are in a sad state of affairs. Look, getting back to it, Harry Redknapp to be the face, got no problem with. I put a cheeky tweet out as I had to, as bring back Martin Jol. I'll take him, like, get Lange out and bring him in immediately.
He's also getting on,
mate. He's mate. I you know my feelings towards Martin Jol.
You don't care about his personal life and his spending.
Mate, look at that, mate. But Martin Jol will walk in and tear the shit down. Right, look, how old is Martin Jol? Let me just check. How old is Martin Jol?
Probably a similar age.
Let's have a look. How old?
He's 70.
There you go. So he's got a decade on him. So yeah, got a decade, mate. He's got time. He's got time on his hands. Harry Redknapp, yeah, but with Harry Redknapp, I think you need to bring in a coach or something that can do all that stuff. The look, if it comes down to the man management and getting the players feeling like they're 100, like walking on cloud 9, it can only be Harry Redknapp. But you know what? It depends. Are Spurs looking at an interim? Are Spurs looking at we're not waiting for Poch, we got that now?
No, I think it is interim. I think it is interim, and if it is,
I think we should go interim.
So, are you looking at interim for Poch at the end of the season? Is that where you're at, or you look at?
Well, like I've said to you before, I've said it to you privately. I've said it to you on here as well. I think I want Nagelsmann over Poch. And the only reason is if ENIC are still in control, I don't trust them.
But
I don't trust them.
But you trust them with Nagelsmann.
Well, Nagelsmann will come in and bring a fresh approach and hopefully lay the law down. We've been here with Poch, and you got to remember, look at the team Poch walked into. And the team Poch walked into, everyone was saying before Poch got here that they're not good enough. Well, you look at it, right, I spoke about this, let's have a look at it. Hugo Lloris, when Poch walked in, over Vicario now, Hugo Lloris all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Walker and Rose, let's not even have that discussion, that's fairly obvious.
Yeah, but Rose and Walkers weren't the players that Poch walked into.
No, but look what he took. But I'm saying,
But he turned them into those players.
Jan Vertonghen, Moussa Dembele, Christian Eriksen, Harry Kane.
Vertonghen was on the back of a bad season and wanted to leave.
Yeah, no, it was back of a bad half season under Sherwood.
The fan base weren't even sure about Dembele at that point as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think he walked into a bigger mess than he is now. I
think we look back at that time and being like they're all great players because we remember them under Poch and what he grew them into.
I will take Nagelsmann and a fresh approach under ENIC.
I agree with Brian, by the way. I think I would prefer Nagelsmann as well. But
Because
we're not going to convince him to come, are we?
Mate, they're going to have to do. Mate, the only way they're going to be able to bring in a manager of his quality.
There is no chance Nagelsmann comes here.
Is do what they did with Conte, and throw cash at it. I mean, they threw cash at Frank, didn't they? I mean, whether I wanted Frank or not, forget that. How in God's name did he become the third highest paid manager in the Premier League? Who did the fucking maths on that?
Yeah.
Who did the... I wanted him to come in, and I got it wrong. But if I was bringing him in, would I make him the third highest paid manager in the Premier League? Hell no.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's
ridiculous. How is he paid
Insane.
more than someone like Arnie Slot or something? It's just nuts.
Mate, you look at it, we went from Conte at 15 million to Ange at 5 million. So we saved 10 million there. And then somehow Frank got a £3 million higher contract. That who for being a great business Enoch, they sure don't make some fucking horrific decisions.
Yeah, but look, talk to me about interims, man. Because what? Johnny Heitinga, Ryan Mason, Jurgen Klinsmann, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Sherwood's thrown his hat in the ring.
Tim Sherwood.
Sky Sports.
Mate, do you know what? Honestly, first of all, Johnny Heitinga, when he came in and his agent said he knows what he's walking into, no, he bloody well didn't.
Or maybe he did. Maybe he did know the interim role
No,
sitting
he
right
bloody
there
well
for
didn't.
him.
Not the shit show that we are. Mate, do you know what? Honestly,
Maybe he came in and saying, well, look, if all goes down south with Thomas Frank, you're going to be the interim.
Tim Sherwood, I'm not advocating for him or anything, but go and watch Tim Sherwood's interview after the Chelsea game.
Yeah.
And it still rings true. At least Tim Sherwood will come in and he won't give a shit. We need someone to come in that will call it as it is and explain to these players that we ain't fucking around here. We are in deep, deep trouble. Deep, deep trouble. And the worst thing is, if we go down, should we go down, we are in a massive, massive problem. Stadium debt, players' contracts.
Everything.
But I'm pretty sure there's no release contracts. Relegation, sorry. Your wages go down because obviously it shouldn't even be thought of at Tottenham.
Yeah, apparently a journalist said there isn't relegation decreases in the wages.
We're in big, 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 big trouble financially.
Yeah.
Massive. Look, Jurgen Klinsmann, who I adore. One of the greatest strikers I've ever seen at Tottenham Hotspur. One of the most lethal. We know Tottenham is in his heart. We know his managerial career hasn't been the best and some players are against or have spoken out against him. He's come back once as a player and saved us. Could he do it as a manager?
I said that last night, but we do follow Korea quite closely, and he was a bit of a shit show for Korea.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but there's that happens with some managers, isn't it? Where they're shit there and brilliant there. Look at Thomas Frank, the roles reversed.
To be honest, I don't think his heart was ever in it, being Korea manager. Maybe if he came back to Tottenham just for an interim from now to the end of the season, maybe his heart would be in it.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be... I wouldn't be... Look, if it was Tim Sherwood, at least he tells it as it is. Let's go through them. Sherwood tells it as it is. Klinsmann, you don't really need to go into what that man is to this football club and how he's idolised. Harry Redknapp, who's the other ones you mentioned, Ben?
Mason.
No.
Heitinga.
No.
Why not Mason?
Mate, how the guy got sacked by West Brom.
Carrick got sacked by Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I know that, but this will be the third time he's been in charge, and this will be Spurs going back to some... No, just no.
He's got a higher win percentage than Frank.
Well done, he's played less games.
Do you not think that he will be able to get the wins we need to stay up?
No. And with Zerbi, if Zerbi comes in, I will not watch a single second of Tottenham until he's gone.
Why is that?
You know exactly why, Ben. I will not watch a single second. I will not be on any YouTube channel. I will not do anything. So I'm hoping it's not him.
So who?
Klinsmann, Sherwood, Redknapp, Defoe's coach, whoever.
Jan has got his A license coaching.
Oh, praise be. All day long.
Take Jan Vertonghen.
Oh, mate, you're damn right I would. You're damn right I would. Hell yes, I'll take Jan Vertonghen. 100% I'll take Jan Vertonghen. 1,000,000%.
I'd see what Jan can do. Why not? He's got his coaches. Get him and Toby in. They both retired, haven't they?
I'm saying get Jan in and Mason together. Mason to work under Jan Vertonghen. Hold the fort for Pochettino in the summer. Get Pochettino to manage them from afar.
You put in. See, now you put the caveat. Jan in charge, Mason. That I would accept. You sweeten the deal for me.
Get Tottenham people in that care about the football club.
Well, that would be one thing they'd do, but they don't do that, do they?
And get him to nut Johan Lang and Vinay while we're at it.
Mate, honestly, what comes first? A Vinay statement, a Lange video, or a combined video with them coming out with more bullshit for this fan base to swallow?
Yeah, let's see another 2-page spread in the matchday program talking about the ambitions of this football club.
Wait a minute, I've just seen the chat. Razor's just said, do you know what? And I'll probably get some heat from this. I'll take Gareth Southgate.
You take Southgate?
I would, and the reason I say that...
As an interim?
Interim, yeah. The reason I say that, you've got to remember, when he took over as England manager, just before our World Cup, no one thought he'd get... I know he's got the creme de la creme of England, but if anyone had said, do you know what? He'll get us to a semi-final and 2 back-to-back finals in the Euros. Not one England fan would say that. Would I take Southgate to the end of the season? Absolutely.
In club football, he actually did a worse job at Middlesbrough. Was it Middlesbrough he got relegated with?
Yeah.
Than Mason did at West Brom.
Mate, I'd still take Gareth. Yeah, but now he's grown, he's matured, he's got international experience. That was his first managerial job. And look at the Premier League back then to what it is now. Gareth Southgate, if that's the route we went down now, interim, not full-time, interim, fine.
And but this was Mason's first real job as well.
Mate, you can keep banging the drum for Mason here, Ben. I ain't gonna change my opinion on him. I ain't gonna change my opinion. How sad is it at Tottenham Hotspur? This is what we're talking about.
I know, but this is where we're at.
This is what we're talking about as a football club. And as a fan base,
we just need someone to come in and get 3 or 4 wins from now to the end of the season. That's all we need.
No, what we really need is someone to come in with £4 billion and say "fuck off, Enoch."
Well, that's what we really need. 100%.
That's what we need. Now, I will say now, if this fan base don't come together and throw everything it has at it, this rancid ownership and board, then we're never getting them out. This is the moment. This is the time. There's no Frank to abuse now. Get behind the team, granted. Everything should be looking up at them, which I have said for years.
They're not going to sell if we're in the Championship.
Exactly. No, they won't, mate. And people think that people are going, yeah, maybe we need relegation. No, we don't. No, we don't. That will make them dig their... They won't sell this football club.
It'll be catastrophic. It'll be catastrophic for everything, mate, in terms of the money we earn. Yeah,
exactly. And the sad thing is, Sim, if we go down to the Championship, we ain't coming straight back up. We ain't coming straight back up, that's for sure. Look at our injuries now with this great medical team, and think how physical and how how often the Championship plays. We'd be worse off.
Yeah, but we'd have no European football.
Well, we've got no European football, mate. If we ain't getting European football this year, so for next season, so we can throw that away. But what you say, we ain't got no European football, but the Championship play constantly, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's 42 games.
42 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. They play so bloody regularly. But yeah, I just hope now this fan base come together and focus on the real problem. That it doesn't matter who walks in through the door as manager. Until these owners are gone, we are going to keep reliving the same nightmare and merry-go-round over and over again, whether it be 8 months, 2 years, 4. And just look at the squad. The squad is weak.
How many wingers do we have fit now? Is it only Tell?
Just Tell, yeah.
Mate, like I said to you,
I'm going to say it. You're not going to like it, Ben. I'm going to say it. We need to get Sterling. I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. I'm being 100% serious. We need to go and give Sterling a 6-month contract.
Is that where we're at?
We are. What do you think? We are in dire straits. We don't have any wingers for the rest of the season. Kudus ain't back to April. Odebear's done for the season. Johnson sold. We have no choice.
But
Don't
I mean,
give
like I
Sterling
said
a
to you,
6
We
month
said it at the
contract.
time, and everyone was laughing. Everyone was laughing when we said it about Brennan Johnson. Why are you selling him on the 1st of January with no contingency plan? Why are you doing it?
Just need
Everyone was
bodies at the
saying,
moment. Just need
everyone was
bodies.
saying, oh, 35 million was such a great deal for Brennan Johnson. 35 million, get him out. He does nothing. Well, he was our bloody top goal scorer last season. We've sold him with no plan whatsoever. And now we're in the mess that we're in. It happens every single time we sell someone without a plan. We always feel the comeuppance.
but like I said to you when I came on the show as well, I think the business to selling Johnson for 35 million was actually good business. But I say that because
No, it
he
wasn't
was on
good
the
business.
fringes.
It was
let me finish, Ben.
terrible. It was terrible business.
Let me finish.
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land.
The reason I say it was good business is what I wanted to see Spurs do is players that weren't in the first team regularly, rather than letting their contracts wind down, getting good money for them, and getting them out the door whilst they hold value. That part they did well. What they have done horrifically is, like you said, there should have been, with him going out straight out the door, you would have thought, right, that means that money's going somewhere to a replacement. We waited and waited and waited, no replacement. Kudus gets injured and is out for months. Still nothing. Kulusevski has his injection, and obviously that hasn't worked. Nothing. We went in needing a left winger, and we've been left with no right wingers now with Odebear.
Yeah.
And so what I was saying, see, you interrupted me way too quickly, Ben. Shame on you. Shame on you, Ben. Selling him for the amount we did, I thought was very good business. How they acted upon that was horrific and pure Enoch.
Yeah, but look, you got to look at the whole thing. It's not good business until you bring someone in. If we sold him and there was a plan and we brought someone in the next day, fair enough. Even if we brought someone in on deadline day, fair enough. But we didn't. So it's terrible
Correct.
business. It's shocking business.
Value-wise, we got good money for him. But what that means for any other football club, if they sell a player like him, is the replacement is either A, already in, or B, they've got everything wrapped up and just waiting to announce it. We do it on day one with 31 days left to go.
Yeah.
Have a further right winger injured. The one that can play right wing, who's been out all season, delayed even further, and still no action.
Yeah.
That's the horrific part.
Brian and Sim, in terms of the free agent market, Raheem Sterling, Ryan Kent, Nathan Redmond,
Roy Kent from what? From
Ryan Kent,
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso, yeah.
He's only 29. Ryan Kent. Where did he used to play?
Was it Rangers?
Yeah, that was it. Rangers. He's actually quite decent for Rangers.
That was like FIFA 16 or something. I remember it was a while ago.
Nah, he's only 29.
Okay, so he was young. He was young back then.
What's his name? Jesse Lingard. Dele Alli. Dimitri Payet.
Payet, but says he's injured.
Yeah.
Oh, then there you go. That's his Spurs sign. That's happening.
Alex Pritchard.
Alex Pritchard, that's a name. How old's he nowadays?
Alex Pritchard, 32.
32.
Gail Kakuta.
Kakuta.
He's 34.
Honestly, I'm not even joking. I would give Sterling a 6-month contract and take a gamble, roll the dice, see if we can get anything out of
It's
him.
better than having no one, I guess. Bonaventura, 36.
Mate, what a sad state of affairs. What a terrible and sad state
You
of
know what?
affairs.
Fuck all those players off. Just get on the phone to Gareth Bale. I've seen how he's been speaking about Spurs recently. Go and tell Gareth Bale, come out of retirement for a few months just to help us.
I've got what? Then bring Klinsmann back as player manager. Maybe have a word with Gaza. Have a word with Gaza, bring him back. Check on
I tell you, Gareth Bale probably still better than all those players.
Oh, without a doubt, brother. Without a doubt. This is how sad things are. You look at our football, it is such a weak team.
We're not just looking for an interim manager, we're looking for an interim winger as well.
An
Mate,
interim
I think
winger.
we should go on Hackney Marshes. We're not playing this weekend. Go down Hackney Marshes and just find someone.
Well, wasn't there a
say,
story
hey.
about back in the 90s of there was a FA Cup game where a team needed a striker for last minute and they put it on CFAX.
Mate, I can tell you who it was. It was Timothy Bazaglo
Yeah.
And he scored a hat-trick against West Brom. It was the year we won the FA Cup, 91.
Yeah.
Timothy Bazaglo, who was a painter and decorator, who
We
knocked West Brom...
need to put on a social media out. Can we? Because any wingers out there. Well, I think we need to
Yeah,
scout
but
the
would
ball.
you-
We need to scout the baller league. I think.
Diane,
but you know what's-
Dago, apparently you were quite handy on the wing. Maybe you might have to make your way back to London.
Well, put it this way, the one great thing I have on it is I am left-footed.
Well, there you go.
I am a left footer, but honestly, I think Spurs medical team, when they do your do your medicals, take your reflexes, rather than using that little hammer, I think they've got baseball bats and go right, tell me, and just go smash. What a sad state of affairs we are.
Get Mason
But
and
now-
Yan in. Get the arm round
Don't
Deli Ali.
rephrase that.
Come
Get
on.
Yan and Mason.
All right,
Don't
Yan
ever
and
put-
Mason.
don't put-
Get
never
the
put
arm
Yan
round
seconds.
Deli Ali, man. Deli Ali, save your career. You got a few months to do it.
How sad is it that we here on February the 11th, 2026, are talking about Tottenham Hotspur in this way?
But this is
game-changing
where we're at,
stadium.
Nagel. We got no manager.
Mate.
We got no wingers. We got no fullbacks. We
Mate,
got
the
nothing.
game-changing stadium could be league-changing, let alone game-changing. We are a sorry state of affairs, and it is dark, dark, dark days at Tottenham Hotspur Football Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, really dark. I mean, I go back to that. He should have gone after the West Ham game, shouldn't he? He really should have gone after the
100%.
West Ham game.
100%.
When they had this meeting, it just shows how inept this board is. That they can't come to a decision. Yet, like I said before, if this was a business decision for Enoch or Tavistock, and a department of Enoch or Tavistock were showing performances like this, there'd be wholesale changes in an instant.
Yeah.
In fact, it would have changed earlier. But they couldn't come up with a decision. And Vinay's statement saying we're looking for quality and yada, 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 they still had time to fix it. And if they said, you know what, we don't trust, you're not going to get any more money because we don't trust you, then they should have dipped into the loan market for quality players, not the Hearts guy, to help him. But no. We're just going to sit on our asses, not spend any money, waste this time, and then we're going to say, what was the point of January? As a Spurs fan, or Spurs as a football club, what was the point of January?
There was no point. I think we might have to use Sousa in the forward line.
Sousa's left winger.
And we don't have anyone in his position, his actual position.
It's sad.
Mate.
It's very, very sad, dark days. And as much as people go about the manager, he's gone. He's gone. It's done. Should he have gone? Yes. Should he have gone earlier? Yes. Shouldn't. Was I wrong to think he was the man? Yes, completely, totally, and utterly. But make no mistake, the problems at this football club isn't the manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's never the manager. The manager is just another shield, another deflection. So let them wriggle away. And the sad thing is they know they can get away with it.
Yeah.
They know they can get away with
They
it.
will get away with it because, come the summer, we'll just about stay up probably this season. Come the summer, Pochettino's return, an easy win for the hierarchy and an easy way out, isn't it?
Yep. Everything, this is all calculated. This is all Enoch Playbook 101. And it will continue to repeat itself, even if Poch comes in. Even if Poch does well in his first season, first 18, whatever. Like last time, he won't be back, or fans will start to turn. And we'll be right back where we are. And we will keep going on this merry-go-round with whoever the manager is, whoever the director of football is, until these bastards sell up. Until they are officially out of our football club, we are on this sick and twisted merry-go-round until they're gone.
Absolutely.
Good times.
Happy days, Brian.
Mate, never a dull moment.
Yeah.
Well, at least as well, you've got to do all your stuff about yesterday. At least there's something else to talk
I
about
don't
now.
even know if there's a point, to be honest.
Mate, I mean, yesterday was just atrocious. Do you know what? I didn't go to the yard because I weren't feeling too great after the extraction. And literally, I was just chilling. and I thought the game was kicking off at 7:45 or 8 o'clock. And I looked at it was about 1:45, so I was like, well, let me just check if Spurs are on. I checked my phone, and there was, I think, Newcastle dominant. I was like, we kicked off? So I turned over, and it was like 15, 16 minutes in, so I saved spared the first 15, 16 minutes.
You're lucky.
What a horrific game of football.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a horrific game of football. And now we see where we go.
Yeah. Look, Brian, always a pleasure to speak to you.
And you two brothers.
Shame it has to be on such shit occasions, but we speak all the time anyway, so it doesn't make a difference.
Exactly. And now, at least now we've got 11 days where we don't have to think about Tottenham Hotspur. Let's see what happens. And do you know what? The only thing I will say now is, come to the NLD, there will be a vibrant atmosphere. There will be some hope.
And we need it. We need it.
Just do something different.
We do. And I'm sure I'll be speaking to you again when we get a here we go for the next interim.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from, like I said, if it's Zerbi, I will cease to exist until he's gone. But until that time, we shall see. I'll let you guys get on the rest of the show. Everyone in the chat, have a wonderful day, whatever you're doing. And as always, Enoch out.
Big up, Daigle, as always. But look, let's look a bit more into the Odebear situation. Obviously, it's just been reported by La Parisienne and by L'Equipe saying he's just torn his left ACL in his left leg. That is like seriously gutting news on the back of the major injury that he had last season.
Tore his hamstring.
Tore his hamstring last season, barely played. Now, just started to command that team in the first spot over the last month or so. Now he's just done his ACL. Out for the rest of the season, probably out for the start of next season as well.
It was around this time Dragoshin did it, isn't it? And we only just got him back.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's absolutely gutting. Gutting for him, gutting for us, gutting for everyone, because I think people were really starting to believe in Odebear as well.
And I feel for him, and now it's another situation where, similar to Maddison and Decky, you kind of got a plan without him.
Yeah.
That's it. You got to basically kind of act like if he comes back, he comes back. But
in a position of weakness anyway.
In a position of weakness, so we're going to have to replace him. He's a player who's just starting to, get ahead of steam, as you say, growing confidence, playing more consistently, taking on his man, and then that happens. So I really feel for him. A talented player. Those kind of injuries can affect you for life. It can. I'm not saying it will, but it can. It's possible. And it's going to take a hell of a recovery. Obviously, he's got Maddison, he's got Dragoshin, he's got Kulusevski for support in terms of they're going to be going through similar things. So he's got people to lean on there, and that for people know what he's going through. But that is our fourth serious knee injury we've had in the last 12 months. It is absolutely horrendous. I don't know if you call it luck or whatever it is, but it's a horrendous situation. And I feel for him how it's going to knock his confidence, how long it's going to take for him to get back to the level he's at now, because it took him a while to build his confidence up to get to where he's at and where he's confident enough to feel like he's at home at the Premier League and be taking fullbacks on and show his quality. And it's so gutting for him. He must be inconsolable with the situation. I really, really feel for a young player with that sort of injury. It's got to hit him hard. So wish him all the best. Wish him a speedy recovery. I hope everything goes well. I hope to see him back on the pitch next season. With a renewed sense of confidence and back stronger than he is now. But it's a kind of waiting game. But in terms of what we do with this situation, we're in trouble.
Well, the players that have been utilised on the wing so far that we have available is Matisse Tell, Randall Kolo Muani, Jed Spence to a certain extent. Who else is there? Is that it?
Yeah, Gallagher was played on the wing yesterday. I have to consider maybe Sarr. We've played him out wide in other one-off games.
I think we need to look at, go. Yeah, well, he's more of a 10, but you got to look in the academy, go for someone like Tynan Thompson. You can bring him in as a natural winger. Is it possible to recall the likes of Mikey Moore? Is that a possibility?
I don't know.
Damola Ajayi? Can we recall him? Who's playing in League Two? What do we do? the free agent market that we've spoken about. You got Raheem Sterling. You got
I
scraps.
actually think I would bring in Sterling. I would at this point. 6-month deal. Pay as you play, or a really, at the moment he's not playing at all, so he might take a cut price deal. I think we're at dire straits. I know he's finished and he's washed and he's done, but we need a body. Maybe we can get something out of him. I don't know, but we just need someone. We need a body who can play. He's Premier League experienced. I'm not expecting much from him, but given that he's a free agent, he needs that a bit. And if you say, look, it's a 6-month deal, you're putting yourself in the shop window. You're going to play because we got no one else. So you've got a chance either of owning a deal here, or obviously putting yourself back in the shop window in the Premier League.
For him,
teams.
it makes sense, and for us, I guess
It makes sense. We got no one. Lucas Moura, people are saying, is he on a free?
No, he's at Sao Paulo.
For us, we literally
Jesse Lingard.
fresh from his Korea trip. He's not really a winger. So, in terms of wingers, I would give Sterling and he just sell it to him. Look, you're selling yourself. If you can score even a goal, you maybe convince someone you're worthy of some sort of playing time in the Premier League. I would give it a go, or at least have a conversation and see where his head's at, and if he's completely zoned out and there's no point, or is there anything we can get out of him in these next 6 months? And I know it's a situation I was joking about in January and wasn't taking seriously, but we are at that point now where we have to consider this option as a serious option. I'm not saying definitely do it, but at least have the conversation, because I think we're at this point now. We're not going to get any of our wingers back until at least April at the earliest, which is Kudus. Even then, we could do with Sterling as a sub, because we got Johnson out, Odegaard out, so we got no one else. So
As it stands now, who's starting on the right wing against Arsenal?
Moani, I would say. I would do Moani, Javi Tell, but obviously I would say what Frank would do, but Frank's not here. Frank obviously had Gallagher on the right yesterday.
What was that all about?
Gallagher on the right, Javi in the middle, and Tell on the left. And I don't understand what he was doing, but he did that. I would probably go try and see if we can get something else out of Moani.
Is it,
or maybe go to a back three?
What do we need to do to bring in emergency signing?
Nothing. Oh, emergency signing to actually sign someone for money.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a rule. I know Barca did it once, but that they literally changed the rules for them. That was a disgrace what they did. I don't know how they were allowed to do that. Emergency goalkeepers you can do. I don't know if you can just do an emergency signing like a winger. They literally changed the rules for Barca.
So is it not a thing, emergency signing?
I don't know for outfield players. I don't know.
It's just for goalkeepers.
I think it's just because it's a specialised position. I know there was precedent in La Liga. Barca did it. They signed, what was his name, Bramthwaite during the season because they had all these injuries.
And they took him off Espanyol.
Yeah, I'm saying they took him off a club. Yeah, it was a disgrace what happened because they had no power, the selling club. They had to sell him. It was ridiculous. They weren't allowed to reject the offer for something ridiculous. It was an absolute disgrace. Or I think maybe they broke his release clause. I don't know if there's any other precedent for that. Definitely not in the Premier League. I think we're going to have to chat to Sterling, man. He's going to have to bank on Sterling to keep us up.
May as well just rely on the youth.
Could do that as well. Williams, Barnett, Tynan Thompson. Get them some game time.
I think I might prefer that than going for Sterling.
Depends. Would you rather someone who doesn't care or someone who's not ready?
I'll prefer someone that's not ready, because I think you're talking about Sterling is not ready, but he's past it completely. We've seen what he's produced in Church over the last couple of years. He is terrible. He's really bad. So I'd prefer to go for a youth, someone with a bit of exuberance, someone that has a point to prove.
Yeah, you're kind of rolling the dice either way. Either you're rolling the dice that you can get anything out of a youth player who's still a teenager and has no experience, but maybe can surprise you like the likes of Rashford and whatever have done at previous times. But as well, when a player's not ready, they're just not ready. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. or you roll the dice on Sterling, who's completely finished and washed and has not played well for a few years, but know that he has done it before in the Premier League in the past, and if you can get anything out of him, is there any chance you can? Maybe even in one good game or two good games or whatever it is, or a few goals or something. What's the bigger gamble? I don't know.
The thing is, if you do bring in like a Raheem Sterling, you can still rely on the youth, can't you?
You might have to as well, yeah, because we've just got no options. It's an absolute tragic situation we are in, and it makes the decision to not go big in this January even more of a mockery than it was at the time, which was already seen as a horrendous decision and worthy of ridicule. And we reap what we sow.
Yeah.
We were
the constant bad decisions at this football club come back to bite us even harder every single time. How are we sitting here failing to get Andy Robertson over the line? Now Destiny Udogie gets injured and we don't have a fullback. Sousa clearly they don't think is ready, so they don't want to start him. Brennan Johnson you sell on the first day of the window without any sort of contingency plan and any plan to move the club forward in terms of replacing him. And now we got no wingers. You just can't write this stuff every time. It's like clockwork. I can't believe it.
It's nuts.
And we've got players out on loan that we can utilise, but we can't bring them back. Mikey Moore, Yang Min Hyuk, bring them back.
Yeah, Solomon. I would bite your hand off for Solomon.
Mate.
Right now. I'd bite your hand off for Manor Solomon right now.
I'll take Solomon over Sterling every day of the week.
100%. I think Solomon's doing all right at Fiorentina. He scored a couple of goals, scored a banger the other day. Now that looks like a decision. Like, why did we do that when we were sitting right there?
Yeah.
Will Lancashire, Jamie Donnelly. Oh, he's injured.
Dane Scarlett.
Dane Scarlett. Could do all these players right now.
We let Dane Scarlett go for no reason.
Just for vibes. It's absolutely.
Trying to look at the youth players that were on the bench in the Champions League games. I don't think any of them were like forward players. Dane Scarlett was the only one that was utilised. You got Callum Olasese, he's more of a midfielder. The only one I think in the youth team that has been playing on the wings is Tynan Thompson.
Mm. Well, he's highly thought of, isn't he? So maybe give him a run out, give him a go.
Tynan Thompson, Luca Williams-Barnett. I'll take Yusuf Akmarich right now as well.
Akmarich. Oh man, we are in dire straits. But yeah, I feel sick for Odebear, man. I feel so bad for him. Obviously, Tell's going to get game time now, so hopefully the game time he should have been getting. Hopefully he steps up. But we're relying on him now. We're relying on Tell to do something for us. He's going to have to play.
Yeah.
Should we do some...
I reckon Tell's delighted, though, with the news today.
I don't know about delighted, but...
I reckon he is.
Oh, you mean with Frank?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, obviously not with Odebear. Obviously not with Odebear, a very close friend of his, doing his ACL. I'm talking about Thomas Frank.
Because he's going to get game time. I was like, oh my God, I don't think he's thinking that. Yeah, with Frank, yeah, for sure. There's been no other messages from players yet?
No, not yet.
About Thomas Frank? We'll still wait any sort of... do you reckon we'll get something from Romero?
Doubt it.
Some thinly veiled shot at the hierarchy?
Yeah, probably this keeps happening. Why?
But why? Should we do some reacts?
Go on then.
Should we do some reacts? There's been a lot of reaction to Thomas Frank sacking. We'll just get that up in a moment. Is there any more super chats in the meantime? There's a few actually. Let's just do the super chats. Lola, Photube, Defoe, Proper Yido, and easily as good as Mason. I don't know what the evidence for that is, but apparently just going to go with it.
Defoe also heavily backed Thomas Frank coming in.
He did. Will Saville. Poch team announces they have signed Mason as part of their team, then send him straight out on loan. I don't know what that means. Or send Mason out on loan? I don't understand. Anyway, Yozo edit. I have Iraola and Bournemouth recruitment team over Poch. The Bournemouth recruitment team, I have to say, is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Look at Ryan at the moment.
Come in and smashed it. 2 goals now and assists.
2 goals and assists first 2 games.
Yeah. Mad.
3 games. Smashed it.
Well, 2 and a bit, yeah.
Absolutely smashed it. The missing texture. Actually think we have to get Dele and Sterling in. We need bodies.
Yeah.
I'd honestly have those conversations. I would even have a conversation with Dele. Fuck it, why not? See where his head's at the moment. It's that bad. It really is that bad. Even if it's just for Premier League games. Just get Raheem on there. All right.
We're in such dire straits, people. I can't believe how bad. Whenever you think it just can't get worse, bang out Odebert ACL. Unbelievable. All right, let's get into it.
All right, let's do some reacts. It's been a lot of reactions. And first up, a legend. Glenn Hoddle tweeted out. Didn't know he had a Twitter account, but he tweeted today. Thomas Frank sacked today. He's had some crippling injuries to a lot of talented players he couldn't call upon. A big reason why we didn't see him flourish at Spurs. This is a fact, not excuses. For example, if Joe Root was having to bat with half a bat, you wouldn't expect much.
I mean, I do understand the sentiment, and obviously he never had the likes of Maddison and Kulusevski and injuries that he's got now with half the squad being out. Yes, but on the flip side of that, he still should have done a lot better with the tools that he had at his disposal. The tools that he had at disposal is not relegation fodder. It's really not. He should be at least in the top half at the very minimum. So those kind of words are true, but I don't have too much time for them because he wasn't able to use the tools at his disposal, and the tools were more than good enough to be better than what he is.
Yeah, and before the injuries, we were awful. We were playing awful football. Yeah, I guess in his defence, the results may be a bit better, but the football was still awful, and we were getting lucky in a lot of those games. Like, at least last season, pre-injury crisis under Ange, there was evidence of some good football being played and good wins and good performances. And so there was, you could say, look, we were playing well at some points in those periods. It wasn't all bad. Under Frank, you just can't even have that. You don't even have that justification. The results were a bit better, but the performances were awful. The football was awful, and we were getting very, very lucky. So, yeah, as much as it is a reason, you got to say that the injuries have been absolutely atrocious. I don't buy that's the main reason why the football's been bad. It's probably the main reason the results have been this bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not the reason why the football's been this bad. That's down to him. I
think when you've got to look at it from an overall picture, I think everything plays a factor. But I think why we're at in this position in the table where we're at, I think the large percentage of the blame has to go on the manager. Yeah, absolutely.
Henry Winter says, stick or twist, what a decision the Spurs hierarchy have to make about Frank. Oh no, this is old because they've already sacked him. All right, let's move on from that one. Mzel says, if that's truly how the Spurs players felt, it says a lot about the culture there. Elite players and top clubs will use that as a motivation to raise their standards. When Arteta arrived, he constantly referenced the levels set by City and Liverpool and stressed that we need to match them and compete. This is off the back of the source saying that the players were getting fed up of Thomas Frank going on about Arsenal and how good they are and always talking about them, and when we went to the Emirates.
But I think as well, what was referenced again about Arsenal is the style of play and how we wanted to take those advantages of set pieces and all those horrible things that Arsenal have been doing over the past year or so. And I think when Arteta, looking at Liverpool and Man City, don't have that deep-rooted rivalry with that club as well. And everyone knows the relationship between Tottenham and Arsenal, and Spurs should never be using Arsenal as a benchmark, ever. Even if they're the best team in the world, At least go and point yourselves more to those Man City and Liverpool models, not Arsenal.
And you should be trying to, like, as much as Arsenal are at the moment top of the league, I understand, and they've got something working. You got to find your own ways. Stop looking at Arsenal and stop trying to copy them and stop. Essentially, it seems as though he was a bit obsessed with how they were playing, what they were doing right, and obviously take a bit of inspiration, but try and also develop some stuff of your own. You know, you're a football manager. You're supposed to have some sort of imagination, creativity, or something about how you want to play the game. And banging on about your closest rival and drilling into the players, you're not as good as those guys. That's never gonna be setting a good atmosphere, I think, or something. Lily White Rose says Tottenham a number of players. This is from the Independent. He says a number of players felt they did not always understand what they were being asked to do and were left confused by a negative approach in what they perceived as winnable games. And that's what we could see, I think. I think you could see that in a lot of these games, that we felt like we could take the game to the opposition, and when it came out, we would be sitting back and not taking the game, like Brentford away. How defensive were we in that game?
In every away game, let's be honest, there was only even a small number of home games where we were actually on the front foot and took the game to the opposition. So that's 100%. With the players that we have, and I know they're not the best players in the world, but in the club that we are, we should be able to rely on our own strengths and take the game to the opposition. I'm all for tactical flexibility and tactical adaptability, but he actually never showed that. He never showed tactical flexibility or adaptability.
The thing is, I actually disagree in a sense. I think he actually did show adaptability. Well, he was adapting and he was flexible. The big problem for me is he didn't have a plan A. He didn't. He was always reacting. That's what he was only doing, was reacting. He was never proactive. He was never set out a team to go after teams. That's why maybe second halves were a bit better, like, because he would have changed things, adapt, and always look, okay, what can we do in the second half to change it? But he never ever had a plan A.
When I mention about adaptability, when I spoke about adaptability when Frank first got the job, I didn't mean. I thought it was a part of it, adapting in the game. But I thought he would devise plans pre-game, in the weeks leading up to the game. Look, we're playing Arsenal this day, we're playing Chelsea this day, we're playing whoever it may be this game, and come up with real good plans how to focus and how to beat the opposition. He hasn't done that. That's the adaptability I'm talking about. And from the off, it's always been terrible. Our first halves have been shocking. And the adaptability in that sense, in being able to devise plans to take down the opposition from the get-go, was non-existent.
Yeah, I think it was an absolute. Yeah, I think that was the main thing with Frank. He never had an in-game possession game plan to take the game to the opposition, and that was a major failing, and that's why we're just so hard to watch, I think.
Yeah.
HLTCO, it felt from the start as though Thomas Frank simply didn't get Spurs to me. It's not really a criticism as such. Sometimes certain personalities just don't mesh. And that was off the back of him talking about how Frank would constantly talk about Arsenal and stuff like that. Yeah, I think definitely Frank didn't really get the club.
No.
I think some of the stuff he's saying was really ridiculous. We'll only, I can guarantee we're going to lose games. Don't forget we finished 17th last season. Or talk about Arsenal constantly and how good they are, and understand what a big club he's at. And it felt like because we finished 17th, it felt like maybe he felt like he had to do a Brentford-style job here. That was like what he was asked to do.
That's his naivety. He was too naive coming into this job, Frank. Very, very naive, and he thought he could just manage a club like Tottenham in the same way that he manages a club like Brentford, and it would work. It's never going to work. You need to manage Tottenham like they're Tottenham. You need to manage us like we're a big club, not like we're just trying to survive every season and just get through games and, trust that it's going to get better and we'll go on a few good runs, a few bad runs, and the bad runs don't really matter. As long as we have a few good runs in there, then then we'll stay clear of relegation, we'll finish in mid-table. Like, no, we're a club that need to be striving to be into Europe every season. We need to, with the facilities that we have, we need to be striving to be fighting at the top of the league, not say that we're definitely gonna lose games and all this kind of stuff. Like, the guy never had the right mentality to be the manager of Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, and he just couldn't. I don't think he could motivate these players as well, like, properly. George Sessions, Frank's mere presence had sucked the life out of Tottenham for weeks, maybe even months. There's a lot of issues at Spurs. It is not only down to Frank, we are in 16th in Feb, but his lack of plan A and a non-existent attacking game made this decision inevitable. I don't know if that's some info he's had in terms of Frank sucking the life out of Spurs. Obviously, we could see that on the pitch anyway. I don't think it took a genius to figure that out. But that's kind of what I feel, though, that in terms of that lack of plan A, I think that is a big reason why we always came out of games came out in the first half looking clueless. Because I think we were clueless. I think we always came out in first halves reacting to what the opposition were doing and seeing, okay, what are they going to do, and we're going to react to that. And we always left us on the back foot and being very, very passive all the time. And that was a massive failure. The attacking game was just atrocious. Mm-hmm. And look, I was, yesterday, a couple of times, we did play the ball over the top and Odegaard got in behind and we looked dangerous. But it's like, as soon as the opposition figure that out, it's like, that's it. Like, that's our game plan and open play shut down. Yeah. And all of a sudden we're relying on set pieces again. No surprise yesterday we scored from another set piece. That's the only way we could score. Yeah. I think it's he's spot on there. So he did suck the life out of us, I think. Spriv says, in Thomas Frank fashion, his final message to the fans was a lie. This was off the back of Frank saying, I'm 1,000% sure I'm going to be in charge.
Yeah, I knew that was a lie. He did not look convinced in what he was saying at all. There is no chance he thought he was going to be. I think he knew what was about to come. I really do. His demeanour completely changed yesterday as opposed to post and pre the Manchester United game, even before the Newcastle game. He was a bit more defiant in those games. He looked like a beaten man yesterday.
Yeah, he looked like a manager on his last legs, to be honest. Doogie Critchley says only Spurs could get themselves into this position, one-on-one, on 1-1 on the counter-attack, men streamed forward, and then we concede 24 seconds later.
Conor Gallagher, man.
How the hell I don't even know who he was passing to. I don't know if it was Xavi or if it was Tell. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was just so poor, man.
Conor Gallagher, man. Ridiculous.
He passes that into Xavi. We have an opportunity there, and we somehow end up conceding from this. And yeah, it's just it's just your luck for Frank at that point. But in terms of why we're in this position, it's not luck. It definitely isn't.
Yeah.
JJ Bull says, I mean, in all fairness, and yeah, you got to caveat the current situation with this. Obviously, this is just a horrendous situation, isn't it? You have to say it is.
Of course, it's a horrendous situation, but even before we got the crazy injuries, we were terrible and we didn't pick up enough points.
And we're just playing terrible. The problem is the problems that we have now are the same problems we had pre-injuries. Yeah. It's a lot of the same issues.
The only difference is now we have to use the same players every game, and obviously fatigue is going to set in even more.
Yeah, big problem obviously in Newcastle yesterday. They can bring on Wissa, Voltmaid, Tonali, and we don't have that luxury, and obviously that's going to affect you. But what's the reason for the first half? You know what I mean? When Frank says I can't, the patterns of play aren't there because of the injuries, I'm like, I don't know if I don't buy that excuse totally. Like, I think injuries can affect you in certain ways, but whatever I want to say about Ange, like, he had Brian Hill and Johnson and Skip in certain games, and we were still popping it around. Like, we still saw patterns of play, even with injuries and depleted team. We could still see patterns of play. We were conceding goals because obviously we had no defence, and our defence was being caught and whatever. And that's why injuries cost us results, but it didn't cost us patterns of play. So to say we have no patterns of play because of injuries, I don't know.
That is a clear coaching issue. Yeah. That is a clear coaching issue. And that's how just 100% spot on. I remember going to Man City away with Brian Hill on the wing. And
Emerson and Davis.
And look, we conceded a lot of chances that day, don't get me wrong, but we were able to hurt Man City going the other way, and we showed loads of examples of patterns of play that day, loads of examples, and I think Brian Hill probably doesn't get into the team that even played yesterday with the ravaged injuries. So that just shows you everything.
That's the point I would make to him. Tottenham XG trend lines from Nuno, Conte handoff through to now. Frank created the attack from the Ange period. All injuries did, he says, but couldn't get the defence sorted well enough to matter. You can see here that that's from Conte, the beginning, and then you see big upturn in Conte. Change in season. So that's when Ange comes in, I'm guessing. Oh no, this is Conte. Then Ange, big uptick in attacking, then massive drop off. So the change in seasons here, this is Frank on that second to last line. And then you can see the attack massively drops off. Even worse than the worst under Ange. How mad is that? Like, it's worse than anything we saw even last season, and yet the defence didn't really improve.
Yeah,
maybe improved a bit here, but still not massively. And there you have it. Like the attack dropped like a cliff, and the defence barely improved.
And also he had Romero and Van de Ven for the large portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ange didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Orner says Thomas Frank sacked by Tottenham. Venkatesh recommended the decision to the owners last night. Even with mitigating factors, injuries, and Stellios decided there just hasn't been enough on the pitch. Yeah, and look, do you reckon Vinay's been thinking about it? Was last night was it? Do you think for him a straw that broke the camel's back, or do you think he's been thinking about it before? Because everyone's saying Vinay's been the main guy backing Frank, haven't they?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but I think it's ridiculous that it must have come into his thinking process beforehand. And I think after the West Ham game, we all heard that the club were thinking about it, and maybe he was digging his heels in, and people in the boardroom were of the opinion that they wanted to sack him. And obviously we heard about Fabio as well, how he wanted to sack him a while before that. But I just get the feeling reality set in when we went 3 points, when it went to 3 points with the relegation battle. And I think at that point is the point where panic really started to settle in, because I think before the game yesterday, me and you were saying the club and a lot of the fans are not taking this threat of relegation seriously. But when it goes down to 3 points, then there's no choice but to take it seriously.
Even if for a minute, doesn't matter how long it's for.
Yeah, and we ended the game 3 points above the relegation zone yesterday. And I think when that happens, you got no choice but to panic and make a decision, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the thinking was from Vina. Look, with 3 points now, he has to go. We need a change here, no matter what it is.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Squawk Alive via the Spurs Express says Thomas Frank recorded just 1.12 points per game in the Premier League, the lowest points per game on record among all Spurs managers to oversee 5+ matches in all competitions. Yeah, we know that, don't we? Terrible. Hunter Godson says it's scary watching the intensity of West Ham compared to Spurs tonight. These players can smell survival while we're playing every match like it's a pre-season friendly. I guess this is going into last night a bit, but
you know what? Most first halves do feel like pre-seasons.
Yeah, and you know what? We had the West Ham game on here, and we were just watching them like they truly are fighting for everything. You know, I think the difference between a lot of the difference between those sides and us at the moment is when you watch them play, they're playing like they're fighting for their survival. Like they understand the situation they're in. They need win every duel and everything matters. Whereas at Tottenham, it's like the players don't realise that we are absolutely smack bang in this relegation battle. It's almost as if it hasn't hit them yet, and that when you're watching the two teams play, there's a massive difference.
And so I don't understand how people, particularly within the club, cannot take that seriously when you see the form that West Ham are on, when you see the form that we're on, and you look at the form in the last 20 games compared to the other teams that we're supposed to be fighting against. Like, how is the alarm bells not going off quicker than they did?
Yeah, I don't know how it took for that to happen. It's crazy. MR Dang says Somerville, Ramsey, Rogers, Harry Wilson, Trossard, Eze scored their first goals of 25-26 against Tottenham. Is that true?
Well, Somerville did. Rogers did.
Did Wilson score his first goal against us?
Nah, it can't be.
It might have been.
Let's check.
He went on a mad run after. Not surely Trossard.
I'm sure Wilson was on
also,
a run.
Eze, don't think Eze did. I think Eze scored the week before.
Harry Wilson's first goal of the season came against Brentford. Yeah, early on in the season.
Okay.
Yeah, he scored a few weeks before he played against us as well, against Wolves.
Okay, so that's just not totally true, that tweet. James Forster says Conte lost his head when Spurs were in 4th, which is ambition. Thomas has us in 16th and doesn't want anyone panicking. This was off the back of Frank says there have been a few before me at Tottenham that have lost their head, but we need to stick together and keep a calm head. Talking about Conte, I guess, referencing.
Look, I do agree we need a calm head, but we also need a guy that actually gets what it means to be Tottenham manager. We need a guy that shows tactical ways to actually win games. We need so much more than just a calm head. If he's saying a calm head is all we need, then he's lost the plot.
Yeah, but also it's also like, why is he talking about that when those managers were losing their heads at not being top 4, as this guy saying?
Yeah, exactly. I was actually thinking about this last night. It's just like, shows you how far the club have fallen when at one point it was like, if there's no sign of getting top 4, that's when the manager loses his job. Now, the manager only loses his job when we're 3 points outside the relegation zone.
Yeah, it's gone crazy. Like, people even put him and Arteta in the same conversation when it comes to giving him time. Arteta never got Arsenal abroad in a relegation battle. That just never was the case.
Yeah.
And that's exactly where we are. Paddy Power said the sad thing for Tottenham is that they can't rely on a visit of Dr. Tottenham to improve their form. Classic. Another Dr. Tottenham yesterday. Newcastle 5 games out of win, 2 wins in away from home all season, and come to us to win.
You know, loads of Spurs fans, including myself, were so positive before the game. I was in the Bricklayers before the game, and I was, in and around the stadium talking to people, and everyone's like, "Surely we got to do it today. We can do it today. We can do it today."
Why are you so sure? Count Binface says Spurs have just asked my agent if I'm available to the end of the season. Get Binface in till the end of the season.
Bring him in.
Get Binface in. Nuno got 9 points from 5 home games, winning 3. Frank has 10 points from 13 home games, winning 2, which is a stat we read out before. But that is insane how Nuno has more home wins than Frank in the Premier League. That is just nuts.
It's embarrassing.
How
he
is that
lasted 3
possible?
months in a job.
How is that possible? I don't know how that... That is just one of the most insane stats I've ever seen.
It's depressing, man.
So Tottenham are top 4 in Europe, but they aren't even top 15 in England. Yeah, currently 16th after Leeds got a draw, by the way. Leeds drew, so we dropped down another place. And if Forest win, who are they playing today? If they win today, we're now level on points with 17th.
So Forest play Wolves at home.
Fucking hell. Of all the games, Wolves at home, bloody hell. Alright, so we're going to be level on points with 17th by the end of today. Oh, hunky-dory, wunderbar. Newcastle tweeting out a confused face. This was the picture of Joe Willock and how close the offside decision was in the first half. That is just crazy. If his forehead was a little smaller, he's onside there.
Yeah.
Literally the inches. He must be absolutely fuming. We got absolutely away with that one, didn't we? Crazy decision.
Couldn't believe
Forehead
it when
offside.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it on the big screen. I was like, bloody hell! Like, it was nothing short of we deserved.
Johnny Blaine says, I just can't. He says, Vicario standing in Chick King again. You have to say, what is that positioning?
No, he's the whole goal open.
I don't understand it. Like, I understand if it was Gordon, let's say, if you make the picture bigger, Sammy, If it's Gordon taking the shot, I think that positioning makes sense. But it's with Ramsey, he's right in the centre of the goals. He's giving him. No wonder it's too late to react.
I think Vicario's also frank out.
It must be, because what is that? He is literally leaving half the goal empty there, and it's obviously going to be very hard for him to get across.
Yeah.
If he just takes a step to the left, his left, like, he saves it probably.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how his position. I guess, look, it was a pass in from Gordon, wasn't it? So he has to readjust quickly. But you're paid millions to do that, aren't you? Like, I think that's horrendous.
Any professional goalkeeper worth their salt makes a shift to the left there.
And I think his positioning has actually been a problem for a few goals now. I think it was the Rodgers goal at home where I think his positioning was all wrong. I think the Forest goal where he got caught out by Hudson-Odoi from a cross. I thought his position was horrendous for that. When we lost to Brighton, we drew to Brighton, that goal from Ayari, I thought his positioning was terrible for that. So that's something which wasn't a problem, it seemed, last year, and now all of a sudden that seems to be an issue.
Yeah.
BR Football says Tottenham have still not won a Premier League game in 2026 after losing to Newcastle. Relegation battle begins. That's Frank standing next to Ange. Don't you dare. Not to my Ange. Not my Ange. Different. 30 out. This was obviously the counter-attack. Yeah, look how... Yeah, if you actually pause it as well, like, look how many Spurs players are ahead of the Newcastle players. Like when Gallagher has the ball, like when he's just when he's just about to release it. If you can maybe scroll to where he's like about to release it. Forward, like around here. Look how many Spurs players without a Newcastle player in sight. It's like 5 on 4 there, or 6 on 4. All these. If he just holds it a bit, he's not even under pressure to pass it. He doesn't have to pass it there. He could have just kept running. Like, I don't understand that.
What happens though? Does he kick the floor or something?
I think he just underweights the pass. Maybe he kicks the floor, and it's just horrendous. It's actually impressive to find a Newcastle player of the sea of Tottenham players. It's like it needs pinpoint accuracy to somehow find the Newcastle player. But look, there's 3 there. There's another player actually out of shot to the right. There you go, running in. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Tottenham players against 4 Newcastle players.
It was the only time in the game as well where we had a numerical advantage.
7 on 4 there. 7 on 4.
The only time in the whole game.
And he didn't have to release it. To be fair, it is Dragusin on the overlap there. I don't know if that's anything. But anyway, we then, to add insult to injury, we then concede straight away. Probably because we were on 7 on 4.
Matty's tail had a big chance as well. Should have put it in the back.
Yeah, from Odebear. Yeah, that was a good chance. Mark stats as for the relegation battle, Leeds are the best team right now. West Ham on a positive trend. Spurs looked optimistic but are now back to their season average, and Forest are the worst team at the moment with them. So this is an expected goal difference. This is your XG minus, your XG against are rolling. So Spurs are kind of that dark blue line.
Yeah.
And we've raised a bit and now we've fallen again. This is in the last 10 matches. So it's minus, was a bit of plus recently, but now back to minus. But it says Leeds are doing all right. Forest are the ones with the worst at the moment, as we're saying. But yeah, it's not great for us either. We're that dark blue line. This is in terms of relegation scrap. Doesn't make for great reading. It's quite close between us and West Ham. West Ham are cool. But the thing to learn is that West Ham are massively caught up on us.
Well,
look at the difference a few games ago. That pink line and now.
Well,
now
you just look at all those teams. Obviously, Leeds are not on an upward trajectory, but they're still above us, and it doesn't look like we're going to overtake them anytime soon. You've got who are in the pink, West Ham.
Yeah.
They've started off on the shit and they've just gradually increasing and improving weeks on end. Yeah. We're going down, and Nottingham Forest and Nottingham Forest, but. The thing that Nottingham Forest have is Sean Dyche, and he's a firefighter and he knows how to manoeuvre these kind of situations.
Yeah, been there and done it. Nathan A. Clark says, Thomas, the end of last season was 1 year ago. He says, I understand the frustration. We're in a position we don't want to be in. It's also a situation the club has been in for almost 2 years at the end of last season as well. Nathan A. Clark just making the point that we ended the season a year ago to this point. But understand. Look, it is fair to say for Frank to give him a bit of grace. This was definitely a situation we struggled with last season in the sense that juggling Europe and juggling Premier League together, there was too much for our squads. We haven't been able to get ahead of that. And how we get ahead of it going forward, obviously we're probably not going to have to deal with it next season, but how we get ahead of it in the future, I don't know, it's something we're going to have to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is definitely something that we failed last season to deal with, but Frank was supposed to come in as the antidote to that, and he's obviously massively failed to deal with it as well. That's obviously been a major issue. Hugo says, I am sorry, but we gave you the best summer window of any Spurs manager during my lifetime. We have 2 wins in 3 months in the league. We have been outplayed in every single one of those games without the set pieces. We can't score a single goal. You are the problem.
He is. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the problem, but he is a problem, and a problem that needed changing a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I would not say he's the problem at this football club, but he's definitely a big problem. Put it that way.
Footballing-wise, he is. I think he's the main reason. What I took from this interview, this video, by the way, is obviously the interviewer was asking about his future of many, many times, and he was getting frustrated with it. If you look at the evils he was giving him right when he ends the interview, he gives him this look. Is it right at the end? Is that right at the end of this video? Like, just is it?
I think you cut it off in this one.
On this one it cuts off. Okay, don't worry about it. But there's one video where he shows he's walking off. He gives him these proper staring evils. It's so funny. Maori says they really couldn't believe what they were seeing. They're experiencing what Tottenham fans during matches. Yeah, they became fans. Look at their faces. There was actually a point.
Look at Maddison.
Yeah, Maddison can't believe what he's seeing. Who's that? Porro's just looking down at the ground. He's like, this is what Tottenham fans have to experience. Romero looks absolutely... But there was a period, actually, they cut to Romero and he was like smirking a bit at the early parts of the game. I don't know what that was about, but... Obviously, whatever, maybe something was funny said. But, yeah, you can see they're looking like, what is this shit? And there's now definitely rumours coming out about them, Romero, Van der Ven, being one specifically unhappy with Frank, which is interesting considering they're the ones, especially early on, who seem to be really buying into him. And they're the ones who've been saving him every week as well. Literally, Romero has probably saved his job a few times.
Yeah.
Since he's been here, so it's injuring to.
But I think it's because they've got standards as well.
Yeah, you're probably right. They've got standards themselves.
This is what I was saying before, though, about standards of the players. And you see first halves of football when we go down and we go 2-0 down and we're in the relegation zone. At least with Romero and Van der Ven, you can see clear effort levels. And if you don't want to do it for the badge, you don't want to do it for the manager, at least they're doing it for themselves. You know what I mean? There's standards that some of these players have.
Yeah, agreed. Spurs Global says the Frank cycle, the cycle of torture, unwatchable first half and go into halftime losing, show fine in the second half but still draw or lose. Board decide to keep him for the next game, and then the cycle continued. Well, the cycle's been broken. The cycle has been broken, so that's all right. Nick Wright says, game's officially gone. There was a photo shoot at half-time. Any idea what this was about?
Who is it?
No idea. I can't tell. Was this... Any idea who that was? There was a photo shoot.
Is that our new interim manager?
Maybe. I don't understand. Anyone know who that was in the chat? Anyone know what that was about? There was a photo shoot at half-time. Let us know in the comment section or the chat at the moment. I don't know, but not a great look, is it? But anyway, Luca THFC says, "What in the effing f? Tottenham completed 3 passes between minute 15 and 20. Bloody hell! Went 5 minutes between 3 passes." Nubaid Haroon says, "Spurs deserve this. They didn't appreciate Ange, and now they've got anti-Ange in every possible way." This was obviously comparing after 25 games. Was 26 now, so it's before.
Is that last season?
Yeah, 25 games last season, 30 points. We're now on 29. Goals scored, wow, 14 goals less. 2 goals less conceded, though. And 3 positions worse off. Chris Cowling, extremely loud boos. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, toxic boos yesterday. Oh, wasn't the first time we'd heard that at the end of a game.
It was probably the loudest it's been, and I keep coming on the fan show and being like, that's the loudest boos I've heard.
That was the
but they
worst,
just keep getting increasingly louder.
There's just new lows every single week.
Yeah, yesterday as well, there were more chants for Maurizio Pochettino in the stands.
Yeah, everyone's ready for his return, aren't they? Scissor comps, Dragoshin. Well, I mean, yeah, that pass was, that was classic Dragoshin, is it? Still waiting for the calls from Madrid and Barca, isn't he?
That was a shot, it wasn't a pass.
That was a shot, you think? Think so?
Dragoshin levels, yeah, that's a shot.
I don't know what maybe.
I'm saying it was such a bad pass, it could be called a shot.
Could have been.
Yeah,
Should have been.
Obviously, it was a pass, yeah.
Pro Tottenham says, how the actual F can you look at the stats and still believe Thomas Frank is the man for this team? Yeah, look, he's been sacked now, so I guess this is all redundant. The funny thing, if you go down to this one, but from Bardi, so this is Frank with his tactics board. No, up yet. And someone replied saying, he definitely has us as the red team, doesn't he? he definitely, 100% he does. 100% he has us as the red team.
Well, you could see he does. Ridiculous.
God. Anyway, that's it. That's
his everlasting image, isn't it? Forget the Guna Cup, his bloody tactics board.
Him and his bloody tactics board.
Look, that is the way the internet did react. We're going to bring on a few more people.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've got a few people lined up that will be coming on. And first up, let's line them up first. Let's see.
Get some more reaction.
And there's Harry throwing his name into the ring.
Yeah, Harry's on Sky Sports.
All right, let's bring him on.
Here we go.
Mr. Brains. The time has come. Frank has gone. Should have happened a long time ago. How are you feeling today, my friend?
Oh, you're mute.
What a rookie mistake.
It's not like you haven't been coming on here for about 6 or 7 years.
Frank's rookie
Classic.
errors. It's a perfect way to start the call.
Brains out.
Jumping between the all. Yeah.
Yeah, but go
Absolute
on.
noob. Noob tactics.
Gav, what was your reaction when you first heard the news?
It's. Can you?
Yeah, you were just frozen for a bit. You're fine now.
Yeah, I mean, it had to happen. It definitely had to happen because there's a lot to say for a football team is kind of like an organism. You know, it's like you can't really look at obviously at amateur level you could have like one top player and they can kind of pull a team by the scruff of the neck. But most times, and in pro football you probably need like the elitist of elite to be able to like do that. But most times if a team together like don't rate something that's going on, if not every one of your 11 players are feeling it, then you're going to lose the game. And you can see that they've gone through the motions, but you can tell it's so clear that they just did not believe. He did not inspire confidence in them. Like he is a pragmatist, but it's from the very start all the way through. Even last night when the guy asked about losing when they scored their second goal, he has a little breakdown of those events. He was like, yeah, it's great. You get in the game, and you want to try to get the winner, but you can't lose that goal there. And even in that, it's like, wait, that's the wrong. So you're slamming them for trying to attack. Like if Gallagher gets that ball right, we could be 2-1 up. And yet he's saying that we shouldn't have been going gung-ho at that point. And it's like, dude, you are nuts, man. Sometimes I just can't actually believe some of the stuff that he says. It's mind-blowing.
In terms of, his biggest failings, you think, what sums up his tenure at Tottenham? What do you think has led him really to this point where he's now been sacked 7 months into the job? what would you say has been like the main thing that's cost him?
I think, okay, all seriousness, it's probably his lack of man management, his personality, if anything. Like you saw from that clip that was going around of him in the dressing room in pre-season, and just I think it was like so early when he kind of put his voice into he's trying to project his voice over the noise. It got squeakier and squeakier and more comical, like a cartoonish, and you can see the players like looking up and kind of trying their hardest not to laugh. That's not a guy you can call the gaffer. Like you can't, So I don't think he ever had the respect of the players. But then also his way of like not being personal, like his whole approach to football just didn't seem to. It was completely at odds with the makeup and the potentiality and the specificities of the players, of the qualities of the players of the team. Just at loggerheads, just did not. So I think that kind of sums it up, is that, he was just not the guy for a top six team, for a big team, come into a big dressing room and kind of like inspire. I always think like you can't have a team go through and people can like talk down the Europa League, whatever. It's still like the second highest European title you can get, right? It's still an elite of elite competition. You can't have a team go through what they went through last season with a manager like Ange and succeed. To them, after conquering the what they went through, they would have felt like warriors. They would have felt like the world was possible. And yet then they lose that gruffy dad-like voice in the changing room, who to them, they would have realized he propelled them towards that win. To lose that voice and then have a like this weird squeaky voice, it's such a dip, and you can't get a manager from lower and bring them in to to a team at that level and expect the players to respect that guy, right? Like they have to
he
get
comes across as like a PE teacher, doesn't he, Brains? Like just like Jose Mourinho always said it, the nice guys never win. And he just seems way too nice to be in a job like this.
Yeah, he's kind of like too nice for the players to command respect from them. He's too nice for them, but he's also too nice to kind of just tell Lange, like, we need players. Like, there's no way that you can tell me that you're not bringing players in. You cannot tell me that. And then he's too nice for the press to just... Sometimes these press, I get why they've started to feel sorry for him, because some of the stuff that like Jack Pickbrook will always ask him, like brutal things. In his last pre-presser or post-presser, he said, "Can you understand that the only thing the club can do now is fire you?" Yeah. And it was such a heartbreaking way that he asked the question. He was like, "Frank, you keep saying you're confident that you'll stay in. Do you understand that this club cannot be in this battle? And the only thing they can change now, that they screwed you over in the window, is removing you. And they're going to do it too late. So they're going to remove you, and they're still most likely going to go down. But they're having to remove you only to show the fans that they're trying to do something. When every single one of us know removing him now was way too late. Because now... we have all these injuries. We have a decimated squad, confidence at an all-time low. Then your manager's gone. Who the hell's coming in? It's even more. It's rocking the foundations even more. And of course you have to do it just because the 50-50 Hail Mary that you might get someone in who kind of goes, just play the way you want to play. Like, do it, just like, you're great, do it. Like, let's go. And someone coming in with that energy, that could get you 3 wins. That could just get you 3 wins. But it's tough now. I don't think an interim, I don't think a Heitinga, I don't think that does it. I still think that keeps you in trouble. I think you need a personality.
Like who? Who can come in now? Who is that personality?
You don't ask me, Ben. You know what I'm going to say.
Who is the one that actually would take the job?
Oh, that's different. Because I don't think Big Ange would take the job. No, I do think you need like Yeah, it's hard not to say Harry, but you know that he's got that personality, though. You know that he would inspire. Like I was saying about an organism, if 6 or 7 players in a team feel good, and then they talk to each other, they like you were saying earlier, they share memes, they know what's going on, they know the shit that's going on before the crowd does. You know, they go in knowing this manager that has no game plan again. That we are going in worrying only about our opponents for a whole 45 minutes. If you have a guy who comes in and just kind of goes, like, De Zerbi, it's complicated, right? Like, I think Ben's right. Long term, I think we probably just go through this rigmarole again. For right now, though, for the attitude, for the aggression, for the mind state of how he plays his football, that might be something. But then you can't bring him in and say, just get us, just get us safe. You know, you'd have to give him a 2-year, 3-year contract. You know.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of, we're stuck there at the moment, aren't we? I was just looking. Apparently, Harry has been talking on Sky Sports. He says, "Would I fancy it? Of course I would. I'd do it without a shadow of a doubt. But I'm a realist. I don't live in cuckoo land. I'm very doubtful I'd get the job." But he says, "Could I do the job? Yes, I could do the job. What they need now is someone to come in and go back to basics. Hard work when you lose the ball. Don't be embarrassed when you lose the ball, to run hard to get it back. Work together, a bit of confidence, make them believe in themselves. If someone can do that, they will get the results they need. They've got my number. If anyone wants to ring me, they know where I am. I wouldn't be holding my breath sitting by the phone waiting for it to ring."
Bring him back. Bring Harry Redknapp back till the end of the season, man. I'm all for that.
He's such a good guy. Honestly, I do think he would, just even that simple thing of saying bring it back to basics, sometimes that really is what it is, because sometimes like pragmatists get so caught up in strategies. You can see that was a problem for Thomas Frank. He's got so much things going on. He's panicking so much that he just can't get a simple thing. He's like, it's like in times of struggle, stay tight. And then when you're on the ball, complete 12 passes. Once you complete the passes of like 12, 15 passes, your team all get a touch of the ball. They feel confident. You just have to like get that in their heads. When you're struggling and you're making mistakes, keep trying to complete passes. Eventually momentum goes, and then you start doing one-touch stuff, and then you get faster and faster. You can't shout at a team, quick, you know, like once they're having a bad moment, it's just going to get worse. And like, sometimes you see Xavi Simons. Now he's such a good footballer. He really is. And sometimes like a really nice ball gets played ahead of him, and you think, "On you go," and he just stops. And when he stops, the camera goes close to him, and he does that. Now that right there is what every footballer goes through when they know their team is struggling. The lack of confidence in that moment, it sucks all the air out of you. You stop running for balls. So this whole like, "Oh, look at them, they're not moving off the ball." Of course they're not, because they are so swamped with the stress and the panic and the lack of knowledge and them knowing how bad the situation is. They know that every single step that they run is like running in quicksand, because of the stress just makes everything heavier. They're also worried about injuries. They're all overloaded. That's another ACL. That means that all your players are overloaded. That's the only way ACLs keep happening. So every single one of them are scared. You know, it's like, we don't know what to do. We've not been told what to do. Like, one of you can't just go, "Oh, give me the ball, I'll do something special." Everyone's got to do it together. So that's how you can see any team in the world, like once a manager loses the will from them and doesn't know what to do to get them to play, it's gone. Like it's not even a case of they can play for him. It's not. Honestly, it becomes impossible. That's why another manager coming in, going, "Look, before we hit the pitch, let's sit in the kind of in a room together. Let's all sit, talk. Let's talk about what we want. Let's talk about what the problems are, and like have a laugh, get them going, and then go on the pitch, and then slowly but surely build up a style of play. Get them. Don't just do rondos where it's fun and it's you know, get them in game state and pass out of difficult situations. When Carrick went into Man United, I know 100% that what he did was he went into game situations and he did the four-shaped passing square root exit strategy. And he just got that simply into them. That's all you have to train with a team sometimes. Do that for like 12 days. They will feel, anytime that team starts to press them, they'll feel confident to boom, 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 get out. And you look at Man United, boom, 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 they get out, bang, counter-attack, and they're in. And it's like simple. Before that, they looked so bad. That Man United team looked like they could not pass a ball. They looked like some of them were the worst players. And then you looked at the names. If you look at all their, I've got a few friends who are like Man United fans. Everything they were saying about Man United was the exact same thing we've been saying. Like, this is dead. This is dead football, drudgy, slow, crappy football. They can't pass the ball 5 yards. Carrick comes in, back to basics, simple, fundamental passing routines, but in game situation, not realistic. Then boom, then you're on your way. You know, so that's what I wish we would get.
No, sorry,
you
you
just
just
spoke up a
keep
bit.
crackling up a little bit. You keep freezing.
I think it's all right now.
Yeah, sorry.
Brent, how much grace? How
so
much
that's why I
grace
hope-
do you give Frank for not having Kulusevski, having Maddison, the injury crisis that we're going through now? How much grace do you give him for that?
I mean, he did have a lot of good players, though. You know, he had like, I would argue for most of the season he had a better team, other than the final stage. Let's just take attack out, because attack is the final part of a chain, and you need to build up to attack, right? So you can't really talk to me about attack until it's flowing through the pitch, through transgression through the pitch. So, and I think he had a better team most of the time than Ange did. And I just don't think there's any way you can convince me, unless you're just trolling, there's no way you can convince me that the players he's had for the majority of this season cannot play fast, quick, attacking, swift, moving, progressive football. It's just that he didn't want to play that, because when you do that, you are vulnerable for counterattacks. That's simple as what it is. So it's a 50-50, and a pragmatic manager is always going to go, look, this season we're going to just like make game plans for our opponents and just win enough games, and we'll see how we go. Then we can build on attacking football. He was always saying stuff like, it's first we've got to get this and then get that. It's like, mate, you don't have that time. Like, you can't come up with strategies for next year. How's that helped you? Who are you coming up with a strategy for now?
Yeah,
You don't have a job.
He's coming up for his strategies against Wrexham and Plymouth away next season.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. I think there's no way you can convince me that he didn't have a good enough team, you know?
Yeah, well, what do you think of? There's been a source saying that apparently he's been talking a lot about Arsenal in the back, in behind the scenes, and the players got sick of it, saying just shut up, stop talking about Arsenal. One source said apparently, because he was always going on about how good Arsenal are, and they're like, for you, like, should we be taking inspiration from Arsenal, and should that be being relayed to the players, or because they're such a rival, you know, should he be dealing with it in a different way?
Yeah, I mean, I hated it when he would do it in little bits in pressers. He would reference their kind of defensive prowess and stuff, and it's like, mate, you're the manager of Spurs. Like, for me, if you don't understand that if you're the manager of Spurs, you don't praise Arsenal, unless it's like very contextual situations. Like, I just don't think he understood that. And yes, Arteta is quite a pragmatist as well, but if you've got Arsenal's squad, then maybe reference. If you've got like that many players in your squad, you know, no injuries, and then kind of you can. But I think that is nuts. To be, these players all understand the history of Spurs. They all understand the battle with Arsenal is our biggest games of the season. If you are constantly talking about your biggest enemies, look at them. Look where they are. How do we get there? That is insane, man. If he was doing that, that is the most shocking thing that I've ever heard. It's kind of disgusting, man. And it's no wonder that he's lost him, you know.
But it just...
if anything, I'm surprised they played for him and ran as hard as he did for as long as he did.
Yeah, but it just shows you how out of touch he was and how he just didn't get what it meant to be a Tottenham manager.
Dude, if you pick up a cup and it's like, I'm sorry, man, but how nobody told him he was holding that cup may even suggest that a few people are like, we're I could just tell him he's got an
Inside
Arsenal
job.
cup in.
Inside job.
Yeah.
That picture of the analyst looking at the cup like why is unbelievable, one of the best pictures. But that's going to be his everlasting image, isn't it? Brains
Yeah.
of his tenure, Thomas Frank. And
Yeah. Arsenal Cup in one hand, tactics board in the other.
But it's funny though, because like in one isolated incident, I think you could kind of just you couldn't forget it, but you could kind of say, well, okay, Arsenal played it a week before, fine, fair enough. But it's the fact that then he's talking about them every week to the players, and they hate it. And then he's got the cup, and then Vinay's, former Arsenal CEO. It starts to those kind of things can gather speed pretty fast,
Yeah.
It's just a shocking situation that we've managed to get ourselves here, like not long after winning, and making all that change, like when a team has kind of come through something, that's where you get everyone together. It's all hugs, it's all love, and instead, like Stell said last night, they just tossed a grenade and all the goodwill that had built from winning that trophy.
In terms of what you've been saying about just getting back to basics, getting players to be confident and stuff, for you, what you've seen from Tottenham in the last few weeks, first halves we come out and it's absolutely passive and slow, and as soon as we're behind, and we have throw caution to win, we actually look quite good. Is that evidence for you that if we just got a manager just throwing a bit of caution to the wind from the moment that the game starts, there's evidence already that these players can get the wins needed?
100%. Like on game day, when the first moment you see the gaffer, what you want is him going, let's fucking go. Like you want emotive stuff. I would say, obviously, you've got pre-season, you've got your strategies, your game plans. Your system has to be embedded into players, and I think that's a big problem because there's no system, or there's too many, and they don't know which is what. But aside from that, the 80% of coaching is people management. The 80% is inspiring confidence. The 80% is about, you are good, let's go. Like, it's about riling up a dressing room so people go out to go to war. Now, pragmatists don't like that because they think that leads to early mistakes. So that's why a pragmatist would say, no, protect. First 10 minutes, principle, don't lose a goal or whatever. But how's that worked out for us? Because we are dead in the first halves. You can see in the second halves that players just go, like, look, forget. It's either this, right? It can be only two things. He has no game plan up front. It's just sit back, let's see what they do. Or and then second half we'll get all the analytics and we'll form a plan, right? So it's either that, or the players just go, like, I'm tired of this. Let's just play. And so I think it is a little bit of both, but I think it's got a lot to do. In moments you can see it's not even full second halves. It's like 20-minute spells. Mm-hmm. That's got a lot to do with, like, the energy inside them. Like, they take a break, they get a burst of confidence, and then they can go. Obviously, someone might be, like, getting them riled up themselves, hooking up with each other at the halfway line, getting together before the start of the kickoffs, the second half. That's got a lot to them kind of getting themselves going. I think they can only manage 20-minute spells because their confidence is so shot. They are obviously burned out a lot of the time, but it's not really fitness levels. I think you can look at, like, stats and see that they will run, they can run. It's not fitness levels. But any great coach will tell you, running is not it. You're running around, you're running hard because you're trying hard to work for the fans and for the manager, right? But that's not football. Run less, play better football. Like, control how much you run, control your bursts. That is good football. Good, confident players do not just run frenetically. In a press situation, you run in your angles and you run hard. But like we can't get our players to run hard in those press situations because they're so burned out from every other situation that's happened on the pitch. So for me, it's completely foobar under him. But I definitely think you can see initiative. You can see that there's one-touch football there. You can see good through balls every now and then. I think Archie Gray constantly shows me he's like such a phenomenally good football player. But if you put him under negative circumstances, if you keep ripping him out from where he should be playing, it's like you're killing him every time. I also feel a little bit sorry for players like Kolo Muani. One week he's playing here, next week he's playing there, next week he's playing there, or then he's on the bench, then he's on the bench next week. How do you get any player to get form under that circumstance? You know the manager doesn't like you. You're not rated. How do we expect football players to go on the pitch in front of 60,000 people and feel confident to start balling out? Your confidence affects your heart rate. Your heart rate gasses you out if you're not confident, so you can't lift your heart rate up. Your lack of heart rate and lack of breath affects your legs, so you get tired or quicker. It's not rocket science. Make them confident. Make them believe in themselves. You don't have anyone else. Make them believe in themselves. Initiate a certain style of play, which is simple. Get them playing game situations, one-touch fast stuff, and then go on the pitch and tell them that they are good enough to do it. Has Frank done any of that? Does that sound like I've described Frank there? Hell no. Hell no. Does it sound like I described Ange there? Possibly. You know, so it's not even a case of I think we need to bring someone like Ange in. I think we need to bring a person who can inspire, get the confidence levels up so that they can maintain their breathing and their heart rates, etc.
Sounds like you're explaining Pochettino to me.
I tell you what, I think this situation here is troublesome for bringing Poch back in now, because I don't think an interim does it unless it's like an interim who is a hell of a personality, so like a Harry, you know. But it can't be just like a kind of Ryan Mason or you know, like someone who's not got a bit of chops, who isn't going to inspire belief in players. And so I think the hand might be forced to bring in a Zerbi or someone who might not be the solution long term, but as a fix for maybe now and carry us through next season. But I still think that leaves us next season not really challenging, you know. So I think it's a case of, for me, I think the upside, just put it on the table. The upsides is bring Ange in. Do I think his verve for the game?
Never happening.
It might not, right? But just look at the situation. Bring someone like that in. Because Spurs will never, the business people will never admit to being wrong like this. They will never suck it up and say they were wrong like this. But you bring someone like that in, their attitude and their confidence should get 3 wins. And then, with a few players back, you focus on having a real go at the Champions League. Would you say straight out that Ange is not going to do something? Would you do that again? Would you be so confident and ignorant to say Ange couldn't do something if he said he could? I couldn't. So, I mean, that isn't going to happen, though. And I would like Poch back in, but I think they might be forced to go for a Zerbi, and then I think we're back in the same situation 12 to 18 months.
Someone in the comments says Rafa Benitez. Where's he these days?
Rafa Benitez. I think he's out of a job, out of work.
But look, Brains, thank you for coming on today, man. Really good points made, as always.
No worries, lads. If you can find me examples of one football team in elite football who had, 5 ACLs in 18 months, 4 in 12 months, that would be incredible. If anyone in the kind of chat could find, if there's another football team in world football who's had 4 ACLs in 12 months.
Nuts, isn't it? Would you consider Sterling back? Would you consider Sterling for 6 months?
Nah, hell no.
You'd rather no one than Sterling? We've got no one. Pay as you play deal.
I think our attack right now. When is Richie due back?
Oh, he is due back this month, I think.
So the attack is Richie, Kolo, and
Moani, Tell, Solanke, Xavi.
You need, as in, I mean, you could have Xavi and Tell on either side, but you kind of need to bring Tell on. I think Tell's got to come off the bench because he does have energy. But look at that. Like Richie, Solanke, Moani. Are you telling me, like, we're all so down on that now, but like, are you telling me that isn't like a strong attack? Would you not have wanted those three names together a few seasons ago? We're so negative on these players because of what it's been like under Frank, you know. But a good attacking manager who knows how to progress the ball up the pitch, you get more chances. You get your attack on the ball more, so that their feet start to work. You can't expect much if you're not playing attacking football, not moving the ball up the pitch a lot, for them to be able to like get rhythm and play. You know.
Big up, Brains, man.
Yeah.
We'll speak to you soon.
Good to see you, Gav.
Thanks, lads. Take care. Peace out.
See you later, mate.
It's been I don't know if this is reliable or not. This is match day exclusive, they're calling it.
From who? Match Day Central. Sounds very reliable.
Don't know who they are. 45,000 followers on Twitter. Exclusive. Enzo Maresca is now Tottenham's #1 managerial target. Spurs admire his philosophy and plan to make contact in the coming days.
Well, I guess, I don't know if it's reliable, but I think it's just like Enzo's out of a job. Tottenham need a manager.
Together.
Put 2 and 2 together.
Calling it an exclusive. They are calling it exclusive.
It might be an exclusive. Doesn't mean it's a reliable exclusive.
And then you've got this guy. What's his name?
Stu.
Stu. He's saying he's got a text saying Tim Sherwood.
Got a text. All right, let's move on. We have got Sarah from Spurs from the stands.
Come on.
Sarah, Groundhog Day once again for Tottenham Hotspur. We are here yet again. Were you at the game last night?
Hey guys, unfortunately I was. Yes.
Fortunately or unfortunately?
Unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunately.
Yeah. What a horrendous 90 minutes. That was like the worst 90 minutes I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean,
there was no football. There was no football.
Got to see Frank Swan's song at least.
Yeah, it was definitely up there. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was at the game as well, and I just felt when that second goal went in, and then coupled with the West Ham goal going in, I've never felt like that in a stadium before. There was a really dreary atmosphere about it all, and it's just like the reality really settling in, being like, fuck, we can actually go down here.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a turn of atmosphere. I think because we've turned it around so many times before, there was almost like this belief in the back of our mind that we were going to do it again. But you could see, I mean, I was filming Frank on the sidelines and he was shouting at the players and no one was listening to him. No one was listening to him. He was shouting everyone to get back and you could see it. They weren't playing for him. I mean, I know we've had some bad games, but that was the nail in the coffin. Like you could just see they were not playing for him at all. And they'd just given up. There was no football. It was that bad, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're in a tricky situation, which is, I guess, come to a head right now. But this was now in that situation where everyone feared, as if in terms of sack Frank and where do we go. So in terms of that decision that's finally come this morning, do you think that it just had to happen? It was inevitable. We had to this was the moment to let him go.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's people in the chat saying that I backed Frank. I wouldn't say I necessarily was backing Frank. I think because the board backed Frank and then they didn't actually back it up with buying players, you know, they essentially dug their own grave. And look, Frank was probably the most culpable guy in all of this. But at the end of the day, they didn't back him. So they should have just sacked him at the beginning of January to give to at least have the time to bring someone in. You know, that was the thing, because we knew it was bad after the Arsenal game, but they just let it go, and that was just poor decision making. They just made the situation so much worse than what it needed to be, and it's been poor decision making all season. You know,
yeah. Why this moment though? Why has Vinay chose this specific moment to sack Frank when he could have done it on so many multiple occasions? I mean, for me, the West Ham game was the game where he really should have sacked him after that.
Yeah, so I predicted this in my first video because it's so predictable. This is what we do. We wait until the window closes, we don't buy anyone, and then we sack the manager, and then we expect the next guy to perform miracles. That is Spurs. That is what we do. We don't make it easy for ourselves. And we've been in this cycle for years now, you know? For years. I mean, as you guys said, you know, you had Stellini and Mason. I mean, you saw it coming. So why didn't they make the decision earlier? You know, it's almost like they knew it was going to play out like this. So if you wait until the window closes, then you hold off until the summer, and then because the window's closed, you don't need to buy anyone, and so it's an easy scapegoat. And then you just shove it to the next guy, who unfortunately we are now looking for a needle in a haystack. We're looking for a needle. We're looking for a needle in a haystack because I don't know where we go from here. You know, I don't know who can fix this mess. We are in such a bad state. There is no urgency.
Harry's thrown his hat into the ring.
Harry's past it, guys. I just think I know he loves us and I know he'd come back, but I just think what we need right now, we need 4 things, right? We need a bit of identity, so someone who's going to come in and reinstate who Tottenham Hotspur is and not be a, you know, Team U version of them up the road, right? We need a direction of where this team is going, like structurally. You need credibility for the fans, because we're not going to take anyone, right? I know we need to get points, but it's going to be the same thing again if we just get Mr. Pragmatist in. And we need results. We need someone who's going to come in and get in those players' faces and get them up for it, get them up for the fight so that we can pick up points, because that's what matters now. That's the most important now of all of it.
For you, when you look at Frank's tenure, where would you say for you has been his biggest failings? What is for you, if there was one main reason for you, what's led to this point for Frank, what would you say it is?
Oh gosh. do we have a list? Look,
You got time, don't worry.
the tactics suck. The tactics suck, right? But I think his biggest failing was the fact that he couldn't get the players on side. He couldn't get them up for it. And the more you think about it, the more you think that Romero's, you know, sending off the other day was almost part of this puzzle piece, because he must have known as the leader. He must have saw it coming, surely. I just think he hasn't been able to get the players on side. Like, they were not running for him last night. And if you can't get the players to run for you, well, you know, that's it. That's your grave dug, you know?
The thing is, though, like, with that sentiment of like not getting the players to run for him, I mean, they should be running for themselves. They should be running for the fans. They should be running for so many different things, even if if they don't believe in what the manager's trying to do. Like, surely they have a bit of self-respect that they're getting closer and closer into a relegation battle. Granted, they didn't know that West Ham were winning at the time, and yeah, it ended up in a draw, but it was likely that we could go 3 points above the relegation zone. So surely they should have it within themselves. You know what? We're in a really messy situation here. Not only am I putting the manager's job at risk, not only am I putting the club at jeopardy, but also for a bit of personal pride.
Yeah, I think that was gone a long time ago. That's the point. It's got that bad. It's got that bad that the players don't want to be here.
Yeah.
You know, Mickey, Spence, they don't want to be here. They don't, they're done, you know, and unfortunately the board let it go on, and they had to see out that transfer window, and then they decided, okay, now's the time. But the damage was done. The damage was already done. I think if maybe they would have made a change back in maybe early December or something like that, yeah, the players would have had fight. But I think they were just too far gone. I mean, we've now heard the rumours, you know, about all the stuff that was going on in the WhatsApp chat. For sure, that was an inside job, the Arsenal Cup. You know, of course it. How does that happen?
Planted.
Yeah, how does it happen? You know, you're such a big institution. You know that the media is on you. It's got to be. That's all I can think. You know, when you look at it, you're like, how do you get to a point where it gets that bad that the players don't want to play for you anymore? And I think that came back in December.
But it's actually funny that has been part of his downfall, that cup, because there's rumours now that apparently behind the scenes he was constantly talking about Arsenal, how good they are, and apparently he was so obsessed with them that according to one source the players were sick of it, him constantly talking about Arsenal. Then the Arsenal Cup thing happens, and all of a sudden all these memes start flooding in about him being a massive Arsenal fan. But the funny thing is the players thought that more than anyone, apparently, even before that cup moment. So then the players are sharing that around, and that seems to have him lose even more respect.
Yeah, do you know what? I was actually looking into the stats of Arsenal and Spurs this season, and I think both teams, I know we've scored less than them, but statistically we've both scored 50% goals from set pieces and around 30% from open play. So when you look at it from that lens, we're not replicating Arsenal, but the style of play has definitely been something which Frank has said, oh, okay, that's working for them because they're top of the league. They focus on set pieces. It's worked for them. And so we just need to copycat what they're doing and take lessons from that and implement it into our style. Unfortunately for him, Spurs already have their style. It's just that it's been lost and that identity has just gone with it.
Yeah.
You know?
Looking moving forward, forget about interim, but looking in the summer, obviously that's when we're probably going to appoint the permanent choice. Obviously the songs in the stands, Maurizio Pochettino seems to be week in, week out at this moment in time. Are you an advocate to bring Pochettino back, or is it, don't want to go back and you want to move forward to someone else?
Do you know what, Ben? I was saying I did a live yesterday, and it was funny timing because I was saying I didn't want to tempt fate because I watched the interview with Poch. I was the one who said I don't want to romanticize about our managers, but then I heard him speak, and I just thought to myself, he gets it. He gets it. He gets it. He does. There's no denying that. I don't know whether he's going to have the tools, and I don't think it's going to be just yet. I don't even know if it's going to be this summer, in all honesty. It might be too soon for him because, look, he wants to win the league. And is Enoch going to give any manager the tools to win the league? I'm not convinced. And so is it maybe a bit premature? Maybe the club needs to be sold, or at least needs to sell, to get new owners to give him the chance that he needs, because he will do it. He will do it. If it's not at Spurs, he'll go to United or Chelsea or something, and he'll do it there. So what's worse? Like I think he probably is the guy that we need. I don't know if I don't trust the board.
The thing is with Poch, as much as I love him, as much as I want him back this summer, his decision making isn't the best. He hasn't picked great jobs since leaving Tottenham. Obviously the Chelsea one, the PSG one. He hasn't made the right choices. So I just feel that his love for Tottenham is just too great that he's just going to jump at the first chance to come back no matter what state we're in.
Yeah, maybe. Look, he's on his own path. And I was saying it yesterday, he's not the same manager that he was 6 years ago. And you could look at it that he's taken on a series of bad jobs, but you could also look at it that those were all learning experiences for him. He's still a young manager, right? But having now managed PSG, and having now managed top tier talent, to come back to Spurs, someone like Romero, who's also Argentinian, maybe he can get him back on side. Whether Romero's going to be here next season to see it, I don't know. But it is very suspicious timing that he's come out and said all this stuff. I just think it's not going to be now, but maybe the summer. But it's down to the board. Whoever comes in, it's down to the board. The cards are in their hands. Not the card, the checkbook. They've got the money and they're just sitting on it. They're just waiting for the right guy, But at some point you've got to invest first and then back it up.
Absolutely.
I've seen there was a journalist, I think it's Ollie Holt on Twitter. He's of the opinion, is it too much of a risk to gamble on an interim to keep us up and then wait for Poch? Do we need someone now to come in who we believe in can be that next manager? I understand you're saying it's like a needle in a haystack, it's hard to find, but if there is someone out there who, even if you have to give him a 2-year deal, that we can get, who we could be a good manager in the future, do we have to just gamble on it now? Or do you think it's worth the gamble, interim, see if we can find and wait for Poch?
So they brought in John Heitinga, right? And that seemed like very suspicious timing. Like, I'm almost tempted to think that they brought him in because they knew that this was going to happen. Because why did they not do that at the beginning of the season? I don't know. Maybe there was a reason for it.
Well, he was manager of Ajax.
Yeah, and also I guess we had movement as well, and Matt Wells left, and maybe the coaching staff sort of changed backroom. But it seems suspicious, the timing of it, that they bring him in and then I think he's going to get the next couple of games. I think I don't know. Look, they've got 12 days to figure it out, but it's not impossible that he's going to be the next guy, and he's not the answer.
There's also a conspiracy theory on Johnny Heitinga that he was brought in that they know Slot's going to be losing his job at some time soon, and obviously he worked as number 2 under Slot for Liverpool.
Slot, Klopp, Steve Bruce is available. Do you know what I mean? Like you could go through them all. Like the list is endless. Look, De Zerbi, I don't know. Last time you guys just said Maresca was the top choice. I've heard De Zerbi was up in the list as well. Look, he's maybe a bit proactive, but either way, we need to be patient with whoever comes in. We need identity and we need direction. And so even someone like De Zerbi is a bit of a risk. And I think from what I've heard rumours is that he didn't want to come to Spurs because he doesn't like the board. So that's not going to be a match made in heaven. You know, anyone that comes in, they need to be on board with this, on board with the board. So I don't know who's going to be on board with it, you know.
Absolutely.
It's a really messy situation.
It's a scary situation. Like
Messy.
The first time in a game, I felt scared. I've never felt scared in a Spurs game before, but last night
Ben,
I felt scared.
I saw the tears in your eyes. I saw the tears in your eyes, and I thought to myself, I feel your pain. You know, I saw the comments, the trolls in the comments, but it's serious. Like it's serious. We've got to fight for points now. You know, and I was saying, you know, when Stell was on, we were saying, you know, 9 points and whatever. But look, that's how quickly things can turn in football. And if you don't get up for a relegation fight, that is what's going to happen. And a manager needs to come in and get in those players' faces. They need to, whoever it is, they can't be Mr. Nice Guy like Frank. You know, he was too nice. He was a pushover.
And they walked
over.
You know,
and you can't have that character when you've got egos in the dressing room.
And we've got another injury today, ACL to Wilson Odebear. He's going to be out for a long time. Like, wherever manager comes in, how do we navigate this unbelievable injury crisis that we seem to find ourselves in again? Like, what do we do about this? Like, do the players we have, do you believe they're enough to keep us up, the players available?
The only thing you can do is bring in the kids. You need to bring in the kids. And I'm not joking, because we're not going to have a first team. We are not going to have a first team. Look, maybe we're going to get a bit lucky and maybe Porro's going to come back in, maybe Richie, but you're still looking like a couple of games away. So Arsenal's going to be a tough ask for sure. But look, maybe you need Byfield in the squad. You know, maybe I don't know what happened to Gallagher yesterday. If that was just really poor decision making, or if he got somehow injured, because
I think he was playing on the wing and he seemed like he was puffing from when he went off, and he got taken off straight away after that mistake. Would you consider Raheem Sterling for 6 months on a free?
If he's a body, would I want him? No, but is he a body who's going to come in, who's more experienced than Williams Barnett? Sure. Sure, because you need bodies. You need legs. That is what we need. You need rotation. Like, at the end of the day, we are still in Champions League. So, okay, this month we've got a bit of a break, but you're still going to need rotation. You know, you're still going to need players to come in. And now Odebear's out. Who else are you going to play? Like, you've got no one, unless you completely change formation. But then you're going to go back to a defensive style. So you've either got to choose the kids, or you've got to take something's got to give. Something's got to give, because if nothing changes, nothing's going to change. That's what I said yesterday. Because
Frank has blamed the form and the style of play on the injuries. That's what he said yesterday anyway. He was asked directly. He said it's because of the injuries. I haven't said anything up until now. Maybe he's realised he's on his last legs and he's trying to throw any excuse at the wall. But he's saying he's blaming the injuries. But for you, what are the chances that he is right? Maybe it is the injuries, and that's why we are playing the way we are.
Yeah, of course, that's part of it. Nothing's in isolation. Everything's connected. But look, we said the same about Ange last year, and Ange got all the heat, you know. But the problem now has just worsened because we didn't get the reinforcements that we needed. We bought some players in the summer, but it wasn't enough. We all knew it wasn't enough. We said we wanted like 5 players, and I think we got 3, and 2 of those were on loan. 2 on loan. Moani was on loan.
Well, 4,
so
Moani and Palini are on loan.
Yeah, so we always knew that we were going to be short, but that combined with the fact that we sold Johnson and we've let go of Dane Scarlett, you know, and we haven't brought any of the kids back, just leaves that gap even further. It just widens the gap. And the board knew what they were doing. This is why I don't understand. This is why I just think like the board don't know what they're doing, because why would you let go of Scarlett, let him go on loan? You know, why would you let go of Johnson and then keep the manager and then have to find someone else and play in this mess? You know, they've only got themselves to blame.
Absolutely. And, you you're looking back at the stadium yesterday, how empty that stadium was. I don't think I've been to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and seen how, probably the most empty since it's opened. Let's be real.
Really?
I think so.
Officially, it was 59,000.
Nah, bullshit.
No,
Absolute
it wasn't.
Bullshit.
It wasn't. And do you know what, Ben? We were joking on the way home, obviously, before Frank was sacked. We were all saying none of us wanted to go to the Arsenal game in a couple of weeks. Like, even I was like, I've had enough. I don't want to go to the Arsenal game, and I go to every game.
I don't think that's a joke.
No, we were joking about the fact that the only people who are going to buy the tickets are the Gooners.
Yeah.
And I was saying I'm going to have to rebrand my channel because it's not going to be Spurs from the stands. Yeah. We're going to be another club from the stands because there's going to be no one there. There's going to be no one there. They have misread the room so bad.
It's madness.
Now with Frank gone,
I was on the high road an hour before kickoff and it was a ghost town. I've never seen it so empty. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And this is more into the ownership as well. Like a ticket in the lower South Stand yesterday cost north of £85. £85 to see that dross against 16th against 14th, wherever it was. The corresponding Arsenal for Newcastle at home in the same kind of seats cost £45.
Really? Wow.
How mad is that?
Double the price, basically.
Yeah, and they get the cup games included in their season tickets anyway. Like we don't even get the cup games included.
But it just shows you how out of touch this club is.
Yeah. I mean, we were saying the same. I was actually surprised because it did fill out, but it was very, very late. I mean, I was filming 5 minutes before, and it was completely empty. And people did pile in a little bit later, but that means people weren't spending money in the stadium. There was no one around, there was no atmosphere, no one was, everyone who was there because they had a season ticket or they'd managed to get one off their mates. And I don't think the people around us were Spurs fans, to be completely honest. Like, they weren't cheering when Newcastle scored.
I had a few Newcastle fans around me cheering when they scored.
Oh, good.
Really? Yeah. Well, we know there was a couple in the South Stand. We know we heard a few people, but it's been like that. It was like that last season. It was the same thing. People couldn't get rid of their tickets.
But at least, that's true. But at least last season we literally had nothing to play with in the Premier League. Now we actually are in the midst of a relegation battle. There is actually a lot on the line. If you're going to look into your crystal ball, Sarah, look in 3 months' time, May, whatever, end of the season, do you think this decision we've made today to sack Frank, has that saved us from relegation or condemned us to relegation?
I think it was probably a decision that was made too late.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we will go down. Well, look, never say never. But I think the player, at the very least, the least that we can expect is the player's attitude will change. Because they haven't been playing for the manager. So look, even if the tactics aren't great, even if we haven't got this identity yet, at the very least, now they show character because they're playing for themselves, not because there is no manager to play for. So I think if they were to show up and put in a couple of performances, if we can take a couple of, point from Fulham and Leeds, and look, Leeds, they're drawing against Chelsea, they understand the dogfight, and as long as they themselves can get up for it. I mean, I heard Solanke in the interview after the game. He wasn't talking about relegation. He wasn't worried. He was just talking as if it was another loss. I don't know if they understand the gravity. So, in answer to your question, I think the nail in the coffin was already done. I think this was just an inevitability, and unfortunately, they couldn't hold on till summer, and they would force their hand. Whether it's going to be their downfall or not, well, that's down to Enoch to decide, because they put themselves in this position, and they get. Look, as fans, we don't want us to go down, but they get whatever they deserve.
Yeah. They
get whatever they deserve. It was their choice.
It's a proper Hail Mary, this, I feel.
It really is. It really is.
And you could even say
fire.
You could even say that this wasn't even, Vinay's decision to hire Frank because Levy was still in charge. That's how they'll spin it. Yeah, we had all these new checkboxes and everything, and he ticked all the checkboxes, but really it was down to Levy. So he's still going to be the scapegoat. They're gonna spin it. They're a press machine.
But surely Vinay, from from the board's point of view, when he is literally comes out in the summer, says we had a 30-man checklist, 30-man shortlist. We have with each candidate having a 10-point checklist to tick, and Thomas Frank ticked every box. He was the outstanding candidate, and he was our choice. One of the checks of the checklist was playing attacking, front-footed football. He said that clearly, and surely that whole process has to come under major scrutiny from the board and said, what the hell was that? What was your process? Because this has been an utter disaster.
Yeah. And I mean, look, Sim, this is the thing, right? Statistics and analysis can only tell you so much. And when you go so far on the pragmatism route, right, you've got people at the top who are pragmatists, who hire the pragmatists. You forget that football is a game of emotion. As much as it is about, playing football and all of that, it's emotion. And so they need to win the emotional support of the fans for it to work.
Yeah.
Paul Coit said before the game, I filmed it, and he said, the heart of the club is the fans. The fans are the club. If you don't have the fans, you have no club. And I think it was a misjudgment on their part, because you can have 20 check boxes, but this is not a normal business. This is the football business. And this is where they don't understand football. And that is a massive gap that's been left at the top, unfortunately, that Levy's gone. So Levy's probably sitting there now going, right, do I sell my stake today or tomorrow? Has my shares gone up yet now Frank's gone?
Sarah, an absolute pleasure. Everyone go and subscribe to Spurs from the Stands. But thank you for coming on today.
Nice to see you, Sarah.
So, thanks for having me on better occasions in future. Let's hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice one.
Take care, guys.
Bye. Oh, it's just so depressing, this club, man. It's just so depressing.
And it's about to get more depressing.
Let's bring on Mr. Stellios. Stel, he's gone. How are you feeling?
Why do I get all these negative introductions? What's that about?
It's a bit of playful banter, Sal.
Because he had to spend so long with you last night.
Listen, your brother, he predicted a 2-1 loss. I predicted a draw. I was the positive one.
I predicted a draw as well.
I was the positive one last night, but he was right though. We did lose 2-1.
Wait, so Stel, did you expect waking up this morning you would hear that news? Did it take you by surprise?
Yeah. I thought that we spoke about it in the studio. I thought the last minute equaliser by Man United gave Frank the get out of jail to not be sacked, but then I was thinking about this on the way home. When Ben called in, he said that in the stadium, it's the first time he felt fans around him, the realisation that we actually could go down. It's not a conversation, it's a reality.
Yeah.
And I think maybe what's happened is that realisation, it was also felt in the boardroom. And they must have felt the mood and thought, do you know what, this is real. They know we've got Arsenal next. They know it's basically 90% chance we're going to lose another 3 points. So they probably felt that and thought, you know what, if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? When we're 2 points behind? When we're equal?
Yeah.
So but I was surprised, guys, because I thought that they didn't sack him after the Arsenal game when we got ripped to pieces with those awful tactics. They didn't sack him after West Ham, which I thought was the non-negotiable. You must win that. So they'd gone this far. I just assumed that's it. They're going to stick with him to the end and pray to God we don't get relegated. So yeah, I was surprised actually.
Yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it? And what do you reckon the plan is now? Have they sacked him with an actual plan, or have they sacked him with anyone in mind? Like, is there a plan here? Or are we just winging it?
We have a 30-point plan now for the.
Are we winging it? What do we do?
A plan. What? Like sorry, just give me a second. What you mean, like the plan to sack Ange and go for a 25-point checklist criteria, algorithm data-driven?
Like whatever you want to say,
match finder plan.
it might not be a good plan, but it was a plan. You know, when we sacked Nuno and brought in Conte, that was a plan. When we sacked Poch and brought in Mourinho, that was a plan. So do we have a plan?
No. There's no plan. They make it up as they go along. What they've done is they've proven they're no different to when Levy was here. They feed off of the fan emotion. When they sense the fans have completely gone, they react. People said that Conor Gallagher came in because he's a Poch signing, but then we signed Heitinga, which means that Arnie Slot's going to come in. But wait, we've just signed another coach, part of Frank's team, which means they're gearing up to keep Frank. There's no plan. We sit here guessing and trying to connect the dots. You can't connect the dots because they're so muddled. They don't connect.
They don't exist. There's no dots. There's no dots. That's why.
There's no dots. Like Andres, who called in yesterday, what he said. The bar's so low and we've tripped over it.
The bar's on the floor. That was one of the best quotes.
That's it. Yeah.
The bar's on the floor. We've fallen over
There's
it.
no plan. They don't know what they're doing. Listen, there's no plan for the transfer window in the summer. That video Lounge put out was absolute nonsense. I've never seen.
You're joking. They started planning for it weeks ago. Still.
Yeah. Do you know what this sacking does prove to me though? It proves they didn't back Frank in January because they didn't believe that he was 100% going to be their manager next season, and they didn't want to chuck a ton of money at him knowing that he might not be here next season. That's evident to me. All this 100% I'm convinced I'm going to be here. I had really good meetings with Lange and Vinay. I've got the full backing of the owners. I've never felt like the owners aren't going to back me. All of that has now proven to be lies. All of it, lies. So that's why I don't think they backed him in January, because clearly all of this was lies, and they didn't want to go and spend £100 million on a manager that they never felt would 100% be here in the summer. So I think that's the reality of what happened in the January window. They didn't back him because they didn't believe in him.
Yeah, it has obviously cost us massively. But just sticking on Frank for a moment, now he's gone. When you look back at his tenure, what do you think's the one thing for you that sticks out as his main failure? Why he failed at this club? Why it just didn't work with him specifically? What would you say was the main reason Frank failed at this football club?
I know this is going to sound contradictory, but I believe that his honesty was his negativity. The most negative thing about him was his honesty. Just saying, look, guys, we're going to lose games this year. We're only going to win 12. I think he was being really honest. I think he meant what he said, but his honesty is such a negativity to share. Being this pragmatic coach because he doesn't believe in his attack, his capabilities to have an attacking team. The way he set us up, he was being true to who he is. He was being honest to himself, but his honesty is negative because the football is so awful to watch. I think what held him back is he wasn't the adaptable coach people make him out to be. He wasn't able to go into a possession-based system. He wasn't able to play transitional football that was one touch. He wasn't able to dominate games. He wasn't able to pivot between 3 or 4 different formations. This whole notion that he's a tactical professor of the game, for me, it just wasn't true. It was a fallacy. And I think him being honest about what was going on and what he thought, your honesty is actually quite a negative method. It's quite a negative way of being with the players. And I just felt that just sometimes, guys, you got to tell a little white lie and tell players they're better than what they are. Look at the way he treated Tell, for example. That's a negative thing to do. Right, I'm going to tell the media that you're a really good player that can play anywhere in the front 3, which is what Frank said when he first came, but then I'm going to drop you from my Europa Cup squad because that's how good I think you are after I've told the world you're really good. And then when I'm in the shit, I'm going to bring you back into the Europa Cup squad. But as soon as I get the chance to kick you out of it, I'm going to do that again. That is such a negative way of operating with your players. So I just think, but he was being honest because he didn't want Tell in the squad, which is why I dropped him. And he only brought him back in because he was desperate. Like, Frank's behaviour is honest and true to himself, but it has negative consequences because of what he's actually doing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's honest. I understand what you're saying, but it's not he was honest about his own mentality, but that was exposed him as a. I think within the first press conference, he was exposed for the wrong mentality. Literally from day one, you could see it. The only thing he could guarantee with absolute certainty is we'll lose games of football. He said it with such certainty. And that is not the mentality, especially when you've just had a manager like Ange. That is not the mentality that the players will want to hear, is it? And I think immediately from day one, that mentality was exposed. Now we're hearing all these leaks about the players making fun of him in WhatsApp groups, calling him an obsessive Arsenal fan. A lot of, apparently he was so obsessive Arsenal behind the scenes, calling him such a great team, and the players were sick of hearing it. Like, when you hear some of this stuff, what does that tell you about what was happening behind the scenes?
Well, yeah, and this was actually Ange Postecoglou's biggest quality. I think Ange was a bit of a waffler, and I thought that he contradicted himself all the time. But you know what? His messaging was, we're going to win a trophy. We're going to do it. I believe you, squad of players, can win a trophy. I believe I can help you win the trophy. We're going to do it. And from day one, when Ange came in, he banged the drum about winning that trophy, and he stayed consistent with it. He was inconsistent with a lot of other things, but he was very consistent with that messaging. And I don't believe that, you know, for example, wanting to beat Man City, knowing that that would give Arsenal the league, he wasn't having it. No, win. So I felt, I'm not here to compare the two, but I just want to state that that's positive messaging, and then compare that to Frank's. It was a very honest but yet negative way of doing it. And football players don't want to hear that. Footballers want to be told that they're good. They want to be told they're going to win something. They want to be told that they're better than what they are, you know, which is what Harry Redknapp was good at doing. They want to be told that they have every right to win a trophy, and the club they're playing for should be winning trophies, and they're at the right club to win trophies, and this is the club you should look at. Don't look at all the other clubs, look at us, because we can do it. I don't care what they do, because we're going to do it. We're going to do better. And I felt that's the way Ange went about it, and Frank was the opposite. He was just he wasn't negative, but his honesty and it's like I said to you last night, Sid. I felt he tried too hard. I've always felt Frank was trying too hard in the job, and he never just settled. He never just relaxed himself and said, you know what? Let me do what I do. Let me do the things I did at Brentford, and if I've got injuries, so be it. I'm going to stick to what I know, because that's why they brought me in here, and we're going to do that. But he kept chopping and changing, trying to find a way, trying to get a win, so to speak. And I think he confused himself, he confused the players. And in the end, you know, like last night, Sim, has anyone got any idea what football we play? Has anyone got a clue? What is it we're trying to do? And I don't think Frank knew anymore. I think Heitinga came in to help Frank figure a way. And I think the players didn't know anymore either. 1 minute we're pressing, next minute we're not. 1 minute we're attacking, then we're sitting back. 1 minute we want to try and keep the ball, the other minute we're just giving it away for fun. Are we counter-attacking? Are we possession-based? Are we low block, mid block, high block? I never ever understood what Frank was trying to do. I thought after the Man City game, when we beat them 2-0, I thought, right, this is what he wants. A very compact, narrowly squeezed mid-block with a high press, and when we do win the ball, the mid-block squeezes in to create confusion, to create mistakes and score goals. I thought, right, I kind of get it. But I think I saw it twice all season. So that's not what he tried to do then. So, I mean, do you guys know what he tried to do? Did you guys kind of...
He tried to get the ball out wide and spam crosses in. That seemed like his only plan.
Well, still, it seemed as though the players, according to reports, struggled with what his plan was, because there's a report here saying from day one there was a feeling within the squad that Frank played too much emphasis on the opposition in training. A source says most of the work was on what to do out of possession and how to nullify the opposition, rather than working on how they can hurt opponents. And also there was some other reports saying he lacked an in-game model and a plan A, more about adapting to what the opposition are going to do. So if that's your game model, then you're going to look a bit clueless on the ball, because everything you're doing is focusing on how can we counteract what the opposition are doing, not how can we impose ourselves on the opposition. And that's maybe why we saw us coming out clueless in first halves and then a bit better in second halves.
And obviously, if the opposition change by any stretch of the imagination, then your whole game plan's out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was trying to say to fans. You look at Michael Carrick, he's got into Manchester United. And look at the 1-2 touch football they play. It's exciting, it's on point, it's changed the dynamics of the club. They're now talking about finishing third in the league. This is a team that finished one place above us last season. Yes, they've bought some good players, but those players were misfiring under Amorim. Under a different manager, Man United look a mess. They came to White Hart Lane, they're lucky. They're lucky they got a draw against us. We should have clobbered them. So Carrick goes in, and he changes the formation. He puts Kobe Minu in midfield, brings back Cunha. He gets them playing 1-2 touch football, a diamond with two triangles sitting on top of each other, rotating from the flanks into the middle. And I'm watching that thinking, that's taken him 9 days. He's got them moving the ball like that in 9 days. And then people will argue, oh, come on, Stell, give it a break. Look at the players they've got. I coached that with under 12s. I had 12-year-old kids playing football like that. I had under 21s playing football like that. I never had superstars. I never had players that were professional, but they could pass and move, play the direction they're facing, and the most skillful.
Maybe
players,
you can save us from relegation, still.
Listen, I know what I would do with these players, and I know what I would do with this team, but I'm not saving us from relegation. No. Right, we are. I actually feel sorry for the next manager to come in, because I don't know if they can save us. But we had to give it a try, because one thing I do know is under Thomas Frank, we were getting relegated. There was no doubt in my mind, Sim, you heard what I had to say last night. There was no way in my mind I could pick more than one game that I thought we were going to win under Frank. There's no way we would have won another game. Maybe one at best. So we had to change manager in hope that he can get us 3 or 4 wins. By the way, there's no guarantee the next guy is going to win 3 or 4 games, by the way. There's no guarantee of that. We are far from safe. But if we didn't try, 100% Frank was going to relegate us, because it had gone too far. It had gone way too far. And, a coach can very quickly set their blueprint on a team, even if the players aren't that great. Whether they win games is one thing, but you can definitely change the style of play. And I think we've seen this season enough games where when we are more adventurous, where we are more braver, where we do take a bit more risk, we actually cause a lot of problems for our opponents. Our difficulty is always going to be putting the ball in the back of the net, because we don't have Harry Kane, we don't have Son, we don't have these superstars. But if you create enough pressure and you create enough chances, there's a high chance that you do put the ball in the back of the net, as opposed to sitting back and letting the other team pummel you, which pretty much says the other team's going to score a goal, stating the obvious. So, yeah, I've seen managers do better with less. Keith Andrews at Brentford, he's doing a fantastic job, like really, really good job. Is it because the pressure's less? Is it because there's more harmony at the club? Or is it because actually he's a very, very good manager? So I don't think Frank's a crap manager, but I don't think he was ready for a Big Six club. And guys, I never wanted him in the first place. I never wanted him, because I just thought, you've gone from a winner who's given you a trophy who we all blasted, well, I did, for the injuries. We should have given him the start of the season. Instead, we brought in a manager who's won nothing in 14 years. He's never achieved anything great in the game, far from it. And we're saying, yeah, you build on that. That was the wrong building block, and clearly it was, because look how bad it is. I do feel sorry for him, though, regarding the injuries. I think Frank needs to be given, a fair bit amount of breathing space with the injuries, but so did Ange. And Ange never got that. Ange never once got breathing space. And I have to say, the media treated them differently. The media crucified Ange when he had injuries. I crucified Ange when he had injuries. Most YouTubers crucified Ange when he had injuries. So we can't now suddenly say, oh, because Frank's here,
Lies.
He gets treated differently. Big up, Danny. I don't know why, guys. All I can see is Danny's face from the whole screen.
Oh, I don't know. We'll get to
All right,
Danny.
okay.
We'll get to Danny. Just be quiet for a bit, Danny.
No, I like Danny. Big up to Danny. Good to hear his voice. I haven't heard from him in a while. But we had to change coach. It had to happen because there's no way Frank was going to turn it around, guys. Not a chance in hell. Never. It had gone far too deep. Even now, I'm deeply, deeply concerned whether the next manager can turn it around. But I didn't want Frank to be given the chance to turn it around.
Regardless who the manager is still, it's very likely by next game week we could be 2 points above the relegation zone. If West Ham beat Bournemouth at home and we lose to Arsenal, then that's 2 points.
Yeah, and this is why we should have sacked Frank ages ago.
Yeah.
For me, there was 3 or 4 markers where he should have gone. But you know what, guys? I heard I forgot her name, the last caller that came
Sarah.
on. She's Sarah, yeah, big up to Sarah. Good to see her again. I don't trust this ownership to get the next appointment right.
Correct.
I don't trust this ownership to back the next manager. I don't trust Lange or Vinay whatsoever now, because for me, it was either you stick with your guy to the end and back your chat, or all this talk that you've given us was an absolute load of nonsense. You bullshitted us again. And for me, Vinay and Lange are bullshitters. Absolute corporate, nod your head, yes men bullshitters. They've got to go. Vinay and Lange have got to go. We need a proper chairman. We need a proper head of recruitment. And we need, most probably, a new ownership. Because they're going to do it again, guys. They will continue doing this time and time and time again. They don't get it. This was their big chance to show us fans, right, Levy's gone. We are now going to show you how it should be done. And it's actually got worse. They've somehow managed to make it worse.
What's your gut telling you about who we're replacing Frank with right now in the immediate term?
I think they're going to bring in an interim, and then they're going to try and get Poch back in the summer. I think that's going to be their plan. They're going to try and bring in some kind of temporary plaster over the cracks. Pray to God that it doesn't crack wide open and we fall into the crack of the Championship. It's going to be a hit and hope, but I don't see them appointing the next manager for next season now, because what idiot that is serious about a long-term job comes and takes over now? You've got to be out of your mind if you're going to be the long-term coach to come in now, because you're setting yourself up for fail from day one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any idea who that interim would be? Do you think Heitinga seems to be the favourite?
I really don't want Heitinga, guys. I really don't want Heitinga. Honestly, it's going to be no different with him. Believe you me. He's maybe as a number 2, maybe as someone that helps with set pieces, fine. But a manager, he was a disaster at Ajax. Absolute disaster.
But he did have a successful. He had a successful interim role at Ajax, though.
Did he?
Yeah, a couple of years ago.
He was awful when he was in the academy as well.
He, we just went through his interim role. I think he played. How many games did he play?
I think he 22 games, won 14.
Yeah.
As interim manager.
We need a manager that knows about survival. We need a manager that knows how to turn around a disaster and just get it above water so we can breathe.
Who is that manager though? Rafa Benitez.
Rafa, But basically, guys, what we need is a bounce. We need a 3-4 game bounce. Someone that's going to come in and just grab 3 or 4 wins. Heitinga is the face, partly, of the failed process. He came in and we went on the worst losing streak. So nothing changed. But people got excited because we attacked a bit more, because we were a little bit more adventurous. We lost. We kept losing. Nothing changed. He's part of that. It's like when the manager fails, so you give it to Ryan Mason. He's part of it. Nothing's going to change because Ryan Mason was part of the previous failures that he was coaching. So we need a complete new face, a new voice, a new coaching method, and a new way of talking to the players just for a couple of months. I don't know who that is. I would say bring in Redknapp and Teddy Sheringham as a double act, or bring in Redknapp and Tim Sherwood as a double act, because Redknapp will put his arm around the players, show them love, tell them they're the best thing since sliced bread, and Sherwood will be the one that gives them a kick up the arse when they need it. So maybe that yin and yang might be the answer. But to bring in someone who's already part of the coaching team, I just don't see how anything changes when you've got that same participant of the failed process that we've just witnessed for the best part of 7 months. I wouldn't bring back Ange as well, by the way. I wanted Ange to stay, but I wouldn't bring him back to this mess. I wouldn't. We need a complete fresh face that these players are going to fall into line with, and just for a short period of time, just maybe stand to attention and listen. All right.
Yeah.
Different people here now. Let's just be on our guard for a couple of months and be on our best behaviour until we can win enough games to stay up, and then all right, go back to your old ways, do what you're going to do, players, and then in the summer pray to God that we get the right manager, and this ownership will back that manager, who I don't think they are going to back, by the way. I think whilst Vinay's chairman handing out Arsenal cups to Frank, and whilst Lange is here talking absolute shit to the fans on YouTube and taking the mick in the transfer window, I don't see how we progress with these two guys. I really don't. I mean, do you have faith in Vinay and Lange?
No, not at all. But people in the comments are suggesting Roy Keane.
Is he what, as a manager?
Interim, yeah.
Is he actually a good manager though?
I mean, he hasn't been a manager for years, is he? He was at Sunderland for a bit. He was at Ireland for a bit.
But was he good?
Not particularly.
He had one good season with Sunderland where he got them promoted and then started being bad.
He's a good pundit. He talks a lot of sense and he likes a good scrap on the TV. And he's
Tottenham
great
fan as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's great if you want to create YouTube shorts. Brilliant. Bring him in. Put him in the media department. But no, we need someone that's going to be able... Listen, even if Sam Allardyce comes in and just grabs 3 wins, who cares? We're not winning a trophy this year. We're not getting into Europe. Our number one and only objective now is survive. That's the reality, guys. We're not winning the Champions League. We're out of all the other cups. There's no way we're finishing in Europe. No chance. The best we can hope... On top of all the injuries we've got as well, Odebert's out now for the season. So really, the manager that comes in has got one job and one job only. Avoid relegation. You have got to win 3 to 4 games. Win those games and keep the club up. That's the only target he's got. And that's the whole focus of what he needs to focus on and what the messaging is to the players. Guys, we've got to stay up. We are fighting for our lives. Every game is a cup final. It's survival now. Wake up. This is the reality. It's happened. It's fine. You're good enough to get out of it. I'm going to help you. Together, we are good enough to stay up. Let's do it. That's the guy that needs to come in. That's the guy that we need to bring in. And if it's Sam Allardyce, so be it. Who cares? You've just got to stay up. Because if we get relegated, the catastrophic consequences of a club in our debt going down, guys, it's going to be unthinkable what this club looks like. So,
well, what do you say to some fans who say, Frank, as much as he's a problem. These players are just simply not good enough. No one is going to get more than Frank out of the current squad. We don't have enough goals in this team to get any more than what we're currently doing. And it doesn't matter who the next manager is, it's going to be the same thing.
Right. These players are better than sitting back for 70 minutes and defending whilst Newcastle, who haven't won in God knows how long, just come out.
Seems like you're asking Stells to speak to Danny.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we are better than that, right? Listen, Danny's been schooled all year long now, so he's
well, that's what he's going to say.
Done.
Oi, it's Danny, just calm down, Danny, calm down.
Right? Of course, we don't score many goals because we don't attack enough. Like I said to you, we don't have Kane and Son. I get it, I accept that. But if you attack enough and you cause enough pressure, you cause enough problems, the opposition are more likely to make mistakes. The opposition are more likely to let a goal in as opposed to us not attacking much and them not letting goals in because we don't. That
Still,
first half,
Leeds prove that on a week-to-week basis.
I know, Ben. I've been saying this for months. I've been arguing with the Dannies, with the Scott M's, with everyone and anyone that the way we play facilitates more losses than tries to create more wins. There's no guarantee we will win more games, right? I want to make that clear. There's no guarantee we will win more games. But unless you try to win more games by being more attacking, you're not going to win more games. We could have 20 shots and score 1 goal. So if you take 10 shots, by that metric, we score none. So you need to overload the attacking strategy of the team in order to try and win more games, to create more, to score more. I'm sure Tell, Odebert, these players, who knows, Solanke, they might miss a lot of chances. But if you keep giving them, something will land, something will drop. And for me, if we were more like that, I don't think we'd be in the top 6. But I can talk to you right now about 4 games this season. If we were more attacking, I think we would have had between 9 to 12 more points. And this isn't even a conversation. This isn't even a conversation anymore about relegation. It's those games where this mentality has cost us, this pragmatic approach. And we've proven this year that we can attack. Why is it whenever we go down, suddenly we can attack and we put teams on the back foot and they're under pressure and they actually look vulnerable and we score goals? We did it against Fulham, we did it against Aston Villa, we did it against Brighton, we did it yesterday against
Newcastle.
We did it against Man City, we did it against Liverpool. How many times have I seen Tottenham surrender the game, go 1-0 down, 2-0 down, and then suddenly, here comes the Alamo. Here comes all the frontline soldiers. Attack, attack, attack. And the other team crumble. They wobble. They're all over the shop. So I'm thinking, why can't you start the game like that and be more like that early on rather than wait until we're losing and then, all right, let's be more attacking. We've seen it too often this season that we can attack more, and actually when we do attack more, the opposition is shocked at the intensity that we can play at, and they become a mess. We cause problems, we score goals. Newcastle away we went down. Not in the amount of games this season we've gone down, and then suddenly we just become a more attacking team. It's not coincidence. It's not a one-off. It happens on a regular basis. So this is why I don't believe the players aren't good enough can be a viable excuse, because we've seen otherwise. We can be inconsistent, yes. We can be inconsistent, I agree. But to not be on the front foot more, I personally can't accept that, because I've seen different. I've seen much different from Spurs this year. And that's why, in the end, that's probably why Frank's been sacked. That has cost him his job, I think.
All right, Stel. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Let's pray that the next conversation we have is still a Premier League conversation and not Oxford United away.
Well, don't worry. We got the North London derby coming up next, so I think we'll speak before then. But big up to you, Stel.
Yeah.
Big up, Stel.
All right, guys. Have a good
Good
one.
to see you, mate.
You too, mate. Big up to Stellios. And now we got Zeus coming on.
Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go, Danny.
Let's bring him on. Let's bring him on. Danny,
How you
how
doing,
you
boys?
feeling after the news of the Thomas Frank sacking? You know, certain person told me he would still be here to the end of the
I
season.
did. I thought he would be.
He'll be here next season.
Yeah, I was. To be honest with you, I wasn't shocked. I did think he would still be here at the end, until the end of the season, purely because my thought was that I can't see where they go once they sack Frank, and I think it just, to me, it's like it's the club's. Let's say, like we've all been saying, really, their non-existent plan, right? Of where do we go from now? And I think that's probably the reason why, that is the reason why I thought they won't sack him, is because they've got no idea what to do. So it's like, the way I see it now is with, look, I'm not one of these fans. I'm not one of the fans who was saying that Frank was the biggest problem. I'm probably one of the very few that was saying that I don't think another manager changes anything that's going on at Spurs right now. I still believe that even with Frank until the end of the season, I bet that we're not going to get relegated. I still believe we'd get 11 points in the last 13, 12 games. Even if that was a draw every single game, I think we'd get enough to stay up, in my opinion.
Well, we have 12 and 17, Danny.
What's that? Sorry.
We have 12 and 17 at the moment.
Yeah, I still believe with maybe a couple players coming back towards the end of the season that it could help in 1 or 2 games. I still believe that we would get enough points to stay up.
Isn't that too risky to let yourself go to 2 points, 3 points, whatever, close to the relegation zone going into the proper latter stage of the season?
Yeah, I think it is, Ben. I'm not going to disagree, but I think what was the bigger risk was the club not doing anything in January to help the situation. We came down with 8 injuries in the January period, and rather than get some bodies in, and I know a lot of us probably would sit here and say half the players that have been mentioned who we could get in, like your Raheem Sterlings or players like this. I think most of us right now would take any one of them type of players because it gives you another body. At least it can help with giving the players that are playing a little bit of a rest or a bit of rotation. And the fact that like we've got another ACL injury is just, it's like a circus. It's like it really is that Mick McCarthy meme. Can it get worse? It can. It can. Do you know what I mean? It's like that, and it's just, look, I understand what everyone's saying about Thomas Frank had to go. I understand all of this stuff, even though I don't think, for me personally, it wouldn't have made a difference whether he'd gone or whether he'd stayed. My concern right now, is where do we go with the interim manager? Because to me, what it looks like is that they probably will bring in Heitinga. And I have more concerns as Heitinga as the manager than Thomas Frank to save us from a relegation battle, in my opinion. So it's like, have we really rolled the dice to bring in Heitinga to be the guy that's going to try and steer us away from relegation? Is that where we at right now? And that's what my biggest concern is with Spurs at the moment.
Who would you turn to, Danny?
In a dream situation or a realistic situation?
Realistic.
In a realistic situation right now, I mean, look, if who I'd love to see, and I think probably most of us would like to see, is Harry Redknapp. I know he's twerking for it as well at the moment. He wants to get the band back together, get Nico Cranshaw on the phone and bring him in as a coach. So it'll get them all back together. I'd love to see it, to be honest. One last dance of Harry Redknapp. I think that would be even if we were to go down, at least it was Harry Redknapp. But I don't know. I really don't know where they go. I honestly believe it's going to be Heitinga who's going to be the manager. And the reason I say that is because they've got no idea what they're doing. Like, I do not trust this board to make any clear decision.
So let me ask you this, Danny. If you think it's going to be Heitinga, right, and you didn't think you weren't worried about relegation whilst Frank was the manager, right? Now you say Heitinga is not going to do as good as Frank. Then are you genuinely worried about relegation now? Then, if you think Heitinga is going to come in,
yeah, I do. I'm more worried about it, Ben. Like, even though I still believe we're not going to get relegated, but I am more worried about it than with say Heitinga as the manager than I was with Thomas Frank.
Because if he does worse than Thomas Frank, we will go down. There's no...
and that's my biggest worry, Ben, is that, like, sometimes the grass isn't always greener, and if you roll the dice, right, it's got to be something that you've got to hope that it's going to be better than what you had to at least get you out of that situation. I don't think Frank would have got relegated, but if Johnny Heitinga is the manager, as interim, I have more fear that we will go down than not. And that's where my issue is with why I didn't want him to go, not because I didn't like him, because I want to clear this. I want to make this clear. I never wanted him in the first place. I've always said it was a sideward step going for Frank. Like, I really never wanted the manager to come in at the club. I was with Stell from that moment where I wanted Ange to be given the chance because just of what he represented. But now I would definitely not take Ange back. I think Ange will definitely get us relegated if he comes back. There's no doubt in my mind. Playing his football with 11 fit players, we'll be done.
But you're saying Frank could have got a few more results when injured players came back. Could Ange not have got those points if injured players came back?
No, not with Ange's style of football. No way.
I might get a few wins. We're not winning games at the moment.
Yeah, but the difference was I know we're not winning games, but for me, the difference with Ange and Frank, we all can kind of see this, is that Frank is far more pragmatic and Ange is gung-ho. And if you go gung-ho with the amount of injuries that we've got, we're going to be doing what we did at the end of last season, where we're not just losing by 1 goal, we're losing by 3 or 4. And then the fans would be even more in uproar because...
How many did we actually lose by 3 or 4 last season? It wasn't many.
I can't remember how many it was, but it was quite...
Liverpool a couple times.
There was one against Palace, wasn't there, at the end?
Kyle's 2-0, yeah.
What was the last day of the season we lost? Was it 2?
Brighton, yeah.
I mean, that
season, Kyle, you can forgive that game. The players were bloody hungover.
Yeah, they were drunk. Yeah, I remember that. But I don't know. It's just it's just like we're in such a mess with this football club, where it's like at this point we're all kind of just having many different guesses and opinions of where we go or what could be the fix for us. I mean, I think a lot of us know what the actual real fix is, and I think the biggest thing that we can do really to really fix this all is sell the club. That is for me the ultimate fix, because I think it's just there's too much.
Yeah, but that's not going to keep us up, is it?
It's not, right? Not at this moment, no. But I just, I don't know where we go from here right now. Like, I'm more worried now than I was before, and I think. Are they realistically going to go and pick up the phone to Harry Redknapp and give him the job? Probably I doubt it. Tim Sherwood, I wouldn't mind seeing Tim Sherwood, because I think he'd the way he is, he's a bit like a shout in your face type manager. He won't take no bullshit type of thing. So I'd like that kind of thing for this moment in time. But again, we've got players that if they don't like a manager, look at how they act, right? So what happens if, hypothetical, what happens if Tim Sherwood comes in, right? And then he starts shouting at the players saying, oh, what are you doing? You're shit. You need to do this, you need to do that. And Romero's like, oh, I'm not going to listen to you. I don't like how you're speaking to me. And then that trickles down to the players, and all the players don't want to play for him. Because if I'm being honest, a lot of these players don't really care. Because if the worst case scenario happens and Tottenham are to get relegated, a lot of those players know they're just going to go to other clubs, right? And that's where I have the biggest problem, because as much as the manager is part of a problem, I still think from all of the problems that we have, I think the players are a bigger part of the problem than the manager was, right?
Wait. But Dan, if you're saying they know they're going to go to other clubs, why is that? Because they're good enough to do, right?
No, because I'm saying if we go to the Championship,
Yeah.
I'm saying because they're not gonna. Those players are not gonna stay at Tottenham in the Championship, are
Yeah,
they?
because they're good enough to be picked up by other clubs, right?
Not that they're good enough to be picked up by other clubs. It's that they're not going to stay, and we won't be able to afford to have them. So they're going to have to be fire sold because we won't be able to afford it.
But you don't
We
think better clubs will pick up a lot of those players?
I think one or two players maybe go to better clubs. That's about it. Van der Ven, maybe Xavi Simons. Apart from that, I don't think any of our players.
Romero does as well.
Maybe Romero. Maybe.
Inter talking about picking up Vicario. Porro probably goes to a good club.
Who do you think Porro goes to if we go down?
A big club, a club of our similar size to us, I would say.
Maybe it's possible. Maybe in a team like a Man City, he would suit the way they play football. But look, for me, again, when we're looking at the game yesterday, again, like I don't know if you guys listened to it on the commentary. Did you hear what Glenn Hoddle was saying last night on commentary? No. All day, throughout the whole match. He must have said it like 7 times. He kept saying the players are not making any movements off the ball. They're not making any movements off the ball. They're too static. He kept banging on about it. And it's literally what I've seen for the last 2 years with 2 different managers, where the players don't want to make movements. They don't want to fight. Again, Xavi Simons yesterday, like there was a moment where he picked up the ball. He went into a little bit further than the middle of the pitch. He looks up and there's no one around him. I think, was it Brains might have said something similar? I can't remember. Someone said it, right? And he passed back to Basuma, and then the look on his face afterwards was like, really, is this kind of, where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? And it's like, it's too much. And yes, you can say that's partly tactics, but there is also the element of why are the players not giving these players options
because
for
they're
their
told
teammates.
to run in behind constantly, always run away from the ball, never come close to it and give the options. That's the way we play.
It was happening last season as well, mate. It wasn't just under. It was. It wasn't. Yes, it was. It wasn't.
Not that specific problem. Every player usually had a number of options. They did. That's how Ange played.
The players, Sim, last season were, again, the amount of times I was saying how static they are. They're not making movements for their teammates. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these players, they just don't want to put in the hard ground, the hard sort of yards to do the work is necessary to play in a Premier League game week in, week out. They just don't want to do it, right? That's my opinion on it. These players just don't want to do it. And I think there's too much. And what something Stell was saying in the last call about the players, about thinking that they can produce more. But again, I have to. The amount of times I've banged this drum, it's getting beyond silly, because the fact that I think our attack this season is far worse than last season, right? We have not brought in players to replace Son. We lost Maddison. We lost Kulu. We had no Solanke at the beginning of the season. And unfortunately, all of those players were the ones that were giving us the goals and assists. We haven't got the creativity in that midfield, in the final third, that those players last season gave us. So where does this come? Where does the creativity and the goals come from with the current group of players? Then adding on top who's available and fit. Then adding on top of the ones who have all the injuries that we've had over the course of the season. I cannot see where goals come from, right? Which is why we've technically been a Timu version of Arsenal with their set piece FCs this season. Like, that's where most of our goals have come from, set pieces or crosses, right? And it's funny how our centre backs are the ones scoring more goals than anyone else in our team. It just blows your mind.
We don't create chances.
Yeah, but we create chances from crossing, Sim. We cross the ball in the box second most in the Premier League.
Yeah, second most crosses, but chances created, we're near the bottom.
Yeah, but look at the players who are in front for the chances.
Right.
But the chances aren't coming.
Yeah, because we haven't got the players to provide those chances.
We do. We have Xavi. We had Kudus for a lot of season. Porro. What's wrong with Xavi?
So Xavi, the player that has only recently started playing well because he's started to get stronger and been given consistent minutes.
I don't think that's true. I think there was a tactical change that is, able to get Xavi with more players around him. Actually, before, when everyone was slating Xavi, he was doing all the right things, but there was no players in and around him and 30 yards around him.
But
That's
it's the same. It's the same. It's the same right now, Ben. It's the same right now. Xavi again last night. He had no players around him. Xavi was the only player.
Is that his fault, though? Is that his fault?
Well, it's his teammates' fault as well, because yesterday what I saw, Ben, is a team full of individuals who didn't want to play for each other. Mm-hmm. Did you not see that as well? Was it just me, or was there a lot of players just playing for themselves yesterday? And the only player who was really fighting was Xavi. He was the only one on that pitch.
And Archie Gray.
Yeah, Archie Gray to an extent, I'd say. Yeah, I could agree with that. And this is my problem, Ben. I've seen this too many times. Not just in Ange's squad, not just in Frank's squad, not just in Conte's squad. Since Pochettino's final season, I have seen these same patterns. So it cannot just be a manager and the players that managers got all the time. It's everything. It's a fundamental cultural problem that we have at this football club. The acceptance of mediocrity, the acceptance of not having to fight, the acceptance of not having to give your all for the badge that you play for. For me, this is going back years, and the last time any of us saw players fight for the badge was in the first couple of years of Poch, the first 3 or 4 years of Poch. That's when we saw players actually have a unity, and the fans came together and the club came together because everyone was going in the same direction. The players, the manager, everyone, the director of football. But we've got people, and we've got staff, we've got players that don't want to be here. I mean, Romero just clearly doesn't look like he wants to be here anymore.
Do you think the players even care about the threat of relegation? Because we all talk about how many players don't want to be here, the players don't want to be here, but we all know how much of a hard bargain that Spurs are going to do to actually let them out the door in the summer. So, the biggest fix for them is to go down and get easy moves in the summer.
But this is what I know. This is a statistical way of thinking, Ben. But this is kind of a little bit of how I've thought in the back of. I can't see these players caring, because how can you, as a Tottenham Hotspur player, right? When you look at the situation that's going on with the football club, and regardless of what the manager is telling you to do, let's just say the manager is telling you to play a certain way, right? Would it not be then for the player to take it on themselves, like we've seen this season and with Ange last season, to go and play to try and win the game in any way they can? Because look at the way Van der Ven and Romero have been our top scorers this season. I don't think that's by design that those players have scored more goals than our strikers have. I think that's because the players have taken it on themselves, because they're trying to find some way of trying to get a goal, and because those players really believe that they can help the team to get a goal.
So they don't believe in the manager's tactics.
So I think it's a bit of everything, Ben. I don't think these players believe in any of the manager's tactics we've had over the years, and clearly they didn't believe in the manager's tactics in the Europa League run last year, because the players wanted to play.
Van der Ven said in the interview with Gary Neville that he's fully convinced that Ange's tactics work.
Yeah, but then in the same breath, he said that we had to tell Ange that we needed to play more defensive, otherwise we were going to open up and concede goals.
Okay, but he said to this day, I still believe his tactics work. That's what he said.
Yeah,
verbatim.
but he also said what I just said. He also said that too, right?
So and they did that, and they won the Europa League. So what?
So what I'm saying to you is that these players, I really don't think care enough, because if they did care enough, they would be putting everything on the line, like everything. And I did not see enough fight from the players. Not even the basics yesterday. Like the one thing as a fan that I want to see, Ben, regardless of the quality of the player, is someone who gives everything, right? Someone who puts like 110% in whenever they play on that pitch. And I think a lot of fans will accept a loss or a defeat more if you see the team really trying. And yesterday, I saw a team that just looked completely like they just didn't really want to be there. They didn't care. And I'm like, I don't care who the manager is, right? You're playing for Tottenham. You're potentially in a relegation battle, and you're going more and more into a relegation battle. You should be playing to save this club, but it seems like they're not. They're just playing for themselves. And this is where my biggest problem is with the players. I don't think they care enough because, like you just said, Ben, I think in the back of their minds, if we do go down, it will be a lot easier for a lot of these players to get moves out of the club because the club is going to have to sell because they cannot afford. Like I think even Matt Law said, there's no relegation clauses in these players' contracts because I don't think Tottenham ever thought they'd be in a position where they'd be relegated. So you're gonna have to sell players regardless because you've got the stadium debt still got to pay. You're going to lose money from TV revenues. You're going to lose sponsorship deals. You've still got player transfer debt. It's going to mount up and mount up.
The thing is, Danny, I agree with you to a certain extent about the players, right? I think the players need to come under a lot of criticism. However, the manager is throwing under the bus with the tactics that he's deploying them and getting them set out to do. It's a losing tactic that invites pressure and is not able to garner enough chances to go and win games. That's the reality. And we have to wait until we're 2-0 down for the manager to release any shackles off to let them go and play their game. So they've lost complete faith and trust in the tactics, and that happened quite early on. I think that happened quite early on.
But have they lost faith? Because if they'd lost faith, they wouldn't have given us that second half performance against Man City a few weeks ago, right? If they and in the game after that, right? That I have seen this team still try and fight. So it's just that they can't do it on a consistent basis and they can't do it over 90 minutes because there are a lot of circumstances like how decimated the squad is, right? That we just cannot perform at that type of intensity with everything going on, with all the injuries, the fatigue in the players.
Well, we never did before the injuries, though. We never did.
Yeah, but it was also the same last season, Tim, and the same under Conte.
We did before. No. But before injuries last season, we did perform with intensity, and we won a lot of games.
When?
Last season. We won.
No, we didn't. We lost.
We lost
22 games last season.
Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying before injuries. Before injuries, you're blaming the injuries. I'm saying this season before the injuries, we were still awful, like that Chelsea and Arsenal games. We had teams for those games. It wasn't injury. Yeah. I'm saying last season before the injuries, we won 5 games by 3 or more goals before the injuries.
Right, but in those games, Tim, again, I have to say this again, our attack is shambolic. Like it is the worst Spurs front line as a collective I have ever seen. Like hands down, it is the worst. I do not think as a collective I've ever seen a worse Spurs attack, in my opinion, right?
I think they're made to look worse though by Frank.
I don't. I think they are just bad players, right?
I think they're made to look worse by Frank.
And this is where we're going to find out, Sim, whether it really is the manager or the players in the next how many games is it in the Premier League now? 12 or 13?
12 games,
12.
yeah.
12 games left, right? So whoever comes in, are you guys like? I hear a lot with the fans, and they say, "Oh, a different manager can get an extra 10%, extra 20% out of the players," right? I don't know what your take is on that. If that is the case, right? What is 20 or 10% extra for you guys?
What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
More chances, more chances on goal, more attacking, and more chances of winning games.
Right. So you said more chances, and what was the other thing you said? More chances and
more attacking and more chance to win games. Yeah.
Right. So out of the players
better XG. Yeah, there you go.
Right, out of the players that we've got available, who are the players that are going to give you more chances, better XG for you, Sim, and have more more chances on goal? Which players are going to be those players that are going to be able to do that?
Yeah, the players that are there.
Gallagher, Xavi, Solanke, Tell, they're going to them.
So you think the players that have historically not done that are now going to do that?
That's not true though. Moani as well.
But
that's not true. No, it's not.
What has Moani done this season?
You just said historically, now you're saying this season. This season they've been playing under Frank is the point, Danny.
Right,
they've been playing under Frank.
But historically, what has Tell done in the last 3 years? Bayern Munich and Spurs.
Yeah, he scored quite a few goals for Bayern, but that's regardless. This season, I think he's got minutes to goal ratio is one of the best because he's played so few, but he's got 3 goals.
3, right. So in a whole season, he's had 3 goals.
Because he barely plays.
Look at the minutes he's played.
Right. Okay, so you're saying that Tell is going to perform better when another manager comes in.
Absolutely.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
I don't. Right. I don't. I think it's going to be the same. So this is where we'll wait and see.
In fact, I think Tell's probably played better under Frank than he has under Ange.
I agree with that, and I think Odobert has, and I think who else has played better? Yeah, I think those two have definitely played better under Frank than under Ange, for sure. So, yeah, I love the hope that people have and thinking that these players can perform at better level. I just cannot see it because historically with these players, Solanke in his whole Premier League career has only had one Premier League season where he's good. He's just come back from injury as well, and he's another one that potentially could get injured because we've got no other option up front. And if he gets injured, then what do we do? We've just loaned out Dane Scarlett, our last striker. We've got one winger who's fit, like one winger. It's laughable. Like, I really don't know where people think that we can have this kind of philosophy with a different manager.
The thing is, Danny, a good manager comes in and he raises the level of players. He raises the level of players, and we're seeing that at Leeds United. We've got better players than Leeds United. They're able to consistently create chances and score goals more than us. And
but again, Ben, Leeds United haven't had to do in a season where they're playing European football, right?
Right.
What I get frustrated with is the fans seem to forget all the circumstances that come along with Tottenham Hotspur. And I'm not just talking about 2 games a week, European football. Also about us having a whole new board. We've had a director of football that basically left at the end of the window, right? He done more transfers for Fiorentina while he was at Spurs than he did at Tottenham in January.
Absolutely. That's because he wasn't working for Tottenham. He was working for Fiorentina.
I know, but it's like you can't make this up. Like you literally can't make this up. So it's like when you put everything and all the injuries, everything into it, like I just cannot see how what you guys see and believe that another manager is going to give these players an extra 10%. I don't believe that.
We've seen it on the games that we play. We only when we start playing when we're losing 2-0, we actually look creative and we can actually look to hurt the opposition.
Frank is the manager, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's gone. So who's going to be that guy who's going to give that?
Whoever it is, we need to see who that manager's going to be.
We need to see more of that. We need to see more of us being 2-0 down, that kind of play, more. That's what we need to see.
There's a stat apparently if we're the first...
Ange going to be on the overlap, people, next week. No, seriously, it's just been announced.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Oh, this is comical. This is comical.
Tomorrow.
So you got Poch twerking on Humphreys. You got Ange coming on the overlap now.
This is amazing. Did you know there's a stat this season that when we go 1-0 down, we haven't come back to win a game?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I just look, honestly, boys, I really want to believe your hope that you have with another manager.
The thing is, Danny, we're not saying like these attacking players going to turn us into title-winning form or anything like that. We're just saying
you're not saying that. I know.
Better than bottom of the barrel.
We create some of the least XG in the whole league, Danny. I don't think these players are as bad as that. I just don't.
But Sim, let me. I hear you, right? But let me put this to you, right? Just say, for example, right? We get a different manager, right? Harry Redknapp comes in. We start playing a bit better football. We create more chances, but we're still losing matches. Are you then going to say it's down to the players because the players that are having more chances are not putting the ball in the back of the net because they have proven that they can't do that? Are you then going to say it's the players' fault, or are you going to say it's Harry Redknapp's fault?
Yeah, I would say it's the players' fault. Yeah.
And this is my argument, Sim.
But it's not an argument because that's all theoretical. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying that I have seen this too many times with these players, and from last season, that a lot of these players cannot do the jobs that we require them to do.
God,
what?
I was just looking at the trailer. I was just looking at the trailer for the Ange thing on the overlap, and it was recorded today.
Was it?
What did it say, Ben? What did it say?
So it opens up saying Gary Neville saying our first question is going to be about Thomas Frank, and it just ends there.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
And it'll start off saying what timing to get you in the studio.
Well, Thomas Frank, he didn't do a good job. I should have taken the job.
I'm so interested to see what he's going to say.
What was that? So what were we talking about, Danny? Before we got interrupted rudely?
No, just about the for me, it's just the players. I just think personally that whoever comes in as an interim, I think the fans are going to finally maybe start to see that these players really aren't as good as what people think they are or what they can produce.
But
personally,
we're talking about relegation, Danny. All I'm saying is they're better than that.
I know, Sim, but you say that we're better than that. But if we had a fully fit squad, I agree with you, mate. I really do. But we don't. Like, with what we've got available...
We were barely better than that when we did have a fairly fully fit squad this season.
No, but we haven't had a fit squad all season. We haven't. For Frank, that's why I feel sorry for Frank, because he never really got a chance to see what he could do with a fully fit Tottenham squad.
But he had a good enough squad to be better than this, is my point.
He didn't, though, Sim.
Of course he did. Come on,
he didn't.
Danny. Of course he did.
In my opinion, Sim, he didn't. He had Richarlison, who I hate as a player, and I think he should have been gone a long time ago, right? If he had Solanke from the beginning of the season playing with Kudus, Xavi Simons... Again, Xavi Simons only just started coming into it. I know he showed glimpses throughout the season, but you can clearly see the guy has put on some muscle mass, right? He has got bigger and he's looking better from a physical specimen, and he looks more in tune with the Premier League, and he's getting more and more in tune with it as time goes on. He was always going to be a player that was never going to hit the ground running from minute one. And we didn't replace Sim, which is a massive, massive disappointment and complete negligence from the football club, right? And then we're going to expect Tel and Odegaard to be the guys. And I know Mohamed Kudus, right? And let's be honest, before he got injured, he was playing really well until a couple of weeks prior to that. It looked like he'd been running into the ground and we weren't. It's just the whole club is the way everything is a mess. So.
But just look how we tried to play, Danny. That's all I'm saying. How we tried to attack games. How we tried to play games. That is, it's the same thing. We just looked for those runs in behind. We looked to facilitate crosses from Kudus and Porro, and then we looked from set pieces. And then on the other side, we're very, very passive. We allow shots from outside the box. We don't really pressurise the opposition. We're very passive the other way. That is all on the coach. All these, when it comes to patterns of play and how we tried to play our football, that all comes from the manager. The fact that we've created so little chances. You can have a bad team create loads of chances and lose games because the players aren't good enough to score them. But we don't create, is the point, and that comes from the manager. We don't facilitate a team dynamic to create chances.
I know, I agree with what you're saying, right? And I know, like, even yesterday, right, the amount of times that we were just smashing long balls and losing possession, it was just ridiculous, right? Do you think then, for me, because this is what I think, like, do you think there's an element that Frank doesn't believe the players can play the way that he wants them to play, and that's why he set us up this particular way?
This is how he played at Brentford. It's the same thing. This is how he wants to play.
Do you think that's how he wants to play, or do you think that he's limited to how he wants to play because of what he's got, the options he has?
This is how he wants to play.
But we don't really know that. That's the thing.
This is what he did at Brentford. So on that evidence, that is how he wants to play.
But Sim, he was a lot more attacking at Brentford, right? Especially in transition.
He wasn't.
And
he
especially
was
counter-attacking.
He was more effective. It wasn't more attacking.
Well,
he was always low possession. He was always long balls, looking to play second balls. He was always only attacking transition and also relying on his set pieces. Yeah, he did have better plays in the front lines. So it was more effective, but it was the same stuff. It's very basic.
Yeah, a little bit. I agree with you to an extent. I agree with you to an extent, right? But I still believe that he wanted to play a lot more front-footed football. But I just think that it was never going to happen with the current crop of players that we have. It just wasn't. Especially when you've got someone like Richarlison, who's up front most of the season, who can't control a football to save his life. It's like when you see the difference when we have Dominic Solanke playing, and it's not like he's a massive upgrade on Richarlison, but he is a better focal point, and it is what it is with who we've had available.
Yeah, that's fine, but Richarlison's not fault for our build up. and how we set and how we build up through the defence and midfield, why we never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, play through the middle, why we always focus on going out wide, why we're always going on playing long ball and asking players to chase second balls constantly, and that's kind of our method of progressing the ball up the line. That is not on Richarlison. Yeah, Richarlison has his issues, don't get me wrong, but the reason why we never keep possession and we're not a dominant team is not down to Rishi.
Yeah, and to me, that's down to the players not having the ability to do the basics.
They're following what Frank wants them to do. Frank doesn't care about dominating.
Sim, I honestly, I did see this last season with Frank, with Ange. It was a lot of the same thing. Why do you think last season? How many times last season did we say we are getting battered in the midfield and we could do with a number 6? Every single one of us. So many in the stadium, the amount of fans I spoke to were all saying we are just getting outnumbered and out-battered in the midfield, right? And that hasn't really changed that much this season.
But he played a different way.
But Sim, if you don't have
but
players
we didn't
who
have
can
the
control
number
the
6 last season. We brought in a João Palhinha. We've got more bodies
We did,
in the midfield
but-
this season. But at least last season, we could see a clear method of how we wanted to attack teams. Porro and Udogie would come central and inverting the fullbacks. There are players that can progress the ball through the middle of the park. Bentancur's forward passing stats last season to this season are worlds apart. That's because we don't have any sort of way to progress the ball through the middle of the pitch. All we have is get Porro out wide, Scat Bam crosses in. When Kudus is playing, get him to take on the whole team and try and get across in the box. That's all we have.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I still think it's limited because of what we have, and I don't think the players are capable of doing that sort of game that you want us to play. Because when we were playing like that, Ben, we were losing more games.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I know
not
we
the point.
could.
The point
I know we
is
could still
saying
lose
create
22
chances.
games.
We're not talking about winning and losing. Create chances. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but there's a fine. I think the problem that Frank has had all season is finding the balance, right? Finding the balance between attacking football and defense, pragmatic football, and I think that's what Ange also struggled with as well. Because Ange, he just wanted to go gung ho no matter what. But with Frank, he's a lot more cautious. And what I've seen this season is when he has gone more attacking, we've opened up, and when he has gone more defensive, we just can't score goals at all. We just cannot score. And the only time we can score is from set pieces. So it's a fine balance. And honestly, I really, really hope whoever comes in does well, because we need him to. But I just can't see how this extra bounce is going to come with a different person, unless it's someone like, I don't know. I've got no idea who. I've got no idea. I mean, who do you guys realistically think is going to be the interim manager, or who do you actually want?
I think it's going to be Heitinga. I think it will be. I think the direction of travel is Heitinga till the end of the season, and then we'll just go get Poch back.
Unless he does a Stellini.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we could have another sack in this season,
and then they'll just ride it out with Mason.
Yeah, you know it, innit? He's gonna come back, Ryan Mason, for the 4th stint. But Sim, what about you? Like realistically, who do you think is going to be the manager, and who would you actually want as the interim?
I think right now the plan is to wait for Poch.
I agree with that in terms of for the next season. I do agree that's what's going to happen.
I'm just reading reports. Apparently, the plan is to try and look for someone external to try instead of hiring
interim?
internal. Yeah.
Okay.
But
have to wait and see.
I really got no idea.
You see, and this is the problem. Like, if us fans can't even really.
Yeah, but we're not paid millions to make these.
I know we're not, Sim. I know we're not. But like usually you could kind of, you'd get a consensus from the fan base where you'd say, oh yeah, I could see that happening, right? But you've got people saying Sam Allardyce, you've got people saying Gareth Southgate, you've got people saying get Poch in now. It's just no one knows what this club is going to do, because I think the truth is they don't know what they're going to do. I don't think they do.
I think what we should do for an interim, we need to try and get like a Chelsea-style interim in, like a Rafa Benitez, like a Hiddink, one of these kind of guys.
I wouldn't
What's
say no
Hiddink
to one of
saying?
those
What's
guys.
Hiddink saying?
I wouldn't
What
say
is
no to
Hiddink
Gus
saying?
Hiddink. But yeah, I think we're in for an interesting end to the season, boys. And I just hope that whoever comes in does get that extra 10 and 20% out of the players. Even though I don't believe they will. I still believe we're not going to get relegated. But we'll see if I change my mind depending on who the interim is.
All right. Big up, Danny. Thanks for coming
Big up,
on,
boys.
mate.
Thanks for having me,
Speak to
boys.
you soon.
I'll speak to you later.
Nice
Bye.
one, Danny.
And that was Mr. Danny Kiryaku. We've got some reports regarding potential new managers. There's been an article from Matt Law, and also Paul O'Keefe has been chiming in on the matter as well. Paul O'Keefe says that he keeps hearing Zerbi. So he says,
keeps
let's see.
hearing Zerbi.
That's what he keeps hearing. In terms of the Matt Law article, let's...
Just go on the Spurs experiment, yeah.
So, with Matt Law, he says the early expectation from insiders is that Spurs will most likely try and appoint an external candidate to replace Thomas Frank, as opposed to naming someone on the staff as interim, as it remains to be seen whether the club make a permanent appointment or ask someone to take the team until the end of the season. He says Roberto De Zerbi and Maurizio Pochettino are on Tottenham's shortlist to replace Thomas Frank. He also says Robbie Keane is among the interim manager candidates considered by Tottenham. He says it's unclear whether De Zerbi would be willing to jump in at Spurs right away, although he is believed to be keen returning to the Premier League. There is an acceptance that it would be impossible to appoint Pochettino until after the World Cup.
If Robbie Keane is willing to come, I'll definitely take him.
I
as
just
interim.
can't see that being a viable option.
I'm just saying, if he's willing to
Yeah,
come,
I mean, I would take it for sure.
I would take him. And, you know, as I've said, you never know, because, yes, he's at Ferencvaros. They are still in Europa League, doing quite well, actually.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they're doing in the league. I'm guessing they're top, and he's doing a good job. But let's be honest, unless he, like, wins the Europa League or something or gets far, like, what's better for his career? Having an interim, depending on how he does, obviously. But if he does well, comes in at Tottenham and actually does all right for 6 months, gets us away from relegation, has a decent record, what's better for his career? Doing that or winning the league at Ferencvaros? Where's that going to lead him in terms of...
But it's
down
not
the
about just
line?
winning the league for Ferencvaros. What if he gets to like the semi-finals of the Europa League, has
Okay,
like a
that's what I'm saying.
Bodo-style Europa League thing? I think that might be bigger for his career.
100%. Doing well in Europa League would be big for his career, but it's whether he thinks maybe coming to Tottenham would be easier to do that and doing a good job here and trying to get something out of this team. Because then all of a sudden there's all eyes on him. You're in the Premier League. Other teams might look at you. You can get jobs off the back of it. Obviously, Ferencvaros, that might happen as well, but he has to weigh up both.
I think he's
and cons.
such a young manager. He's got such time to make his name in the game. You know what I mean? So I think he's onto a good thing. He's enjoying his time at Ferencvaros, and I think he would probably decide to stay rather than come on an interim role. Because I think jobs will open up in the future if he does well, and which he is doing well at Ferencvaros.
Yeah, it depends. No, I agree with you. If he does good enough job at Ferencvaros, but he'd have to do like an exceptional job, whereas Tottenham in the Premier League, like you just have to win a few games. And people look at Mason. He won a few games and he got a championship job on the back of it. Van Nistelrooy won like 3 games at Man United manager. He got a Premier League job off the back of it. I know it ended up not doing great, but I'm just saying you can get jobs literally just winning a few games, and you can get jobs off the back of that. So Keane might look at that and think maybe there's an opportunity, especially Tottenham, you know, club I love, chance to save them as well. He might look at that and think there's an opportunity. He has spoken before about, you know, being at Ferencvaros, how much he enjoys it, and he wouldn't take a championship job or something else.
Yeah.
Or even, I think, did he say interim specifically? I can't remember. But
He was talking about
I
championship.
think he was talking
yeah.
about championship. He was like, this is a great opportunity for me. So, look, the likelihood is he turns us down. But I'm just saying, I think it's worth asking the question. And if he is willing to come as interim, I think that's a good in-between. And maybe we've got a good young manager who,
I would love to see it happen.
By the way, I've been, you know, watching a few videos of how he speaks and what the kind of football he wants to play. He wants to play attacking football, pressing and all that kind of stuff. So maybe that would be a good in-between.
He uses a 3-4-3 a lot.
3-4-3. I mean, I would like to see Robbie Keane see what he can do here. In terms of the other guys, Pochettino we've obviously discussed, and obviously we love him. In terms of him doing a dual role, I'd love to explore that if that's possible. If not, it sounds like, as Matt Law, you said, there is acceptance he won't be possible before the World Cup. So that if that rules that out, we have to wait for him, then that's so be it. The interesting thing is, if we can get De Zerbi now, and we have a good conversation with him, and we're convinced like it could be a good fit, would you rather wait for Poch or go for someone like Zerbi now? That's an interesting prospect. I'll definitely be calling Zerbi and have a conversation. Whether it's the right fit,
I'm really not interested in
know.
Zerbi, to be honest.
I am very interested in Zerbi. I really like him as a manager.
It will all end in tears in probably a year's time from now if we were to hire him now. That's the reality.
But he's a good manager. It's all about whether it's the right fit or not.
That's the thing, and I don't think it is the right fit.
But I'm saying it's worth having a conversation. I think I don't think it's something to be dismissed out of hand. Is my point. I think it's worth having that conversation.
He's a ticking time bomb. That's
he
the
might
reality.
Be same like we'll say with Conte, but Conte did a good job over a short amount of time, but obviously it ended badly.
He did a good job for 6 months, and it all fell apart because he didn't get what he needed. It'll be the same with him.
That was part of it, and also there was a lot of personal issues going on as well, which probably led to it, and that was obviously a big problem. But
can you imagine Zerbi trying to manage under this hierarchy?
Yeah, but he managed. I know Brighton are well run, but could we get better? Could we, if he's got a say in what's going on? We saw the football he played at Brighton. Could he get us playing similar football? And I think.
Yeah, but I think it's not just the football that we need to look at. We need to look at fits and personalities and everything. This next managerial appointment is like so important.
I think Zerbi plays better football than Poch. I think it's more modern football. I think the football would work better. It is really great on the eye. The fans would love it. The question is him. The question is his mentality, his personality, and whether he'll lose patience with the hierarchy, whether he'll be calling them out publicly, whether, we've just seen what's happened with Marseille.
We probably want that, don't we?
He's just, there's fans who, people will say, he's not a yes man. So is that what you want? Yeah, maybe. But I know that's not the question. It's more in terms of, we've just seen what's happened with Marseille, right? A few bad results. He was actually in the title race not long ago. All of a sudden, a few bad results.
I don't actually know what happened with Marseille. I didn't even know until this morning that he'd left his job.
I don't know if it's official yet, but there was a lot of rumours. Is it official, people? I don't know. But I know he is very strong rumours. I think Romano said it, that he's left. So I'm guessing it's happened. He's a hothead.
I think it's another Conte. Basically an attacking Conte.
Right, but maybe we could do with that mentality.
If he's going to be here for the long term, then I think it's something to consider. But if he is like a Conte and he jumps ship way too often and too quickly, then there's just no point in it. We need to build a long-term plan here, and you can't do that under a ticking time bomb.
As I've said, I think you're probably right. I think that's probably where we'll land, even after a conversation when all things considered. There's probably just too much doubt about whether he will not end up getting frustrated and end up blowing up and calling people out and all them.
You don't know that's going to happen through a conversation. You know that's going to happen through his past.
You could assume it. I mean, it might happen.
Like with a conversation, like they had a conversation with Conte. He rejected and then he came to the club because we paid him enough money. But surely they were under no illusions of what Conte is actually like, and it ended up being that way. It'll be the same with Zerbi.
Likely, yeah. But I think it's worth exploring. I really like Zerbi. I think he's a really great manager. He's a very forward-thinking manager. I think he plays, at the moment, more current football, better football than Poch. And if you're basing it purely on what kind of manager, what kind of football we're going to play, and what's going to be more successful, I think Zerbi's the choice. But if you're basing it on who's going to be a more sustainable guy, who's going to be someone who's more likely to build something around for the long term, maybe more long lasting, and someone who obviously get the fans on side very quickly, Poch is the probably better candidate there. But who's maybe more likely to win you something? I'd probably argue Zerbi.
If he's here long enough to win us something, maybe. But Poch has shown that he can work in the parameters of these four walls of this football club. He's shown he can make us relevant. He's shown his ability to build the club. I think he can rebuild it. And he's shown his ability to work with young players, and we've got a lot of young talent coming through now. And I think Pochettino's the guy, man. I think he's a sustainable choice. I think he's a choice that the fans can get behind. He's got credit in the bank for slow starts and stuff like that. He's got an attacking philosophy of play. I think he ticks every box, Pochettino, in my opinion.
It's whether he's right now the football he plays is as forward thinking as it was back when he came, and not forward thinking in terms of his intent, forward thinking in terms of how ahead of the game he was, right? How he was at the forefront of tactics. I felt when he first came. I don't know if that's the case anymore, unless he's changed a few things. I don't know. You never know. But I'm just saying the way he plays was revolutionary at the time. I feel like Zerbi is more ahead of the game on that front at the moment.
Yeah, and that's fair enough, but it doesn't mean that Poch's style of play can't work. I think it can work, and it will work, and it's proved to work.
Yeah, but as I say, Mourinho's style of play is proven to work because it's won trophies, but it's not anymore. It's people have moved past it. Have people moved past Poch's? I'm not saying definitely no. I'm just saying there's a conversation to be had there.
I don't think so. And I think people that are of that opinion, I think it's a bit hyperbolic, because I think we've seen, even in his recent stint at Chelsea, yes, we know that he needs to come in and fill the players and, get them to join his methods and everything like that. He needs a lot of training. He needs time on the training pitch. Second half of the season, it got a lot better and it yielded results. So there's no reason why that can't happen at Tottenham.
It did, and he had a good second half of the season, but because he didn't get that second season, we'll just never know where it was.
But
leading.
We saw an upward trajectory.
Yeah, we did. No, 100%. But I don't think it was proof that that his tactics are still like as relevant as they were.
But it proved that it can yield results, because it got consistent results for the second half of the season.
Yeah, it did. Once it did, 100%. And there was an upward trajectory.
And also, like, if we're not going to be in Europe next season as well, like, we know that Pochettino needs that time on the training pitch. To have Pochettino take us through into a season with no Europe, I think it could speed up that process as well.
I think, to be fair, these boards they're too cowardly to hire someone like Zerbi.
For sure.
They wouldn't want that headache. But I think it's worth having that conversation.
And if it's not Poch or De Zerbi or Robbie Keane, who else is there? It's like an outside-the-box manager, like an Italiano, like a Sebastian Hoeneß.
Well, the guy from Celta Vigo, they're saying he's apparently a lot of people are very big on him. I mean, if they're saying they want someone external, and I'm guessing that's saying it's not guaranteed to be Heitinga. It's difficult to really see what direction we go in.
I think they're saying that now, but I think they'll ultimately end up landing on Heitinga. I don't think they have long to make this decision.
And they clearly just don't have a plan, do they? They just sacked Fran, they're like, we'll deal with it, we've got 12 days.
How dumb can you be, right, when this has been on the cards for weeks now, if not months? How dumb can you be? You've got to this point and you still haven't sounded out an interim. Like, the interim should already be in place right now.
Absolutely. I can't remember when I said it, but I think it was in December. I said I would be sounding out replacements already, or sounding out.
Yeah, and they didn't. They haven't.
They again. This is pretty much what we said. Like, that West Ham game is almost like they never even considered this might not work until that West Ham game. Then after that game, it was like, oh shit, maybe we actually might have to start doing something. And even then, they've given him a stay of execution. There's still no plans in place.
So that means
they could have started looking after the West Ham
surely that
game.
means after the West Ham game, all those reports were bullshit. Because if they actually thought that they were going to sack him, and if we lost that Dortmund game, they would have sacked him, then surely they would have been looking at replacements from then. Well, clearly it was all bullshit, and they just wanted to give him till the end of the season.
Yeah,
I think they feel it's just completely untenable.
No, I think they were thinking about it after the West Ham game, but landed on, okay, we're going to stick by him. And I think, but what they should have done really is, okay, we're going to stick by you, but we're going to start sounding out some other alternatives, because in case in the likelihood that you do lose a few more games and we are dragged into it, then we have some contingencies. But it looks like what they've done is they've said, we're going to stick by you, and because they want to be loyal to their manager, they haven't spoken to anyone or anything, and they'll just be like, yeah, it'll be fine with Frank, he'll turn it around. And now they're sitting here for a few weeks later, and it's become untenable, and now they're like, oh shit, now we actually have to find someone, but let's just get rid of Frank first, because everyone's baying for blood. Announce that, and then we'll deal with it. But this is no planning, there's no forward thinking, it's all just reactive, and this is why we're in this situation.
I'll tell you what though, now, as long as this decision goes on, I know there's no game for 11, 12 days now against Arsenal, but when things go wrong, there's no manager to hide behind now. There is no manager to hide behind now. So if things carry on going in the same manner that they're doing, they have got nowhere to hide. And it's their decisions that have put us in this mess. So they're the ones that are going to be getting the full brunt of the fans' criticism now, aren't they?
Absolutely. And it was the focus had already turned to them at some points. When I was at United away, There was some muted chance of Enoch out, but there was some Enoch out chance. There was obviously a big chance of Romero's right at the border shite. So there was already there was obviously protests that failed, but there was protest planned, which is already visible. As much as the protest failed, don't get me wrong, and no one turned up, right? But what was happening was you had all the guys, Billy T and whatever, going on all these podcasts and even on mainstream places, they were talking about it. BBC Radio 5 Live, Talk Sport, they were talking about these places, right? So what that does is it gets that thing seen. So trust me, the hierarchy are obviously aware of these things, right? They're aware of Enoch out and change for Tottenham and stuff. So despite the fact that the protest didn't work, the visibility already puts a bit more pressure on them from an online space and stuff like that. So they knew that the heat was turning on them, albeit as not as vociferously as maybe the previously, but it's already turning on them. So I think that definitely plays into the fact, Vivian got confronted by a fan, all that kind of stuff plays into it. So the attention's turning on them already, so they knew they had to act.
Absolutely. This Telegraph was saying that the Spurs players were given 5 days off before the club announced the sacking of Thomas Frank.
Oh.
It gives the club time to decide the best course of action and make an appointment in time for the new man to take training from Monday in preparation with the North London derby. So basically, the players were given 5 days off from today.
Right, so they've just given him 5 days off. Right. Okay. Interesting. I don't understand that.
But that's bullshit, because we heard that Johnny Heitinga is taking training today.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that.
Unless it's from tomorrow, I don't know. Well, surely there's no training today. It's day after a game, recovery, no? Unless it's training for the players who didn't play. But we don't have any players who didn't play.
But anyway, if that is true, that means the next day of training will be Monday. And I guess they're giving themselves these 5 days to get a manager in place. I
think on some sites, first of all, I do think Frank said he was going to give the players some days off. I think he said. I actually think he said it yesterday, did he? Or maybe in the pre-match press conference, because we got no game. Players should clear their minds, take the pressure off themselves. I think that's fair, because I think we're in a rut at the moment, and sometimes you just need a little break psychologically. So I think 5 days seems a bit much, but whatever. I'm not mad at that. But hopefully we take this time to get the right guy in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's that, people. 5.5 hours, guys. Go on.
Super chats we have. Have we read all of them?
No, I don't think so.
Where do we stop? I think this one. Shuli Madoff. Mark Goldbridge had a great take on your terribly run football club. I have to go and watch that. Nyberg says, how about we also find a captain that inspires the team instead of bringing it down? 15 plus games missing due to reds and accumulated yellows. Not my captain. Yeah, look, that's also not good enough, 100%. And if he might leave, I, for one, think you put him in the right environment. I think the players like him. I think the players are inspired by him, but I think that the whole environment's a mess. I think Romero's part of it. He's contributed to it 100% with his social media posts and the reds and whatever. I'm not even saying I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with it. I'm just saying it's contributed to this chaotic environment, but it's not the cause of it. And for me, if the environment was more settled, we had a better team. If we were competing for bigger things, you would see a much better Romero. I'm sure of it.
Also, yeah, I agree with that. But also when the chips are down, and you need someone, a calm head as a captain, to kind of gather the troops and pull them in the right direction. Romero don't seem to be that guy.
Well, what about the Europa League run?
I don't think the chips were down in the Europa League run.
Absolutely, 17th in the league.
Yeah, but in the Europa League, we were doing well.
Yeah, because we were battling against what was a chaotic.
Yeah, fine. If a trophy is there for them, fine, because there was something at the end of it. But like I'm saying, right now, when there's no light at the end of the tunnel, when the chips are down, everything is blowing up around
Let's say last day of the season, we need a win to stay up. You don't think Romero has a great game?
I don't know. I think he might see it as an easy way out of the club.
No. Come on. He would have a great game.
Don't know.
I guarantee you. And Goody says apparently he gets an 8 million payout. You can buy a lot of Arsenal cups with that. Yeah.
What Arsenal cups?
Exactly. Adam says only acceptable hire is Redknapp end of the season or someone get Poch now. Anyone else as interim takes us down. Redknapp can manage at least. Only acceptable hire is Redknapp, he says.
Don't know about. I mean,
the only one.
I'm warming to it as the more and more we go. Like him just putting his hat in the ring, and if he did it in a serious way, then fine. But if he did it in a joking way, then we may as well just move on.
AVB.
AVB, where isn't he like a NASCAR driver now or something?
Yeah, he's got time. Is that what you're saying? He's got time. Michael Hellman, only at Tottenham we get good news, only to deal with bad news. Tell save this club. And JC Gaming says Ben needs a shirt with the reality is.
Yeah, you're missing a trick there.
Exactly.
I am.
Get the reality. Exactly. Ben is
and that's the reality.
The king of truth and entertainment.
The reality king.
The reality king. A realist. All right, well, tomorrow we get to see Ange speak. It's going to be interesting in long form. Something, I know. We've heard him speak, haven't we? But obviously, I guess we heard him speak in presses for Forest. He spoke a bit about it. But it'd be interesting to see what he's got to say about his Forest time. And Tottenham and
I hope they really push him.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will.
There's another super chat there.
Another super chat. Ritual Kumar, this is too much. My mental state is gone. I have exams in 2 days. Big up to you, Ben and Sim, getting it out of my club.
Absolutely spot on. Big up to you as well.
We'll try our best. Yeah, well, look, this has been mammoth. Yeah, 5.5 hours. Well, look, got a manager sacking. What can we have to? It's all hands on deck.
Literally, as soon as I found out, I was about to pop in the shower. I'm like texting the WhatsApp group saying we need to get in the studio now. Now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh God.
Yeah, big day. Big few days coming up for Tottenham. Big 11 days till the North London derby.
Yeah.
God, of all games to come up as well as North London derby. Do you think the fact that Frank's had this whole thing about Arsenal seems to have affected him, and the fact that we've got the North London derby, Arsenal fans will be seeing silver member, all this stuff. The Tottenham players seem to be making fun of him for being obsessed with Arsenal. Is it any coincidence they've sacked him before the North London derby? Or with all that in the background?
I think it is a coincidence because I think after last night, going 3 points to I think it could have been anyone coming around the corner. I think they would have sacked him.
You're probably right about that. But I think it's interesting that's all this stuff about Arsenal seemed to come out now, and it's just we're ahead of that North London derby.
Yeah, you know, if Frank was manager for that North London derby, he's probably like taking selfies with his heroes. That's the reality.
Ben Jacobs says Spurs assessing whether to bring in a permanent or wait till the summer. Zerbi high in their thinking after a formal approach before Frank, as revealed this morning. Poch another leading option with support. So what, we approached him before Frank? Is that what you're saying?
So what? Another manager that turned us down. This is Conte 2.0 all over it, man. How can you not see it? He turned us down. Conte turned us down. We're going to go to him with more money. We went to him with more money. He's going to come in, initial bounce, and then it's all going to blow up in flames.
We need an initial bounce.
Yeah, we do need an initial bounce.
We do need an initial bounce right now.
Would you take the initial bounce for the blow up?
If he can guarantee me safety, probably, yeah. At least in the blow up, we'll be blowing up in the Premier League.
Yeah. All right, cool. We'll see you all. Maybe later, maybe tomorrow, who knows? But we'll see you very, very soon, people. That is 5.5 hours. We've got Ange Postecoglou on the overlap tomorrow, which I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say about that. And thank you everyone for joining us today. Big up to all of you. Like, subscribe and comment. And as always, come on you Spurs.